Chapter 289. Boom. A powerful energy fluctuation came from the snowstorm, followed by the sound of fighting in the distance. Clearly, someone was fighting. Someone is here. Zichen looked up at the wind and snow and flew towards the direction of the fighting. After a while, he arrived at the scene of the battle. However, he did not see a single living person. There was only a cold corpse lying in a pool of blood, its heart meridian shattered by a palm strike. The ground cracked open, and the snow was trampled into a mess. A row of messy footsteps pointed forward. Looking in the direction of the footsteps, Zichun could see some mottled blood. Clearly, someone was injured and vomited blood. It must be Atian. Zichun thought to himself as he chased in the direction of the footsteps. About half an hour later, Zichun found another corpse. This time, there was more blood on the ground. Zichun used the 9 lightning deaths and rushed into the forest like a bolt of lightning. Puff! Atian coughed out another mouthful of blood. He felt that he could not hold on any longer. After escaping from Letian City, he was seriously injured. After watching the gathering of geniuses, Atian thought that he would be safe after leaving Tsangli City and heading to Yongqi City. However, he did not expect to meet people from Letian City. After a fierce battle, Atian was seriously injured, but he managed to escape. After that, he was chased crazily. Atian was born in a mortal family. To be able to walk on the path of cultivation was his greatest opportunity. He had been cultivating diligently. Even without any resources, he still maintained a steady growth and strength. During this period, the effort he put in was several times more than others. The city lord chose a genius to be his foster son and provided endless resources. Atian participated. After an intense battle, he obtained first place. He was considered a dark horse and caused a huge commotion. However, fate made fools of people. Atian, who obtained first place, missed this spot. It was taken by a disciple of a family that supported the city lord. At that time, this matter caused quite a stir in Letian City. Atian could only settle for second place and become a foster son. There was only one word difference between a foster son and a foster son. However, the distribution of resources was worlds apart. Atian could only get 1/10 of the resources of a foster son. Only by removing the word foster could he be considered a true member of the city lord's residence. As for the other forces, although they wanted to rope in Atian, the prestige of the city lord was there. Who would dare to poach the city lord? In these 3 years, Atian had put in much more effort than others. In a short 3 years, he had broken through several levels and become the #1 person of the younger generation in Letian City. He had great battle prowess. Using only 1/10 of the resources of others, he was able to surpass those geniuses within 3 years. Atian's hard work could be imagined. After becoming a monster, it caused a huge commotion. At that time, the city lord had been overjoyed and had personally held a banquet for Nyetian. At the same time, he had invited all the major forces to personally witness Atian becoming the city lord's adopted son. At that time, Atian was very excited. After becoming an adopted son, he would be able to enjoy endless resources, and his strength would naturally be able to break through quickly. His years of hard work had finally paid off, and he could be considered to have achieved success. However, all of this was just a fantasy. Man's calculations were never as good as God's. On that day, the city lord manor encountered a great disaster. An outsider came to the Gung family and killed the city lord with a single strike. As for the city lord's adopted sons, they were besieged by the Gung family and died one after another. Only Atian relied on his powerful battle prowess to charge out. He was very unlucky. Before he could enjoy the endless resources, he was chased down and forced to flee. Puffed! Atian spat out another mouthful of blood, and his vision became blurry. He could not hold on any longer. Looking back on his life, it seemed that there was nothing else besides his own hard work. In this life, good luck had always brushed past him. It was as if he was born to be a person without great luck, and bad luck had always accompanied him. The sound of something tearing through the air rang in his ears. The pursuers were coming again. Atian suddenly clenched his teeth, and blood blossomed from the tip of his tongue. He did his best to clear his mind and quickly ran forward. Bang! When he reached a mountain ridge, Ation finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed in the snow. Ation, you must hold on. Ation roared in his heart. The tenacity that had been nurtured since young had come into play at this moment. He staggered to his feet. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Over a dozen black-clothed men appeared and surrounded him. Ation, let's see where you can run to now. Brat, you killed so many of our people. Today is the day you die. The black-clothed men slowly closed in, their eyes filled with killing intent. Kill. Ation let out a roar, causing the forest to shake. He charged at one of the black-clothed men. Like Zichun, he fought with his life on the line. Puffed. A sword brushed past Ation's shoulder, leaving a bloody mark. However, Ation's palm struck the black-clothed man's chest, fighting with his life on the line. Ation lived, and the black-clothed man died. Another corpse appeared in the forest. You unlucky brat. You were born with bad luck. Today, even if you grow wings, you will not be able to escape. One of the black-clothed men sneered and charged at Ation. Unlucky brat. Unlucky Ation. This was how Ation was addressed. Everyone in Letian City knew this name. This was a person who had not been lucky for several decades. Everyone in Letian City knew about Ation's matter. However, it was not because of his hard work, but because of his bad luck. He had become a laughingstock. Of course, there were also many people who admired Ation. In a situation where he did not have any resources, he was able to become a monster. Other than talent, it was more of perseverance and hard work. Bang! Another strike was sent out. Ation's vision blurred, and he nearly fell. However, the tenacity that had been cultivated since young prevented him from fainting. At the same time, every strike he sent out was still ruthless. Another black-clothed man died. Without any resources, he cultivated step by step. Ation's hard work was several times that of others. He had suffered a lot, so he was exceptionally determined. He was like an unkillable cockroach. Puffed. A sharp sword light pierced through Ation's shoulder. Ation roared, his black hair fluttering wildly as he sent the black-clothed man flying. The longsword was pulled out, and blood splattered. At this moment, Ation was covered in blood and cut a sorry figure. Ation, today is the day you die. No one can protect an unlucky child like you. The black-clothed men charged over, their eyes filled with killing intent. They were very strong. The weakest of them was at the 7th firmament of true essence, and there were a few at the 8th firmament. Even at his peak, Ation was afraid of these people, not to mention the heavily injured Ation. He could not even stand properly. Naturally, he was no match for them. Just as they said, death was only a matter of time. You unlucky child. You are about to die, but you still killed so many of us. However, your bad luck has arrived. Today, you are going to die. This can be considered a release. You won't have to suffer in this world, not even having a good day. Rays of light flashed, and a sharp blade pierced through Ation's body. However, Ation also sent out a palm strike on the black-clothed man's head. Another black-clothed man died. At the same time, Ation's figure became unstable. His eyes were about to lose focus, and he nearly fell to the ground. Kill him. He is about to die. Send out a few more strikes, one of the black-clothed men said coldly. Whoosh. However, at this moment, an ear-piercing shriek was heard. A silver light flew from afar, piercing through the air like lightning. It flew towards one of the black-clothed men who was close to Ation. Poof! The silver light turned into a long spear, emitting an ancient aura. It pierced through the black-clothed man's heart. At the same time, the spear carried the black-clothed man hundreds of meters away, nailing him to a mountain wall. The handle of the spear was trembling. One strike had nailed an 8th firmament warrior to death. The sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. However, at this moment, a golden lightning flew over from afar. Boom! The golden light turned into a human figure. It was a cold young man. He landed on the mountain ridge like a giant. With a stomp, the entire mountain ridge trembled. Then, he rushed towards the black-clothed men. The unlucky Ation was about to collapse. However, the moment he saw the golden figure, his eyes that were about to lose focus lit up. There was a desire to live in his eyes. He recognized the other party. Although he was very surprised and shocked, Ation wanted to laugh out loud at this moment. He had been unlucky all his life. Being able to step on the path of a cultivator was his greatest opportunity. Today was the second time in his life that he had been lucky. It was the second time he had met a benefactor. Poof! The golden light flashed. It was unusually sharp. A head flew up. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the mountain ridge red. The newcomer was very fierce. He killed 2 people as soon as he appeared, shocking the others. "Who are you?" Everyone's expression changed. They were extremely shocked. The yuan qi surging around the newcomer was only at the 4th firmament of true essence. However, his battle strength was very terrifying. He had nailed an 8th firmament warrior to death from afar. "The one who will kill you." Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lightning appeared under his feet. He rushed into the crowd like a ray of light. Poof! The golden light was dazzling. A sharp sword sheath flashed. Another person died. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the mountain ridge red. Zichen's battle strength was absolutely fierce. At this moment, he rushed into the crowd as if he was in an unstoppable state. Seeing this scene, Ation wanted to laugh out loud. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Moreover, he felt dizzy. Apparently, he had lost a lot of blood and was seriously injured. Boom! The golden light dyed the whole mountain ridge. Zichen's powerful attack caused the mountain ridge to shake. Rocks rolled down. The flying snow was crushed in the air. Another person was killed. "Why aren't you taking the pill to recover?" Zichen suddenly shouted. He could feel that Ation was getting weaker and weaker. Ation was startled. Where did he get the pill? Not to mention the pill, he didn't even have a lot of yuan stones. He was embarrassed. Swoosh! At this moment, a porcelain bottle flew towards Ation. Ation caught it. Then, Zichen's voice sounded, "Hurry up and take it. Then, crush it and apply it to your wounds." Ation grinned. He looked very bright, but unfortunately, his body was covered in blood. His smile looked a bit ferocious. "You only get lucky twice in your life. However, it's enough. The first time made me a cultivator, and the second time saved my life." Chapter 290. The mountain ridge trembled as countless gravel rolled down, smashing into the snow below, emitting popping sounds. Blood splattered as Zichen entered an unstoppable state. Golden light flashed around him as he began slaughtering the black-clothed men. Swoosh! Blinding golden light dyed the entire mountain ridge. Above the pure white snow, it was as though a layer of gold was laid on it. The golden light was resplendent. Bone-penetrating killing intent permeated the air as one life after another withered. Puffed! Another black-clothed man was penetrated by the sword aura as blood spurted out from the bloody hole. His vision turned black as he fell to the ground, dead. Swoosh! A saber beam descended, bringing with it a terrifying killing intent. It stirred up gusts of wind, causing the snow on the ground to swirl. This was a full-powered saber strike from an 8th firmament cultivator. It was very powerful. Bang! Zichen punched out. Golden light flashed as he shattered the saber beam with one punch. The saber was also broken in an instant. At the same time, the punch sank into the opponent's chest. With one strike, the opponent was sent flying and smashed into a distant stone wall, his vitality dissipating. Kill. There were more than 10 black-clothed men, and they were very strong. Streams of elemental energy surged, causing even the space above the mountain ridge to distort. Surging killing intent swept out as terrifying attacks were launched. However, against a monster like Zichen with unparalleled combat strength, they could only retreat in defeat. Zichen entered an unstoppable state. Under the 9 lightning flashes, he killed without leaving a trace. At this moment, Zichen's body was covered in blood. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. The black-clothed men died one after another as though it was a massacre. A soft tremor suddenly sounded. Following that, A chill appeared from the bottom of Zichen's heart. The latter's expression suddenly changed as he dodged to the side like a bolt of golden lightning, using the 9 lightning flashes. Buffed with a soft sound, Zichen felt pain under his ribs. A deep bloody wound appeared as blood flowed out from the wound. Even his perfect body could not block this terrifying attack. Spirit weapon. The cold light flew into the distance and finally turned into a small sword the size of a palm. The cold intent was oppressive as it flashed and disappeared. Zichen was shocked. He never would have thought that there would be someone holding a spirit weapon among these people. This was a tall and sturdy man who had put away his spirit weapon. Essence force surged around his body, indicating that he was a 9th heaven expert. The next step was the spirit origin realm, where one could fly in the air. The other party put away his spirit weapon, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. His sneak attack had actually failed to kill the other party. Swish, swish. At the same time, several silhouettes shot over from afar. Only then did Zichen see that the other side had more reinforcements. More than a dozen people appeared, each of them brimming with killing intent. They stared at Zichen as if they were looking at a dead man. Gungwu, it's actually you. Right at that moment, Ation, who had recovered from his injuries, let out a cry of alarm. Who else could it be but me? You unlucky Ation, today is the day you die. The tall man named Gungwu's eyes flashed with killing intent. The spirit weapon was in his hands, and he was confident that he could kill the two of them. Today, I'm called Lucky Ation. I won't die. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. At some point in time, Ation had used the snow to wipe away the blood on his face. There was a smile on his pale face. He staggered forward, walking step by step towards Zichen. He said in a low voice, he's called Gungwu, Gung Li's elder brother. He's known as a genius and has strong combat strength. He also has a spirit weapon in his hand and is very difficult to deal with. You have to be careful. It's fine. Quickly recover from your injuries. Zichen waved his hand, appearing unconcerned. However, his eyes were fixed on Gungwu. If the other party had launched a sneak attack on him, he would have been able to kill him in one strike. Who are you? You actually dare to go against the people of Letian City? Gungwu looked at Zichen and asked coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. I'm the person who will kill you. Zichen's voice was cold, his eyes flashing with a cold light. How dare you go against the people of Letian City? Killing intent flashed in Gungwu's eyes. Kill him for me. Bang! Just at this moment, an explosion sounded from the stone wall. It was the place where the ancient weapon had pierced. Following that, the ancient weapon turned into a silver light and flew towards Zichen. Zichen caught it in his hand. With the ancient weapon in his hand, an ancient aura appeared. Silver light flowed on the spear, and it was extremely sharp. You! Gungwu's eyes instantly widened, and a hint of greed appeared within them. Ancient weapon. You actually have an ancient weapon. Good, very good. I already have a spirit weapon, but I'm still missing a decent close combat weapon. I didn't think that you would deliver one to me so quickly. I can use an ancient weapon right now. No wonder you're so confident and dare to go against us. It turns out that you have an ancient weapon in your hand. Kill. Kill him at all costs. Gungwu shouted. Zichen was famous in the southern region. However, not everyone had seen him before, and not everyone had seen the ancient weapon in Zichen's hand. Kill. All the black-clothed men roared at this moment. Waves of killing intent filled the air. Rays of light flashed, colorful and dazzling. Another great battle had erupted. A terrifying killing intent swept through the entire mountain range. The mountain range that had just calmed down began to tremble again. Pooh! Zichen's combat strength was already unparalleled. Now that he had an ancient weapon, it was even easier for him to kill people. The spear flashed, spear light constantly spitting out. Almost every strike was able to kill a person. With a sweep of the spear, the silver spear light danced like a silver dragon. In the blink of an eye, 3 people fell to the ground. Blood splattered on the mountain range, melting a large amount of snow. Bang! A long blade slashed towards the back of Zichen's head. A terrifying killing intent surged, but the moment it came into contact with the ancient weapon, it was immediately shattered. The ancient weapon took advantage of the situation, and another person died. Swish. The dangerous aura attacked again. Gungwu once again activated the spirit weapon and shot towards Zichun. The speed of the spirit weapon was very fast, and it disappeared in a flash. Pooh! Golden light flashed under his feet. Zichun dodged the attack. However, a section of his sleeve was still cut off by the spirit weapon. Brat, let's see how many times you can dodge. Gungwu stood in the distance and sneered. He controlled the spirit weapon with his mind and attacked Zichun again and again. Clang. Zichun pointed the ancient weapon in his hand, accurately hitting the spirit weapon. In the next moment, the spirit weapon trembled and shot into the distance. At the same time, the spear was like a dragon, pointing to the side. A silver spear light spat out. Pooh! A black-clothed man was pierced through by the spear. At this moment, Zichun's body transformed into a flash of lightning, shuttling through the crowd of cultivators. Lightning flashed beneath his feet, and the crowd could only see a blurry shadow. Then, they felt a sudden pain in their bodies, and their vitality disappeared. Under the extreme speed of his footwork and the sharp ancient weapon, Zichun was simply carrying out a cruel massacre. Everywhere he passed, the black-clothed men fell to the ground. Ation, who was healing, had shock in his eyes. Although he had expected that the opponent's strength had increased by a lot, he never thought that it would be so terrifying. Swish. In just 3 breaths of time, Zichun had already rushed in front of Gungwu. The spear in his hand suddenly pierced towards Gungwu's throat. Clang. A blade light appeared and blocked in front of Gungwu. In the next moment, the long blade was cut in half by the spear. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gungwu quickly retreated. This was a sharp weapon, but it was actually broken in one strike. Gungwu's face changed. In just 3 breaths of time, 7 or 8 of his subordinates had died, and they didn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. Zichun didn't say a word. He held the spear and stabbed again. A spear light shot out. Hold him for me. I'll control the spirit weapon. Gungwu quickly retreated, not daring to be careless. At this moment, he planned to control the spirit weapon and use the supreme power contained in the spirit weapon to destroy the enemy. When the others heard this, they also mustered their courage and rushed forward. Pooh! But against Zichun, under the ancient weapon, no one could take a second move. It was a complete massacre. They were just courting death. The spear flashed past, and a large amount of blood splattered. The bright golden light around Zichun's body was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Then, the endless silver light turned into a dazzling golden light. The tip of the spear shot out a golden light like a sharp blade, drawing a circle in front of Zichun. And the cultivator in the golden circle was instantly cut in half along with his weapon. His intestines flowed out on the ground, and he died an unnatural death. In the blink of an eye, all of Gungwu's subordinates died in the hands of Zichun alone. Go to hell. At this moment, Gungwu controlled the spirit weapon and struck out a terrifying attack. A resplendent sword chi containing terrifying killing intent appeared, causing the entire mountain range to tremble and give off rumbling sounds. The sword chi that was dozens of meters long fell towards Zichun's head with peerless power. Huh! Zichun shouted. The spirit weapon was activated, and the terrifying attack made him feel that his life was in danger. At this moment, he controlled the ancient weapon to form a perfect defense. Ding ding dang dang. A light sound rang out like raindrops. Zichun used the spear to continuously attack the sword chi. At the same time, he was retreating rapidly. Every step he took left a deep footprint. At the same time, the mountain range trembled as if a giant was trampling on it. Boom, boom. Gungwu laughed, and his will activated the spirit weapon even more crazily. With a terrifying killing intent, it slashed towards Zichun's head. Zichun retreated again and again, retreating more than 10 steps. In the end, he let out a roar. Golden chi and blood surged in his body like a dragon waking up, providing him with endless energy. Then, the ancient weapon in his hand turned into a golden stream of light and pointed at the spirit weapon. Dang! With a light sound like the ringing of a bell, the spirit weapon was directly repelled and flew into the sky. Kid, You have some skills, but you will still die without a doubt." In the midst of Gung Wu's shout, the spirit weapon that had just flown into the sky once again surged with a terrifying killing intent and slashed towards Zichen. Ripples appeared in the space, and endless snowflakes flew in all directions. How troublesome! A hint of impatience flashed in Zichen's eyes. Golden light flashed around his body, and in the next moment, a golden bolt of lightning rushed towards Gung Wu at lightning speed. It was like a real bolt of lightning. Gung Wu, who was controlling the spirit weapon, did not notice this scene at all. By the time he reacted and controlled the spirit weapon to block, it was already too late. The golden bolt of lightning rushed through the space between his eyebrows. "Spirit weapon? I have one too." Zichen sneered. At this moment, a golden light flew back and turned into a palm-sized golden sword. The golden light was dazzling, and the killing intent that flowed was even more terrifying. This was the black blade that he had obtained back then. Su Long had fused the diamond into it and smelted it again, forming the shape of a sword. Chapter 291. Gung Wu fell on his back and let out a final tremble. The mountain range regained its calm. Corpses lay on the ground, and blood danced on the ground. Clang! The flying spirit weapon also lost its control at this moment. It returned to the size of a palm and fell from the sky. With a sound, it fell into a pool of blood. The white snowflakes turned red as soon as they landed. This was a blood-stained land. Zichen's body was covered in blood. A large cut had been cut open on his black clothes. The previous wound had already healed and formed a scar. Atian sat cross-legged, recovering from his injuries and refining spirit medicines one after another. The unlucky Atian was lucky today. He had met the second benefactor of his life and encountered the second opportunity of his life. He had survived a great disaster. Zichen guarded beside Atian. 2 hours later, Atian opened his eyes. Looking at the blood-stained mountain range, he still had some lingering fear in his heart. But in the next moment, a smile appeared on his face. The smile seemed to be his disguise, hiding all his pain. He only revealed a smile to make others feel happy. "Thanks, Aluo." Atian got up. His injuries had not healed, but he could still walk. He smiled at Zichen. "Aluo." Zichen frowned and looked at Atian. After breaking through to the quintessential element realm and transforming his perfect body, Zichen could change his aura as long as he changed his appearance. Even Flight's spiritual perception couldn't detect him, but Atian was able to identify his original alias. And at this moment, Zichen was using his real body. "Heh, don't be surprised. I don't have any powerful methods. I only saw your eyes. Although you can change your appearance, you can't change your eyes." Atian smiled, his smile very gentle. "Oh." Zichen nodded. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Zichen looked at Atian and asked. Atian bent down and took some of the black-clothed man's bags. "There's food inside. Leave it for the road." Atian raised the blood-stained bag in his hand, still smiling. "Is there no food in your spatial ring?" Zichen asked. Atian was startled. His smile faded a little before he laughed happily. "I don't have a spatial spirit ring. That kind of high-grade stuff is not something I can have. We shouldn't stay here for long. We should take the food and leave quickly," Atian said. Of course, Zichen did not let Atian take the food, because he had a lot of them in his spatial ring. Moreover, before this, Zichen had already ransacked them, so there was nothing valuable on them. However, Zichen was very confused. As the adopted son of the city lord, Tian did not have a spatial spirit ring. "Aluo, why are you here?" At this moment, Zichen had already taken on Aluo's appearance. This was also Su Long's intention, indicating that Zichen shouldn't appear. As for why, Su Long didn't say. "I was cultivating in this mountain range when someone destroyed my house. After asking around, I found out that the other party was looking for you," Zichen said calmly. "Thank you. You are really my benefactor." Atian laughed. "Right, why do they call you Unlucky Atian? Could it be that you often have bad luck?" Zichen asked doubtfully. This was also a question he had always wanted to ask. "Since I was young, no matter what I did, it was very difficult to succeed. No matter how hard I tried, it was still the same. When others went up the mountain to pick herbs, they would return with a full harvest. But when I went, I would encounter a flood and a rainstorm. I would return empty-handed and almost lose my life. I followed some mercenaries to earn yuan stones. It was a path I had walked thousands of times. It was very safe, but as long as you brought me along, the mission would definitely fail. I've made bets since I was young, but I've never won. Even if it was raining, I bet that the sky would clear up in the next moment. Although there were many irresistible factors in other people's eyes, it was all because of me. So, very few people were willing to partner with me. And I was indeed unlucky, so people called me Unlucky Ation. Ation explained with a smile on his face. Ation's fate was very bumpy. He was practically always unlucky, but he had become a monster of Letian City. In a situation where he did not have any resources to be able to have such achievements, it was clear that hard work surpassed talent. It was not easy for me to live a life with resources. Who knew that people from the Gung family would come and kill foster father in one strike? Before I could even get the resources, I was hunted down by the Gung family. Moreover, it was a chase of millions of miles. A rare trace of bitterness appeared on Ation's face, but fortunately, I got lucky again today. You are my benefactor. Although this is the second time in my life that I got lucky, you saved my life. It can be considered great luck. Ation's face regained a smile. No. Zichen shook his head and said, you saved yourself. If it wasn't for the tenacity that you cultivated since young, not giving up and persevering until the last moment, even if I appeared, it would have been useless. So, you are your benefactor. You being able to live today is because of your hard work. Zichen also smiled. Is that so? Haha, according to what you said, it seems my life is not too gloomy. Ation laughed happily. Of course it is not gloomy. Your life will be bright. Of course, before that, I will let you have some fun and be filled with hope. Zichen also laughed. Zichen only had admiration for Ation. To be able to have such achievements without any resources, other than admiration, what else could he say? It should be known that when he did not have any resources, Zichen was only at the fourth heavenly layer of true qi. With a flash of light, a spatial ring appeared in Zichen's hand. This is for you. Zichen handed over the spatial ring to Ation. I don't want it. It is too precious. Ation waved his hand to refuse. It might be precious to others, but it is too much for me. It is useless. Zichen laughed. Didn't you say that I am your benefactor? Then let this benefactor be even more precious. Ation finally received the spatial ring. His hands were trembling. He was very grateful. This could be considered the most precious thing he had ever received in his life. Good luck had always accompanied him today. The spatial ring did not disappear after he received it. Everything was real. At the same time, Ation opened the spatial ring. His face suddenly changed. There is a spirit weapon inside. Ation exclaimed. Inside the spatial ring, a spirit weapon was quietly floating. That's Gung Wu's spirit weapon. I have my own spirit weapon, and its quality is very good. I don't have much use for it. Didn't you say that your life is very dark? Then I'll use it to illuminate your life, so that your future days will be filled with sunshine. Zichen laughed. Thank you. The smile on Ation's face disappeared. He was very grateful. The spatial ring in his hand was trembling. Ation knew that he owed Zichen a great favor. You are too courteous. We are friends. Zichen laughed. No. Ation turned his head and said seriously, we are brothers. Brothers who have gone through life and death together. Going through thick and thin together. We should be brothers. The two laughed loudly. After Zichen and Ation left, figures appeared in the mountain ridge. They were very strong. Streams of Zhen Yuan surrounded their bodies. The one in the lead was Lu Tian City's monster, Gung Lu. They had come here to pursue the corpses. Besides Gung Lu, there was also Yukong. In the mountain ridge, corpses were lying on the ground. Blood dyed the mountain ridge red. Gung Lu saw his brother at a glance. Big brother. With a cry, Gung Lu rushed over. However, Gung Wu's body was already cold. Who? Who did this? Gung Lu roared at the sky. his voice exploding like thunder. The others were also incomparably shocked. Dead. Everyone was dead. Not a single person was left alive. Even Gung Wu, who had a spirit weapon, was dead. Sure enough, when they came here to pursue the corpses, what they saw were still corpses. Yukong swept his gaze around, looking at the traces of battle on the battlefield. Then, he looked at the wounds of the dead cultivators. After a while, he said, "This was done by a long spear. It's very sharp. Even a sharp weapon was shattered. Its quality is not inferior to a spirit weapon." The wound between Gung Wu's eyebrows was pierced by a long sword. It seems to be a spirit weapon. Only a spirit weapon could kill him. Yukong analyzed. Moreover, among these people, 3 of them died in Atian's hands. Clearly, someone was helping Atian. As for their strength, it's still unknown, but it's definitely not at the spirit origin realm. "Atian, I want you dead." His angry voice traveled dozens of miles away, carrying endless resentment. After dealing with the corpses, everyone followed the footprints on the ground. Atian knew that the people of Lutian City would not let him go, so he sped up. Moreover, Zichun had many good quality pills on him, so Atian's injuries recovered very quickly. By the way, if you knew that the Gung family wanted to kill you, why didn't you run far away? Why did you have to come to Yongqi City? Zichun asked curiously. It was a coincidence. Of course, it could also be considered bad luck. Atian said, "I guess that they would definitely leave, so I hid in Yongqi City. There was no problem at all. But who knew that there would be strange movements in Yongqi City that would attract many people? The Gung family also came, so they discovered me." Strange movements? What strange movements? I don't know either. It's said that they discovered some ruins, and there seems to be some inheritance inside. It attracted many experts, and even many monsters rushed over after hearing the news. Atian said, "Why don't I know about this?" Zichun asked, "You were cultivating in seclusion in the mountains, so of course you don't know. Moreover, this news is still a secret. Not many people know about it." Zichun's eyes flashed. He had actually discovered some ruins. This made him very tempted. Any ruins would naturally have treasures inside. Ever since he saw Lu Mingyong take out the spiked club, Zichun wanted to obtain that weapon. Lu Mingyong could use the spiked club to force back ancestor-level experts, so he could use it to intimidate Yukong. He might even be able to kill him with one blow. And the most likely place for such an item to appear was in ruins. Many powers have gone. I originally planned to go as well, but the Gung family caught up with me. Atian said, but fortunately, such a ruin appeared. The Gung family's Yukong experts all went there. Otherwise, I would really be in trouble. Where's that place? Zichun asked. He clearly had some ideas. It's north of Yongqi City. It's said that it's deep in the mountains and forests. There are many powerful demonic beasts there, and it's said that there are even greater demons. Let's go take a look. Chapter 292. Yongqi City was huge. It was a city famous for refining weapons. The black and towering city walls were like large steel ingots, steady and sturdy. Looking from afar, the entire city was like a pitch-black steel fortress sitting on the ground, standing tall for thousands of years. Zichun and Atian came to Yongqi City. Letian City was a big power, so the two of them naturally wouldn't appear openly. Zichun didn't mind. He could disguise as Aluo, and no one would recognize him. As for Atian, Zichun used his half-baked disguise technique to change Atian's appearance. He looked a little rough, but also a lot more mature. Is this okay? Atian wasn't used to it. Don't worry. As long as you don't meet a damn monk, no one will recognize you. Zichun smiled. Yongqi City was very lively, and there were more people than Songli City. However, most of the things sold here were weapons. As expected of a big city famous for refining weapons, even the stalls sold Xiantian weapons. Along the way, there were weapons for sale everywhere. There were all kinds of strange, sharp, heavy, and everything. Zichun's eyes were filled with dazzling jewels. It was an eye-opener for him. Atian, are you sure what you said is a secret? Why are there so many people in Yongqi City? Walking into Yongqi City, there were many cultivators, and there was no lack of true energy realm. Although he didn't dare to say that they were everywhere, there were at least 3 or 4 of them. This ratio was too scary. One had to know that Yongqi City was famous for refining weapons, and their combat strength wasn't very strong. This should be a secret from more than 10 days ago. Atian hesitated. It was just that after being disguised, Atian's smile looked very strange. One could imagine that a rough man was smiling gently all the time. Ba. Benefactors, please wait. Suddenly, a familiar Buddhist chant sounded. Looking towards the voice, a monk with a big belly, wearing a kasaya, walked over from afar. Damn it! It's that damn monk. Zichen's face changed. He just said that the damn monk shouldn't appear. He didn't expect to see him as soon as he entered the city. Let's go. Zichen signaled Atian to leave quickly and ignore the other party. Atian didn't know why, but he was very obedient and followed Zichen. Benefactors, please wait a moment. The monk continued to speak. He had kind eyes and brows, looking like an enlightened monk. However, Zichen knew his true nature. He was simply an evil monk. Moreover, he was an evil monk. Although he had the word good in front of him, he only did evil things. Zichen was even faster. Light flashed beneath his feet as he pulled Atian away. Benefactor, please wait and listen to this old monk. At this moment, a golden light flashed and blocked in front of Zichen. The monk's speed was still as sharp as ever. Atian looked at the monk warily. May I know what business you have with us, great teacher? Why are you blocking our path? Zichen pressed his palms together and spoke with a strange tone. Benefactors, you're so fast. This old monk has a hard time catching up with you. The monk smiled and looked dignified. However, he was too young and couldn't be compared to this old monk. At the same time, a golden light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Zichen and then at Atian. Damn it! This damn monk still hasn't given up looking for me? I'm outside the southern region. Zichen cursed in his heart. According to the news, everyone guessed that Zichen had left the southern region. May I know why great teacher is blocking our path? We still have important matters to attend to, Zichen said. I can see that the 2 benefactors have a dignified appearance and are extraordinarily handsome. Clearly, you are not here to sightsee in Yongqi City. This old monk has something here that might be of use to the 2 of you. The monk smiled mysteriously. Damn it, liar. Zichen cursed in his heart but said on the surface, Sorry, we have important matters to attend to. We are not interested in what great teacher is talking about. After that, he pulled Atian and was about to leave. Benefactors, please don't be impatient. This thing of mine is definitely useful to the 2 of you. It's fate that we met today. I'm giving it to the 2 of you. The monk pressed his palms together and smiled. I'm just giving it to you. Zichen sneered in his heart. Of course, there will be a small fee. After all, this old monk needs to cultivate his spirit in the mortal world and needs the 5 grains to cultivate his body. Buddha is merciful, but he also needs incense oil. The monk was young, but he acted like an old man. Liar. Zichen snorted and turned to leave. However, he was extremely disdainful in his heart. After so many years, he was still using the same trick. Did he have any other tricks? Benefactor, please wait. It's fate that brought us together. Why would I lie to you? You'll know whether or not you're interested in this. The monk stepped forward again and stopped the 2 of them. Then, he mysteriously took out an item from his chest. This made him look like a thief. It can't be the firmament palm again, right? Zichen sneered, but his heart was filled with anticipation. Last time, there was a page of the heavenly book in the firmament palm. What about this time? Zichen was disappointed. What he took out was a soft, paper-like item. It was wrinkled and emitted a yellow light, as if it would rot in the next moment. It was crooked and twisted like a tadpole. There were some things written on it. What is this? We don't need it. Zichen waved his hand in disappointment. No, this is a map. Atian suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, then quickly covered his mouth. This is a map. Monk, where did you get this map? Atian was shocked. He lowered his voice and asked hurriedly. Ba, this is something that this old monk obtained after a narrow escape. Unfortunately, this is a very dangerous place, and something like a cemetery. This monk is a monk, so naturally, I can't do such a heartless thing. Seeing that we are fated to meet today, I've decided to give this thing to you." The monk put his palms together, looking like an eminent monk who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. Zichen knew what kind of character the monk had. He didn't believe him at all and wanted to beat him up. Now that he was much stronger, he was confident that he could fight the monk. "Is that so? Then, master, how much should we donate to get it?" Ation was smart. He knew that he shouldn't ask how much money he would give, but how much should he donate? Looking at the map, Ation's heart was beating fast. He felt that his good luck had come. For more than 20 years, he had been unlucky. But after meeting a benefactor, good luck often accompanied him. This map was the map of the ruins. Ation saw the familiar forest. He could recognize it at a glance. It was emitting a yellow light and had an ancient aura. It was obvious that it had just been unearthed. "Umitba, 10,000 vitality stones is enough?" The monk smiled. "What?" Ation was shocked. 10,000 vitality stones? He didn't even have 1,000. But he was sure that this thing was definitely worth 10,000 vitality stones. It might even be worth 100,000 or even 200,000. Then, he looked at Zichen for help. "I don't understand this thing. It's useless. Let's go. We have more important things to do." Then, Zichen ignored Ation's gaze and dragged him away. "This is good stuff. If we don't want it, we can sell it for a high price." Ation was anxious. This was great luck. How could he miss it? No matter how good it is, we can't use it. We won't do such a heartless thing. Zichen ignored Ation and dragged him away. "No, it's just 10,000 vitality stones. Can't you just take it out?" Ation continued. When the monk heard this, his eyes lit up. "It's just 10,000 vitality stones." The monk nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go. Although 10,000 vitality stones isn't much, it's meaningless to buy a rag. Let's go." Zichen dragged Ation away. "Benefactors, please wait." The monk chased after them. The smile on his face was already blooming. "No need. Monk, please go back. We don't have vitality stones and can't afford it." Zichen's feet flashed as he pulled Ation away. "Benefactor, it's fate that brought us together. Since Benefactor doesn't have primordial stones, this old monk will give this to you as a gift. Consider it a good karma," the monk said. His expression was solemn, and his voice always sounded behind Zichen. "I don't deserve it. Monk, you should find someone else." Zichen was even faster. Although it wasn't extremely fast, it wasn't slow. "It's karma that we met. If there's a cause, there's an effect. Only by giving this to you can I end the karma." The monk moved forward step by step, but it was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch, following closely behind Zichen. At the same time, Ation stopped arguing about buying the map. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were very fast. In just a dozen breaths, they arrived at a relatively secluded place. Zichen seemed to be in a panic. He pulled Ation and turned around. But suddenly, he realized that there was no way out. He was stunned. When he was about to fly, the monk was in front of him. "Umitba." The monk came in front of Zichen. He put his palms together and looked solemn. It was such a familiar scene. In the past, the monk also forced himself into a corner and broke all the bones in his body. It seemed like today's scene was going to happen again. "Monk, do you have any advice for stopping us?" Zichen had a mocking look on his face. It was such a familiar scene. But this time, Zichen had the initiative. It was another confrontation. "I've decided to give this to you." The monk took out the map. "Then give it to me." Zichen's eyes flashed. He reached out to grab the monk, but he grabbed nothing. The monk was obviously prepared for it. "Damn you, bald monk. So you still haven't given up?" Zichen sneered. After today, he was strong and he was naturally not afraid of the monk. Although he heard from old Imo that the monk's cultivation technique was very strong and he was very strong, he probably didn't use his full strength in the battle with Li Hao. But Zichen could kill Li Hao when he was at level 2. Now that he was at level 4, he was confident that he could fight the monk. "I'm a monk, not a bald monk," the monk said solemnly. "I've long known that you had bad intentions." I didn't expect it to be so. Bald monk, you know how to read fortunes? Let's see if you're the unlucky one today, or if I'm the unlucky one. Of course it's you, benefactor. Evil can't win against good. The monk's eyes flashed with a smile. Good. Evil can't win against good. Then I'll be evil today, and see if I can't win against good. As soon as he said that, Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, and he threw a punch at the monk. Boom. Chapter 293. Zichun and the monk met once again. It was a very similar scene, except that Zichun was the one who suffered back then. His bones were shattered, and the Inferno sword was taken away. Zichun clenched his fist and struck out with a powerful strike. The air emitted an ear-piercing screech. There was no need to hold back when he saw the monk. He went straight for the kill. This evil monk had caused trouble for him several times, forcing him into a dead end. Umitba. The monk's body was shimmering with golden light. He looked solemn as he chanted a Buddhist proclamation. He did not dodge Zichen's attack and was prepared to take it head-on. Bang! A dull sound came from the remote alley, causing the ground to tremble. Zichen's body swayed as he took 2 steps back. On the other hand, the monk did not take a single step back. He still had a benevolent smile on his face. Nice, bald donkey. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. Zichen's eyes flashed with astonishment. Although his attack was not at full strength, it was still not something that could be blocked by an ordinary genius. However, the monk was able to block it so easily. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person. Umitba, patron, you indeed have evil intentions. Fine, our meeting today is a kind of fate. I'll send you off and end your karma. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and be saved. The monk's expression was solemn as he chanted another Buddhist proclamation. A faint golden light surged around him as he struck out at Zichun. Zichun sneered. This damned monk was still trying to use words to deceive him. However, this also proved that Zichun did not recognize him. If he had recognized him, he would have been so angry that he would have jumped up and down. Zichun similarly charged forward. Golden light flickered around his body as his perfect body provided him with energy to deliver a terrifying strike. Pong! A dull sound was heard again, causing a violent tremor. The two of them engaged in an intense battle like bolts of lightning. Clang! Both of their bodies were terrifying. Golden light shone resplendently. Once they clashed, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. It was louder than the sound of weapons clashing. Bald donkey, your strength is only it. Zichun sneered, deliberately provoking the other party. This old monk is a monk, not a bald donkey. The monk was still pretending. His appearance was dignified and golden. Bang! The two of them clashed fiercely and retreated. Unknowingly, the two of them had already used 80% of their strength. At this moment, when they separated, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. It seems that this old monk has underestimated the benefactor. It turns out that benefactor's strength is so strong. Then, this old monk has offended you. The monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Bah, you damn bald donkey, don't give me that face. Fight if you have the ability, hand over the map if you don't, Zichun said viciously. Buzz. Golden light flashed around Tyrant's body. A golden finger shot out towards Zichun. Since benefactor is so stubborn, then this old monk will use his full strength. As soon as he said that, the golden finger's light intensified. It was golden and looked like it was cast from pure gold. It was extremely sharp. In Zichen's body, his chi and blood kept circulating. The perfect body was displayed. Streams of energy surrounded his fingers. The resplendent golden light was in no way weaker than the monk's. The two fingers made contact in the air. Bang! This time, an even louder sound was heard. The ground trembled and a golden ripple spread 3 meters away. This was the entrance of the alley. There were houses all around. The two of them had compressed their energy to a point and did not release it. Don't underestimate the 3-meter ripple. Once a cultivator was swept into it, they would immediately be killed by the ripple. The two of them were evenly matched. This time, the monk's expression was no longer calm. As for Zichun, he also knew how powerful the monk was. He actually blocked the attack of the perfect body. Buzz. With a slight tremble, the monk extended his entire right hand. The golden light was resplendent like a huge fan. It flickered with golden light and struck at Zichun. A strong wind whistled as terrifying energy circulated. The great strength Vajra palm was a profound Buddhist combat technique. Green Peak Seal. A mountain-like aura circulated in Zichun's palm as he fused the Green Peak Seal with his palm. Boom. This time, even the compressed energy produced a long-range collision. The entire ground at the entrance of the alley kept shaking as a loud sound spread far and wide. Pong. Sensing that the other party was extraordinary, the two of them stopped probing. At that moment, the more they fought, the stronger they became. They no longer held back. Powerful combat techniques were compressed within a few meters. Each attack was more terrifying than the last. In Zichun's body, the perfect body constantly provided energy. Although the golden chi and blood didn't soar into the sky, they weren't weak. However, the monk was able to dodge them. He was very strong. Loud sounds kept sounding and spread into the distance. This attracted the attention of many cultivators, but they didn't dare approach. Who's fighting? It seems to be a burly man and a monk. A monk? How can there be a monk in Yongqi City? Many cultivators arrived and pointed at them from afar. Heavens, that's Evil Good Monk, a true monster. What? He's Evil Good Monk? That evil monk who specializes in doing evil things like cheating, stealing, and cheating. He does everything. F***CK. It's that damn monk. Dissatisfied voices came from the crowd. Clearly, the monk's reputation was bad everywhere. Boom. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out, causing the alley to tremble again. The compressed energy vibrated and cracks appeared in the surroundings. Clearly, the attacks of the two were too powerful. Who is that man? He's so terrifying that he can fight the monk to a draw. I don't know. He's probably a hermit monster from some family. More and more people gathered in the crowd. Some people directly jumped onto the roof to watch the battle. This was a battle between monsters that was rarely seen in more than 10 years. Ation, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. Zichun transmitted his voice, indicating for Ation to attack. That's not good. 2 against 1. Ation was taken aback. What's wrong with that? This is an evil monk. He's not a good person. He's even worse than an evil person. Besides, don't you want the map? Zichun transmitted his voice again. But he didn't stop. He fiercely fought with the monk. The two of them were like 2 rays of golden light, constantly clashing. All right then. Ation was a bit unwilling, but he couldn't stand Zichun's stern shout. He could only say, "Evil monk, you have to be careful. I'm going to attack you." Zichun's nose almost went crooked from anger. He transmitted his voice. "Why are you wasting words with this guy? Let me tell you, if I wasn't here today, you would have been robbed by this monk." Whoosh. Ation's body flashed and stepped forward after his words sounded. He was also a monster. After joining the battle, it immediately became a 2 against 1. Benefactor, do you think it's appropriate for 2 people to fight me? Buddha said. The monk's face was filled with anger. Bang! But before the monk could finish his words, Zichun found an opportunity. Using his extreme speed, he flashed in front of the monk and punched him in the head, causing the ground to tremble with the impact. But unfortunately, it didn't break the monk's defense. Instead, it caused Zichun's hand to hurt. You're going to kill him? Ation was shocked. Do you think he's someone who'll die? Hurry up and knock him out so we can take the map. Zichun rolled his eyes. All right. Who would have thought that this time, Ation's reaction would be very fast. He flashed behind the monk and also aimed at the monk's forehead, causing a loud sound. Although it didn't break the monk's defense, it still caused him to stagger and almost fall. Look at my bald donkey fist, Zichun shouted. He seized the opportunity and flashed forward. His hands clenched into fists. Golden light flashed, and abdomen's true chi surged. Like raindrops, he attacked. Bang bang, bang bang. Fists rained down like raindrops, hitting the monk's head like a drum, causing the ground to tremble. Each strike was like the sound of a heavy hammer, The sound was like the roar of thunder. Haha. Zichun was fighting to his heart's content. Today, he got back all the humiliation he suffered. Am I seeing things? The monk is being suppressed. What is he doing? Is he beating a drum? What a fierce person. No, it's two people. Under everyone's stunned eyes, Ation didn't want to be outdone. He kicked the monk's butt. Under the strong impact, even Zichun was almost knocked down. Damn it. The two monsters attacked. The monk was suppressed in an instant. He didn't pretend anymore. He let out an exasperated roar. Golden light flashed around his body again. Then, a golden light shield appeared. The strongest defense in the world, the Buddhist protective divine skill. Amitabha. Along with a Buddhist chant, a huge golden bell appeared on the surface of the monk's body. The bell seemed to have a physical form. There were runes all around it, forming strange patterns that looked like runes. However, the most eye-catching thing was that there were many bald donkeys with solemn expressions on their faces. They had their palms together as if they were chanting scriptures. Dang! Zichun's ferocious attack made a crisp sound when it hit the bell. The bell shook and Zichun was bounced back. He took 7 to 8 steps back. Damn it! It's this tortoise shell again. With the protective divine skill, Zichun couldn't break through the defense. He was furious. At the same time, he took the opportunity to hit the monk a few times. Ation didn't stay idle either. He attacked the monk from behind. The two monsters, one in front and one in back, caught the monk off guard. When a golden sword was pointed at Zichun, another attack came from behind. In short, it was miserable. Eat my last attack, bald donkey. Zichun let out a loud shout as the chi and blood in his body surged crazily. All of his strength gathered in his right fist, following which, a dazzling golden fist landed on the monk's head. Dong. This time, there was an earth-shattering sound. Even the protective light shield started to tremble. The monk in the middle was obviously shaken to the point of dizziness. Let's go. Zichun laughed and turned to leave. He used his extreme footwork. Swoosh. Ation disappeared quickly too. When the monk came out of the alley, the two of them were completely gone. All that could be seen were pairs of petrified eyes. Who was this monk? He was a monstrous genius. Now, he was actually beaten up. Although he wasn't injured and the few of them couldn't break through his defense, the few attacks that landed on his head were enough to shock everyone. Amitabha, my Buddha is merciful. Back then, the Buddha cut off his flesh and fed it to the eagle to resolve karma. Today, I, the good and evil monk, am willing to take a beating for karma. The monk tidied up his kasaya. Golden light flickered around him, and he looked solemn. Chapter 294. This time, even though he did not injure the monk, he was still able to humiliate the monk. Zichun was quite pleased with himself. Other than the old monk, Zichun was probably the only one in the world who could hit a monk's head. After Ation heard about the monk's deeds, he was extremely proud. In this world, only Ation could kick the monk's butt. Suddenly, Ation screamed and his face turned pale. What's wrong? Zichun was startled. Map. That's a real treasure map of the ruins. Maybe it can lead us to the treasure in the ruins. Ation's face was very ugly. It's over. I kicked the monk's butt and lost the treasure. It's a huge loss. Ation was very depressed. He thought that his luck had changed, but he was still unlucky. He felt good after kicking the monk, but lost the map. Look, what's this? Zichun smiled and took out a piece of yellow paper. It was the map. How did you get it? Ation's eyes lit up. Hitting the monk is secondary. This is the most important thing. Let's go and find a place to study it. Zichun took the map and found an inn to study it with Ation. In another place, after Tyrant tidied up his clothes, he called out to another cultivator and said, Benefactor, you and I are fated. This thing might be useful to you. The monk took out another map that was glowing yellow. This is... The cultivator's eyes lit up and he looked around. When he found that no one was looking, his eyes became very eager. In this morning, the monk met a total of 10 fated people, other than one who was unreliable and stole his treasure map. The remaining 9 fated people were all fated with the monk. In the afternoon, the monk met 20 fated people. However, the total profit was not as much as the 9 fated people in the morning. Sigh, business is not good. The monk sighed and sold all the maps while it was dark. If I wait until tomorrow, it will be even worse. The next day, just as the monk said, business was not good. Almost all the shops on the street were selling maps. Moreover, the price ranged from 100 primeval stones to 1,000 primeval stones. On the third day, when Zichun walked out of the inn, the map had become 10 primeval stones per map. Moreover, it was buy one get one free. Hey, brother, do you want a map? As soon as Zichun walked out of the inn, he bumped into a person who was selling maps. He was instantly dumbfounded. At the same time, a few more people walked towards him. F***CK, it's fake. This damn monk. Zichun was on the verge of exploding. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his body. This damn monk was indeed unreliable. When Zichun angrily returned to the inn, Ation was still cultivating. It had to be said that after seeing Ation, Zichun finally understood what hard work was. Zichun felt that he was already very hard-working in his cultivation. However, compared to Ation, he was still lacking by quite a bit. Ation's absorption speed was not fast, but he was able to persevere. In these 3 days, other than looking at the map for an hour, he spent the rest of the time cultivating. Ation's success was definitely due to his own hard work. Ation, this is bad. We've been cheated. This thing is fake. Now, it's being sold in stacks outside. Zichun woke Ation up. He was extremely depressed. How could this be? Ation was also dumbfounded. The news of the ruins' appearance was no longer a secret. Now, even some maps of the ruins had appeared one after another. More and more cultivators gathered in Yongqi City, and each of them was very strong. Moreover, with the arrival of the major forces, everyone was going to explore the ruins again. Why was there a need to use the word again? It was because the major forces had already gone several times, but almost every time, they returned in defeat. Ation, we should also go. Zichun woke Ation up. On this day, many cultivators left Yongqi City and walked towards the ruins. The group was majestic, and there were many experts. Moreover, most of them were in the true energy realm. They were even more powerful than when Zichun went to the ruins. Zichun, look. Ation whispered. It's him, Genglu. Through the crowd, Zichun saw Genglu. The latter was with a group of experts. There was no lack of spirit origin realm experts among them. However, Genglu's expression was obviously not good. At this moment, he was sitting on the back of a horse listlessly. At the same time, Zichun also saw a few familiar figures. There was Lu Chan from the Lu family, Zhu Zizong from the Zhu family, and the 2 twin brothers from the Qin family. They were all following behind the major forces. In the past, these monsters did not go. This time, they are going together. Could it be that they are determined to get the things in the ruins? Ation frowned. In the past few days, they had also obtained a lot of information about the ruins. It's possible, Zichun guessed. According to the markings on the map, the ruins this time were in the north of Yongqi City. It was a huge primitive forest. It was said that there was a big demon in it, but it had not appeared. The appearance of the ruins was also somewhat coincidental. It was an adventure team that accidentally stepped into it. Moreover, one of them came out alive, which was why the news was spread. The journey was thousands of miles. Everyone was not in a hurry. They walked slowly. After a few days, they finally arrived at the primitive forest. The towering ancient trees were green all year round. However, at this moment, they were covered in white snow. Everyone stepped on the snow, one step deep, one step shallow. We're almost there. I wonder how many people will die this time. That's right. Last time, the Qin family accidentally entered an ancient formation. 50% of the experts they brought died. As soon as they entered the primitive forest, some people began to discuss. There are many formations in the ruins. If you accidentally step on the wrong one, your life will be in danger. Previously, the members of the Lu clan entered an ancient formation and nearly got wiped out. It was only with the help of a forbidden artifact that they were able to break through the formation and escape. The more Zichun and Ation heard, the more frightened they became. In the end, they were scared. According to these people, this was a dangerous place. I think you guys are just trying to scare us. If it's really that dangerous, why would you come here? A place where there's no chance of survival. Only the big powers will come here. Someone was clearly scared and said unhappily, "Sigh, young man, this is not an exaggeration. This place is not much different from a dangerous place. It's said that it's the tomb of a peerless expert. There are many terrifying things in it. Many experts have died here." An old man said, "Then why would the big powers come here to die?" That person continued to ask, "Are you stupid? This is the tomb of a peerless expert. Although it's dangerous, there are things buried with him. Any one of them can cause a commotion in the southern region. Furthermore, we didn't discover this place by accident. After countless years, the restrictions on this place loosened, allowing the burial mound to rise to the surface." Zichun did not think much of it at first. However, when he heard the old man say that it was a tomb and a dangerous place, he felt a chill down his spine. It was as if the air was even colder. Rumble. Before they arrived at the ruins, Zichun heard a loud rumbling sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, deafening to the ears. Then, the earth trembled as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Many people collapsed to the ground. Not good. Someone entered the ruins and activated the formation. Someone's expression changed. The group sped up. Zichun found that the big powers were much more nervous. Last time, the big powers were almost wiped out. This time, they should have brought forbidden weapons. That's right. We just need to follow behind those big powers. While they were whispering, Zichun heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the forbidden artifact could blast open the formation. He had a forbidden artifact and could still use it one more time. It could be considered a life-saving measure. After traveling for more than 10 li, Zichun heard 3 rumbling sounds. This meant that at least 3 groups of people had entered the formation by accident. After traveling for more than 10 li, the coldness in the air became thicker. Moreover, a very oppressive aura appeared. "We've reached the ruins. Everyone, be careful." When they were still a few li away from the ruins, everyone was on alert. They took out their maps to find the exact route. What? Seeing this scene, Zichun and Ation were completely dumbfounded. The two of them had thought that this kind of thing that could be found all over the street was a scam. In a fit of anger, they had directly thrown it away. Who would have thought that it would come in handy at this moment? "Why? Didn't you buy it? Here, 1,000 yuan stones." A cultivator smiled and took out 2 crumpled pieces of paper from his chest. It was obvious that he picked them up from the ground. However, these things that no one wanted in Yongqi City cost 1,000 yuan stones here. "Humph," Ation snorted. 1,000 yuan stones? He would rather die than pay. Moreover, there were so many people here. They could just follow behind a group of people. Following behind the group, the two of them looked forward, wanting to see the true appearance of the ruins. Boom. At this moment, the ruins trembled again. This time, the tremor was even stronger. Following that, screams could be heard. A thick, colorful smoke was spewed out from the ruins and spread between heaven and earth. Those cultivators who were walking in front fell to the ground after smelling the smoke. Not good. This is colorful corpse poison. Seeing the multicolored poisonous gas, many people cried out in alarm. Then, thump, thump, thump sounds rang out as dozens of people fell to the ground. Colorful corpse poison. It's a specially refined corpse poison. It's more than 10 times stronger than corpse poison. Ordinary cultivators will be poisoned to death if they smell it. Zichun and Ation saw this scene from afar. Their faces changed drastically. As they breathed, they felt dizzy. Moreover, the two of them saw cultivators fall one by one. Among them, there were many people from large factions. Gung Li's face was pale as he retreated. The black scaled horse under him fell to the ground and died. Damn it! It's all because of this group of rogue cultivators. Damn it! Why did they barge in blindly? After the colorful corpse poison disappeared, there were people from large factions who cursed. However, cursing was just cursing. They still had to walk. As for those rogue cultivators who accidentally triggered the corpse poison, they were already dead. Be careful. Don't run around. Whoever dares to run around will be killed without mercy. The large factions were furious. They had just entered and had not reached their destination yet, but they had already lost a lot of people. P.S. This is the limit of the limit. Moreover, it's not good enough. You can't fight anymore. Chapter 295. This was definitely a dangerous place. The chill in the air became thicker, and there were more corpses on the ground. Zichan and Ation followed behind the crowd. They felt a chill down their spines. After the colorful corpse poison, 2 more groups of people died here. Poof! Another soft sound rang out. The large faction in front had accidentally stepped into the formation. In the next moment, a bright light appeared. It was dozens of meters wide and directly enveloped the large faction. In an instant, the figures of the major factions disappeared, leaving behind a group of cultivators who retreated in fear. "It's the Gung family," someone exclaimed. Many of the Gung family's experts were enveloped by the light. Terrifying killing intent seeped out of their bodies, making clanging sounds. That's all the Gung family's experts. Several of them were in the air, but they were all swallowed by the formation. It's too scary. Gung Lu is also in there. He's a monster. Will the Gung family be wiped out here? Everyone's expression changed. They had a bad feeling and retreated again. Zichan and Ation retreated far away. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura appeared. The light in the formation began to tremble. Then, as if it was being torn apart by a strong force, it became distorted. After a few breaths, it exploded with a bang. The formation shattered, revealing the Gung family's experts. However, all of them had ugly expressions. Gung Li's face was pale as a ghost. Beside him were several corpses. It's a forbidden artifact. They broke the formation with a forbidden artifact. A dazzling mirror appeared in the air. There were cracks around it. As the formation disappeared, the mirror's light faded and became simple. It was held in the hand of one of the experts. This is too scary. We clearly followed the map. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Why did we touch the formation before we even reached the ruins? Everyone was puzzled. If it happened once, it could be a coincidence. However, it had already happened 3 times. Before they even reached the ruins, they had already stepped on 3 formations by mistake. There was something strange about this. The major factions hesitated. They stopped and frowned. After a while, they gathered together and began to discuss in low voices. They were fully prepared and wanted to retreat. Clearly, they were unwilling to do so. This is a formation from the ancient times. Its power is unparalleled. Unfortunately, there are not many people in the world who can thoroughly study the formation here. These are all ancient formations. They possess unimaginable power. However, it's obvious that the few major powers haven't studied ancient formations much. At the back, people began to discuss again. It seemed that ever since the Boundless Sect's disappearance and the rise of the other great powers, everyone had focused on strength and ignored formations. As long as they encountered the formation, the various great forces would repeatedly suffer losses. Not good. Zichen's face suddenly changed as he looked at the several forces in front of him who were discussing. He pulled Ation and was about to leave without saying anything. "What are you doing? We haven't reached the ruins yet," Ation asked. "Let's hurry up and leave. We can't go to the ruins anymore. Saving our lives is more important," Zichan said. If his guess was right, the major powers would definitely ask them to scout ahead. At that time, they would be cannon fodder. "All of you, lead the way. The people at the back, from now on, will lead the way." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was obvious that the major powers had discussed and decided to let the rogue cultivators take the lead. "Why? Are you trying to kill us? The few of you have a safe route. Aren't you trying to kill us by letting us take the lead?" Amidst the quarrel, Ation's face changed drastically. He looked at Zichan with admiration. Zichen's reaction was fast. Ation, who was unlucky, was not unlucky today. "Stop." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. No one paid attention to it. The quarrel continued. Stop. Both of you, stop right there. A loud shout sounded again. It was Gunglu. The latter's pale face had a touch of coldness because of fear. Catch them. One by one, silhouettes flew out and grabbed Zichun and Atian. Oh no, it's Gung Li's people, Atian exclaimed. However, at this moment, they were not the only ones running away. They were not afraid of being recognized. Damn the major powers, Zichun cursed. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared in front of them. A crazy killing intent swept across the world like a storm. A cold figure stood in the air, blocking all the people who were trying to escape. Yukong blocked the way. Get back. Yukong shouted coldly. His voice was cold, and his eyes were flashing with killing intent. Why? Atian was about to say something, but Zichun covered his mouth and shook his head. Don't talk. Why? You want to use us as cannon fodder and send us to our deaths? We are not stupid. I want to leave now. Among the people who were running away, a few tough voices sounded. Swoosh. In the air, Yukong's eyes flashed with killing intent. 2 fingers formed a sword and shot out a bright sword chi, shooting towards the person who spoke. The sword chi was very fast and unusually sharp. In an instant, it cut through the crowd. 2 heads fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Zichun did not say anything and directly retreated. He had seen the behavior of the major powers in Songli City. When the city was sealed that day, they were just as strong. Whoever dared to speak up would be treated as the first bird to be shot down. Moreover, there were so many experts here. Zichun did not want to expose his identity. It was not a wise decision to rush in and kill. Damn it, Zichun cursed. He was extremely angry. Elder Imo was very good at studying arrays, but he did not wake up. He was too careless. He should have let Elder Imo wake up first. At this moment, Gung Lu rushed in front of the 2 and said coldly, I told you to stop and run. Go to the front. Hurry up. Zichun glanced at Gung Lu. What are you looking at? You want to die? Gung Lu shouted. His eyes flashed with killing intent, but he was stopped by someone. The deterrence was enough. If he killed indiscriminately, it would cause a riot. Zichun and Atian walked at the front of the group. However, they were not the worst. Those who came later, under Yukong's cold gaze, walked at the very front, trembling with fear. One by one, don't all go. Behind them, the Gung family's cold voice sounded. Damn it, this group of big forces is really not good. When there is no danger, they go forward and try to get some benefits. Now that there is a problem with the array, they all hide. Among the cannon fodder, there were curses, but the big forces pretended not to hear. They were going to die anyway, so there was no need to care. Zichun, what do we do? Let's take one step at a time. I hope our luck is not that bad. Zichun was helpless. It's over. I am the unlucky Atian. I have never been lucky. You will die if you stay with me. Atian's face turned pale. It's okay. I am the lucky Zichun. Besides, your bad luck has been swept away that day. Zichun comforted, but he was not confident. Luck was something that no one could say for sure. At this moment, the rogue cultivators became the real cannon fodder. Under Yukong's strong pressure, everyone had no choice but to accept this reality. Fortunately, they were not far from the entrance of the ruins. As they were cursing, one of the cultivators trembled as he staggered forward. However, he had only made it tens of meters when he stepped into the magic array and was instantly devoured. Everyone's face changed. Look, it's you rogue cultivators who barged into the ruins and caused the array to change. Now, it's up to you to find a new safe path. Before the rogue cultivators could complain about the death of one of them, the big force's voices sounded behind them. Damn it, who is the one who is greedy? There are so many rogue cultivators. If you have the guts, go find those who died. Everyone cursed and swore. After that, they continued to move forward. This time, the rogue cultivator deliberately bypassed this place and walked to the left. After about 100 meters, another array appeared and swallowed the rogue cultivator. And this time, a super large array appeared. It was hundreds of meters in size and almost covered all the paths in front. Everyone's face changed. Had this place become a land of death? Under the urging of the third rogue cultivator, he continued to move forward, but this time, he started from the right side of the first array and kept moving forward. When he was 100 meters in front, the large array did not appear. The rogue cultivator walked carefully, but after another 100 meters, the array was activated again. Seeing the rogue cultivators die one by one, all the rogue cultivators' eyes were burning with anger. These big forces were really shameless. They clearly had forbidden weapons, but they did not use them. Instead, they had to use human lives to pave a path. Their lives were important, but were the lives of the big forces not important? After more than a dozen rogue cultivators died, the crowd moved forward a few 100 meters. They were only 200 meters away from the ruins. However, no one dared to force their way through the 200-meter journey, not even Yukong. From afar, the ruins looked like a huge palace, emitting a gloomy and terrifying aura. It was like a giant mouth of the netherworld that swallowed all life. Obviously, this was not the full appearance of the palace. There were many places that had not been revealed yet. They were either hidden by the array or buried underground. There was a change in the array. The closer they got, the more dangerous it became. Some cultivators were only able to walk a few meters before they were swallowed by the array. Humph, let's see if you'll die. Behind them, Gung Lu looked at Zichun and Atian and sneered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Young master, do you want to kill them? Someone from the Gung family asked in a low voice. Why do I need to kill them? They won't survive anyway. Gung Lu sneered. At this moment, another rogue cultivator died. Everyone was frightened, but they had to go forward. You go up. Suddenly, Gung Lu spoke and pointed at Atian in the crowd. Atian was stunned. When he saw Gung Li's finger pointing at him, he subconsciously dodged to the side. Damn it, why are you dodging? I'm talking about you. Gung Lu pointed at Atian, his finger moving along with Atian's movement. Atian continued to walk left and right with an innocent face. Gung Li's finger followed him. Damn it, you idiot. If you continue to walk, I'll kill you. Gung Lu said, a murderous intent locked onto Atian. Atian stopped, and his expression was extremely complicated. Next to him, the others were gloating. They were all cannon fodder, but they were happy to die a little later. Chapter 296. Atian was hesitating, caught in a dilemma. He would die if he entered the ruins as cannon fodder, but he would also die if he killed Gung Lu. He was hesitating which one to choose. Yes, you fool. Hurry up. Gung Lu urged him. Atian looked at Gung Lu deeply, turned around, and walked towards the ruins. He couldn't risk it. First of all, not to mention whether he could kill Gung Lu in one blow. Even if he killed him, he would definitely die, but he would also implicate Zichun. Let me do it. Atian had just taken a step when he was pulled back by Zichun, followed by an indifferent voice. You. Atian stared at Zichun in a daze, not knowing what to say. You're the unlucky Atian, and I'm the lucky Zichun. My chances of survival are higher than yours. Zichun said telepathically. Atian was very touched. This place was full of danger. Even if one had heaven-defying luck, they could still die. Zichun actually stood in front of him. The cannon fodder next to them were still gloating. As long as they didn't go forward, anyone would go. Oh, good brother. Very good. You go. You can go when he's dead. Gung Lu laughed strangely. Zichun didn't say anything. He took a deep breath and walked forward. At the same time, a powerful consciousness came out of his body, sensing everything around him. He had been using his consciousness to explore before and could feel the energy fluctuations of some arrays. It could be said that he could sense danger in advance. After about 10 meters, Zichun walked to the place where the cultivator died and then slowly walked to the left. Every step he took was cautious and careful. Damn it, you can't walk faster. Gung Lu roared in dissatisfaction from behind. Obviously, he was dissatisfied with Zichun's speed. You're like a tortoise. Are you stalling for time? Our time is very precious. Shut up. Zichun suddenly turned his head, his eyes emitting endless coldness as he shouted. His voice was like thunder, making a loud noise, startling Gung Lu and causing his ears to buzz. Are you King asking him to find a way, or send him to his death? If you have the guts, come and do it, Zichun said coldly. At this moment, everyone looked at Zichun in shock. He was the first person who dared to insult a major power like this. Of course, in the eyes of many, this was also because he was suppressing too much anger in his heart. No one sympathized with Gung Lu. You let him be cannon fodder and put his life on the line to find a path, and you even complained that he was too slow. You're courting death. Gung Li's eyes flashed with killing intent. Come, I'm courting death. Come at me if you can, and I'll slap you to death. Zichun stood still. You. The killing intent in Gung Li's eyes intensified, but he naturally couldn't step forward. What about me? If you don't dare to step forward, then shut the hell up. What are you blabbering about? You're King monster. Why don't you just go and die? Zichun sneered. You. Gung Lu was furious. He almost jumped up in anger, but he didn't dare to go forward. There were layers upon layers of formations there. If he went forward, he would die. All right, let's continue our search. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in the air. Everyone could understand Zichun's sudden outburst. After all, he was a person who was about to die. Perhaps he would die in the next second. At this moment, he was purely talking, unlike them, who only dared to curse in their hearts. Hurry up and die. Gung Lu also suppressed his anger and waved his hand, looking very impatient. You son of *th, don't talk nonsense in front of me. Zichun was very rude. As long as he quarreled with Gung Lu, he wouldn't leave. Everyone was furious. At this moment, it was obviously unreasonable for Yukong to kill Zichun. Therefore, Gung Lu could only shut up. Gung Lu stopped talking, and Zichun continued to move forward. Swoosh. However, as soon as he took a step forward, he felt the energy around him fluctuating. The next moment, he quickly retreated like a bolt of lightning. Ripples appeared, and a bright light bloomed. Murderous intent spread out, and a formation dozens of meters wide appeared. Fortunately, Zichun dodged quickly and was not affected. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. This was the first rogue cultivator to successfully dodge the formation so far. What a fast reaction! What an amazing reaction! Everyone was extremely surprised, and then their eyes lit up. Obviously, this person was somewhat unusual. Sure enough, those who dared to do something unusual were not ordinary. Ation breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw the formation appear, his heart was in his throat. After a moment, the formation disappeared, and Zichun continued to move forward. This time, he was more careful and cautious. Slower than a turtle, Gung Lu said disdainfully, but it attracted a lot of dissatisfaction. Everyone was afraid. Zichun stopped again and quarreled with Gung Lu. Zichun's consciousness was extremely powerful. After being baptized by lightning tribulation several times, he could sense some things that others could not. At this moment, in the seemingly chaotic place, Zichun's consciousness could see traces of energy fluctuations. Although it was very vague, if he sensed it carefully, he could sense it. Of course, he was not very sure. Just like before, Zichun did not sense it at all, but he stepped on a formation. Suddenly, Zichun frowned. Under his spiritual sense, he felt that there was a huge formation here that almost covered the whole place. Some were vague, some were clear, and some were like one formation connected to another. Could it be a chain formation? Zichun's eyes flashed, and then he retreated. Who told you to go forward? Who told you to go back? Gung Lu saw Zichun retreating and shouted again. If you are noisy again, I will drag you into the formation even if I have to risk my life. At most, we will die together. Zichun turned his head and threatened. Young master, you'd better not talk. Someone next to him whispered. Gung Li's face turned pale, but he remembered Zichun. He thought to himself, if you don't die, I will kill you personally after entering the ruins. Zichun retreated for a total of 20 steps, and then he walked in another direction. Just as everyone was waiting impatiently, Zichun finally reached the end. He was only 10 meters away from the ruins. Swoosh. This time, Zichun's feet flashed, and he directly used his footwork to cross the last 10 meters. He passed. Oh my God, he passed. It's incredible. He passed the last few hundred meters just like that. Could it be that he is a formation master? Everyone was extremely surprised, and they kept exclaiming. Being able to enter the ruins so easily was obviously beyond their expectations. Then, the large group began to move forward. This time, the major forces took the initiative to move forward and walked at the front, attracting dissatisfied gazes. Zichun, who was the first to enter the ruins, did not walk around carelessly, because there were more formations in the ruins than outside. Evidently, the people who had entered earlier had triggered the formation and caused it to change. In front of the ruins, there was a huge open space. Relatively speaking, it was very safe. Zichun walked around casually, but he did not go deeper. Let's go. The top floor has already been plundered clean. Let's go to the next floor. After successfully entering the ruins, the major forces were very excited. They rushed in without hesitation, but as soon as they reached the entrance, they triggered one formation after another. Buzz. The void trembled, and formations appeared one after another. Colorful lights almost filled the entire entrance, and the groups disappeared into the formations one by one. This, Ation, who was the last to follow, was dumbfounded and shocked. The people of the major forces were swallowed by the formations just like that. They deserved it. The others cursed. Zichun nodded, agreeing with this statement. They deserved it. Boom, boom, boom. But obviously, the major forces that came prepared would not die so easily. A series of explosions sounded, and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread throughout the square. The terrifying aura of forbidden weapons continued to spread. At this moment, a total of 4 forbidden weapons appeared. Boom. The formations were directly blasted open, and the faces of the major forces turned ugly. Among them, the forbidden weapon of the Gung family exploded and was completely destroyed. The major forces turned their heads, and their cold eyes swept towards Zichun. Murderous intent filled the air. Beside them, there were many corpses on the ground. Why are you looking at me? I'm not a formation master. I don't know how to break formations. Zichun glared back. Brat, you didn't tell us that there was a formation here. Are you trying to get us all killed? Gung Lu, who had a stomach full of anger, had a murderous intent in his eyes now. There was a formation there. How would I know? Zichun also said coldly, you were greedy and accidentally barged in. This is my first time here, so how could I possibly know so much? You still dare to quibble? Die. Gung Li's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he rushed towards Zichun. Not far away, the Gung family's Yufei looked at this scene coldly. Obviously, he had no intention of stopping this. Gung Lu was a monster. How many young people in the world could be his opponent? Die. Gung Lu roared and rushed towards Zichun. He then suddenly struck out with his palm. Streams of energy circulated, and the yuan energy of the seventh sky of true essence revolved around his palm. Zichun stood still and did not dodge. He also struck out with his palm. Streams of golden light flickered, and the yuan energy of the fourth sky surged. Boom! With a loud explosion, golden light rippled out and dyed the surroundings golden, blocking everyone's vision. Fighting with young Master Gung Lu is simply courting death. Young Master Gung Lu is a monster. He has the strength of the seventh sky. He's just a fourth sky. He's nothing. Young Master Gung Lu can cripple him with one strike. The Gung family sneered and said disdainfully, thinking that Gung Lu could win. But when the golden light dissipated, everyone's expression changed drastically. They were shocked. Gung Li's entire right hand was deformed. The web between his thumb and forefinger was cracked, and blood flowed out. His pale face was filled with pain. Idiot! I said don't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll kill you with one slap. Zichun said coldly, standing proudly. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard continuously. Where did this fierce person come from? How could he be so terrifying? He injured the monster Gung Lu with one slap. Hula. Then, the other experts of the Gung family came forward and surrounded Zichun and Ation. Their eyes flashed coldly. What? Monsters can't win. So you want to gang up on me? Zichun looked around and said coldly. Chapter 297. In the plaza outside the ruins, Zichun injured Gung Lu with a single blow. His fighting strength was shocking. Even the people from the major forces were shocked. Kid, how dare you injure young Master Gung Lu? A group of true energy realm experts surrounded Zichun, all of them looking unfriendly. He deserves it. All he knows is to be arrogant when he's not strong enough. Zichun said coldly. Kid, are you courting death? One of them stared at him coldly. Why? You guys want to gang up on me? Come at me then. I'll accompany you to the end. I'll kill whoever comes. I'll kill all of you. Zichun's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, he did not choose to settle things peacefully. Instead, he was unusually strong. Don't go overboard. He was the one who provoked us first. He deserves to be injured. Who asked him to be weak? Ation did not back down either. He was loyal to his friends. The few of them were enraged and prepared to attack. Gung Lu walked forward step by step. His face was pale. It was obvious that he was angry. He had lost all his face today. As a monster, he was injured by a single slap. No matter what, he had to regain his face. I know him. He's the one who fought to a draw with the monk and then hit him with a stick. That's right. That's him. Even evil good monk suffered in his hands. His head was hit like a drum, and the monk was almost stunned. That day, he hit the monk's head, and the one beside him is strong as well. He kicked the monk's butt. The crowd exclaimed. Someone recognized Zichun and Ation. Then, someone mentioned the battle that day. Many of the demonic geniuses' eyes flickered as they felt their minds go blank. They had hit the monk's bludgeon and kicked the monk's butt. Evil good monk was strong. It was said that he fought to a draw with Li Hao. But ever since Li Hao was killed by Zichun, some people found something strange. The monk had the power of the 6 syllables. It was impossible that he could not defeat Li Hao. As a monster, the monk was the most mysterious one. But now, the two people in front of him, one hit him with a stick and the other kicked his butt. Since when did these two monsters appear in the southern region? Gung Lu stepped forward and was just about to get back some face. But when he heard these words, his face changed, and his expression became even more indeterminate. As for the others, their expressions were constantly changing. The evil good monk was very famous. After Zichun killed Li Hao, not only did his reputation not decrease, the monk's battle prowess became even more mysterious. The entrance to the relic is already open. If we don't enter now, when are we going to wait? Someone from the Liu clan said. The previous attack from the forbidden weapon had already blasted open the array formation of the ruins. Now that a cultivator had entered, he was not devoured. Let's go to the ruins. Hearing this, many people turned around and walked toward the ruins. Although both of them were very strong, the ruins were more important. Just you wait. Gung Lu spat out these harsh words and turned to leave. The others also glared fiercely at Zichun. You're dead meat for offending young Master Gung Lu. Those people sneered and turned around to leave. However, they felt apprehensive inwardly. These two were existences whose battle prowess was comparable to that of a monster, so they could naturally kill them. Zichun felt a chill as a cold gaze fell on him. It was Yukong from the Gung family. Damn it! Zichun was furious. Gung Lu was so aggressive, and now even Yukong was provoking him. However, he was still too weak. If he advanced a few more levels, it would not be impossible for him to challenge Yukong. The crowd walked into the ruins, leaving only Ation and Zichun. What should we do? Ation looked at Zichun. Let's go in and take a look. If there's no chance, we'll leave. Zichun said and glanced at the path. In the ruins, it was dark and gloomy. There was a gloomy aura that made people's hearts feel cold. Zichun and Ation walked at the back and saw empty stone rooms. The building material of this hall was very unique. It could be used to refine weapons. It seemed that some of the things in the stone rooms had been taken by the first group of people. Boom! There was a change in the ruins, and the array changed. The array that broke through space appeared again, and it was very powerful. Just as they walked through the first floor, Zichun heard a rumbling sound coming from the second floor. A terrifying energy was flowing. Damn it, why is it like this? It must be the rogue cultivators from before. They must have triggered the array and caused it to change. What a bunch of greedy people. From time to time, they could hear curses coming from the second floor. Ah, this is the colorful corpse poison. Suddenly, a scream sounded. In the second floor, a bright light appeared and spread across the entire second floor, emitting a dense corpse poison aura. At the entrance of the second floor, Ziqian felt a little dizzy and quickly retreated. Atian's face was also pale. This place was indeed a dangerous place. Plop, plop. Similar sounds kept coming, and then a figure quickly flew to the first floor. Some of them just flew out of the passage, and their bodies emitted a colorful light. Then, their bodies slowly rotted and fell at the entrance of the passage. This colorful corpse poison, even if it was not absorbed, would adhere to the body and enter the body through the pores. It was very scary. Screams kept coming, and this place was like hell on earth. After a full quarter of an hour, the world returned to silence, and all the corpse poison dissipated. This expert, how ruthless is his nature? When he was alive, he deliberately refined this corpse poison and integrated it into the array. His heart is vicious. Atian was shocked. Just at the entrance of the passage, there were more than a dozen corpses. Moreover, there was no movement below. Don't tell me they're all dead. Ziqian's heart trembled, and a chill ran down his spine. This was really a dangerous place. Let's go down and take a look. Atian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered, Ziqian, if they're all dead, then we— Atian did not finish his sentence, but even an idiot could understand. If everyone was dead, the two of them would be rich. At the very least, the forbidden weapons prepared by the major forces would be an immeasurable amount of wealth. Stop dreaming, Ziqian said. The major forces were called major forces, and they always had some special methods. How could they die? At this moment, those who died were all rogue cultivators. When Ziqian and Atian entered the passage, they saw many resplendent light barriers. The people of the major forces were hiding inside, and they obviously had some tricks up their sleeves. Atian was a little disappointed. These damn people, why didn't they die? On the ground of the second floor, there were many corpses. Most of them were rogue cultivators, but there were some who used special methods to block the colorful corpse poison. Damn it, these damn rogue cultivators. The curses were even louder, like rolling thunder, transmitted through the second floor. This was the voice of all the major forces. Rogue cultivators really deserved to die. Greed had become second nature, and they had destroyed all their previous achievements. Wong. The sound was transmitted, causing a vibration. A huge array appeared, once again enveloping the major forces. Terrifying sounds of killing rang out. This is the vibration caused by sound waves. How can it activate the array like this? Everyone was speechless. The array here was too strange. Boom. The aura of the forbidden weapon appeared again, surging with terrifying energy. With a sudden attack, everything was destroyed, and the array collapsed and disappeared. This was a difficult path to walk. This time, the major forces came prepared. They had brought several forbidden weapons with them. Originally, they wanted to use them to break the array and obtain the treasures. However, no one expected that the array would change, and one of the forbidden weapons would be used here. Many of the stone rooms on the second floor had been opened. There were also some that couldn't be opened by human strength, and could only be opened by forbidden weapons. Wong. The light of the forbidden weapon trembled continuously. It was colorful and dazzling. Then, a terrifying aura appeared, bombarding the array. The aura of destruction rippled. Bang! A restriction was broken, and a wave of austere killing intent pervaded the air. Inside the stone room, an ancient weapon appeared. This was an ancient weapon. It was not weaker than a spiritual weapon, but it couldn't be controlled with one's will. However, it was very sharp. This was the stone room that the Liu family broke open. Their eyes lit up. This was a rare thing, but it was a waste to use a forbidden weapon to break it open. Clang. A clang was heard, and a sword light in the sky shattered. This was a forbidden weapon. After 2 attacks, It cracked and finally dissipated. At the same time, a bright light rushed out of the stone room and flew outside. This was a green light. It was sparkling and bright, and it was very lively. "Catch him!" the Chin family shouted. One of them attacked, and a huge palm print appeared, grabbing towards the green light. Pop! With a soft sound, the green light penetrated the palm print and rushed out of the stone room quickly. "Chase him!" The Chin family's faces changed. Obviously, this was a rare treasure. They attacked again and again. The bright light illuminated the entire second floor. A terrifying aura surged. At this moment, 3 of them attacked in the sky, like an inescapable net. Clang! The terrifying attacks landed on the green light, producing clanging sounds and shaking the green light. After a few attacks, the green light disappeared and an object appeared. It was a small sword the size of a palm. Green light flickered around it. It was a spirit weapon. It was full of spirituality and could be considered a great treasure. Swoosh! Before the other forces could react, the Chin family had already put away this spiritual weapon. And from Yukong's surprised face, it could be seen that this item was far from ordinary spiritual weapons. All kinds of lights flashed, and the forbidden weapons kept attacking. But not every stone room had something. The Zhu family broke 2 stone rooms in a row, and they were both empty. They were so angry that they screamed and cursed. Boom! The last stone room was opened by the Gung family. This time, they had gained quite a bit. They had obtained an ancient weapon and a spirit weapon. They were considered the faction that had gained the most. When the last stone room was opened, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. They hoped to get an elixir weapon. But then, a terrifying killing intent filled the air, and a loud roar sounded. It was like thousands of thunderclaps, and the sound waves surged. At this moment, the entire second floor was shaking. All of the cultivators who rushed into the stone room were blasted out by a powerful force in the next moment. Some of them even died a violent death. There was even one who flew into the air and crashed into the opposite stone wall. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and was seriously injured. His face was clearly filled with astonishment. What happened? Everyone turned their heads to look at the final stone chamber. Boom! Chapter 298. Boom! Boom! A huge sound rang out, and the second floor shook violently as if a giant had stepped on it. A tyrannical aura surged out. The heavily injured Yukong's expression changed drastically. With fear in his eyes, he quickly retreated. Pong! But soon after, a huge footprint appeared, with a terrifying aura. It stomped towards Yukong, and in the next moment, a crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Yukong was trampled under the foot, letting out a miserable shriek. Save! Yukong's face was filled with fear. Before he could even utter the word life, he saw the giant foot stomping on the ground. Immediately after, a series of bone-cracking sounds could be heard. Yukong's figure had completely disappeared. Only a large pool of blood was left under the giant foot. One strike, and Yukong was trampled to death. Everyone's expression changed, and they quickly retreated. Right at this moment, another huge foot appeared. It was covered with beast hair, and each hair was like steel needles, flickering with a cold light. Then, another 2 huge hands grabbed onto the edge of the stone room. With a bit of force, a whole body appeared. It was a giant over 10 meters tall, covered in beast hair. It looked like an old ape, but also like a human. Its lantern-sized eyes emitted a strange red light, and a terrifying killing intent circulated. A tyrannical aura filled the surface of its body. The beast hair all over its body was like steel needles, flickering with a cold light. With every breath it took, a huge wave of chi surged out. This was a terrifying existence that had lived for God knows how long, and could trample Yukong to death with a single step. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone's expression changed, and no battle intent rose in their hearts. At this moment, with a forbidden weapon in hand, they were all terrified. So scary. Could this be the ancient giant? Ation's face was filled with shock. Zichun was also extremely shocked, but his eyes were fixed on the pile of flesh and blood in the distance. If he had not guessed wrong, There was an ancient weapon and a spirit weapon in Yukong's spatial ring. Wong. Right at this moment, a light vibration rang out, and a beam of light shot up into the sky, emitting a brilliant light. It was a bracelet, but it was also a forbidden weapon. A terrifying energy fluctuation was emitted from its surface. The people of Lu family had made their move. The dead Yukong was no small matter. The bracelet flickered, and in the next moment, it became more than 10 meters long. A terrifying aura circulated on its surface, and after a vibration, it charged towards the giant. Woo-woo. Gusts of wind sounding like the cries of ghosts and the howls of wolves. It carried a terrifying killing intent as it smashed towards the giant's head. Dang. With a light sound, the bracelet was blocked by the giant's fan-like hand. The giant staggered back 2 steps, causing the stone chamber to tremble. At the same time, cracks appeared on the giant's right hand, and traces of blood flowed out. The precious bracelet rolled back, and there were many cracks on its surface. It was clear that it had been used up once, but the result left everyone horrified. The strike of the forbidden tool only injured the giant's hand slightly. It was neither painful nor itchy. Roar. Looking at the wound on his hand, the giant's expression changed. His imperfect facial features became even more distorted, and the red light in his eyes became even more intense. After that, he opened his mouth and let out a roar. A shockwave visible to the naked eye spread from one end of the stone chamber to the other, carrying with it a terrifying sound wave attack. Puff, puff. Amidst the sound waves, there was a terrifying force of impact that sent the cultivators flying backward. At the same time, when they were in midair, their bodies were split into 2 as if they were cut by a sharp blade. This sound wave actually carried a materialized attack. The aura of death spread, and the cultivators were blown away. Many of them were snapped in the air, dying an unnatural death. Puff. Several cultivators vomited blood in the air, and their spirits were dispirited. Let's go, let's go. This giant is angry. We can't fight against him at all. Let's go back and get the elixir weapons. At this moment, even the experts of the major forces were no longer calm. The giant's sound wave attack was already so terrifying. If it came closer, no one would be able to stop it. Everyone was retreating, and only Zichun was moving forward. What are you doing? Seeing Zichun moving forward, Atian was shocked and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Quickly retreat. Don't worry about me. I'm the lucky Zichun. Wealth comes from danger. Zichun transmitted his voice. Zichun's breakthrough consumed a lot of resources. He needed endless resources, and now, Yukong's spatial spirit ring was the source of these resources. In addition to Yukong's wealth, there was also an ancient weapon and a spirit weapon. Wealth comes from danger. Zichun was going to risk it all. Then I'll go too. Atian did not hesitate and was about to move forward. Obviously, he was worried about Zichun's life. It'll be troublesome if there are more people. Quickly retreat. I have my ways. Zichun calmly transmitted his voice. Then, a wave of energy shot out, and Atian directly flew back. Hurry up and leave. Zichun urged. At the same time, his figure flashed and rushed into the stone chamber next to him. Roar. The giant went crazy and roared again. Then, it began to move. The stone chamber on the 2nd floor began to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse. Everyone was running for their lives, not knowing which way to go. The giant's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of everyone. Then, it stomped its foot forward. A cultivator was stomped to death, and his bones cracked. Roar. The giant looked up to the sky and let out a roar. It grabbed a true energy realm cultivator in its hand. While the cultivator was struggling in fear, the giant used its strength and directly tore him apart. Blood splattered everywhere, and the innards spilled all over the ground. Then, the giant threw away half of the corpse and threw the other half into its mouth, chewing continuously. This was a cruel and bloody scene. Many cultivators felt a chill in their hearts and their stomachs churned. The giant stepped forward as if it was unstoppable. With a stomp of its foot, blood splattered everywhere, and a pool of mud appeared on the ground. The scene was very bloody. Buzz. The bracelet trembled again. The cracks around it also became bigger, like cracks. It turned into a 10-meter-long bracelet and rushed towards the giant again. Pung! This time, the giant's violent aura surged violently. He directly used his big hand to hit the bracelet. With a loud bang, the bracelet was shattered. A forbidden weapon was destroyed just like that. However, at the same time, the giant also took a few steps back and staggered. This created an excellent opportunity for the cultivators who were fleeing. All of them frantically flew up. At this moment, the giant's nose trembled. His eyes that were emitting red light swept towards the stone room next to him. As the ground trembled, the giant entered the stone room. "Get lost, get lost." In the stone room, a sobbing voice sounded. A cultivator's eyes were filled with horror. His lower body was already wet. This was a guy who had ulterior motives like Zichun. However, he was unlucky and his aura was sensed by the giant. Pung! The stone chamber trembled again, and a squeaking sound was heard. The giant walked out again, and there was another pool of mud in the stone chamber. Because of the people in the stone room, everyone had more time to escape. In the next moment, the giant walked into another stone room. His nose trembled as he could sense the aura of a living person. No! In the shrill scream, the stone room trembled again. Then, a third scream was heard. The giant walked out with half a corpse. This was a massacre. Moreover, entering the stone room was obviously suicidal. After 3 consecutive screams, the hearts of those who had ulterior motives trembled. They jumped out one by one and rushed outside. However, there were still some who did not give up. They hid in the stone room, thinking that the giant would chase after those who escaped. His nose trembled like a dog's nose. The giant walked into the stone room again. Obviously, another person had died. The screams of death continued to sound. In the corner of another stone room, Zichun's body was cold. The secret scripture recorded in the heavenly book was constantly circulating. All auras were restrained. He was like a dead person. No one made a sound. Hearing the screams, Zichun's mouth trembled. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he still did not run. Obviously, this was a gamble with his life. And everything he relied on was his one page of the heavenly book. The giant walked out of the 4th stone room and came to the stone room where Zichun was. His nose trembled, his eyes flashed red, and his expression was constantly changing. Then, he strode away and ran to the 1st floor. Obviously, he was going to chase after the others. The stone room on the 2nd floor became dead silent. There was only a strong smell of blood and clumps of mud. When Zichun confirmed that the tremors were coming from the 1st level, he heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was already sweating profusely and his clothes were drenched. He slowly walked out and glanced at the 2nd level. Corpses and bones were everywhere. Most of the cultivators were in the mud. Pools of blood formed bloodlines that flowed in all directions. There was not much time left for Zichun. He did not have time to sigh. His feet flashed, and he ran to the deepest part of the mud. In a big pile of mud, Zichun found the bloody ring. That's it. Zichun's eyes lit up. Ignoring the blood on the ring, he put it away and turned around to leave. The ground was trembling. Zichun was getting farther and farther away. When Zichun reached the 1st floor, there was no one here. The tremors came from outside. The giant is outside. Are they going to use a formation to kill the giant? Zichun's face changed. Obviously, the Gung family did not want to give up. They were going to use a formation. But when he rushed out of the ruins, he saw many corpses in the open space in front of the ruins. However, the giant did not intend to continue. Instead, he stood at the edge of the square and roared. Crackle! Zichun's bones surged, and he instantly changed his appearance. He did not want to be recognized because it was not good for Ation. But as soon as he rushed out of the ruins, he was targeted by the giant. The latter turned his head, and the red light in his eyes became brighter. He did not hesitate to step on Zichun. At this moment, Zichun felt the sky darken. A terrifying aura attacked him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zichun's body shone with golden light. At this moment, he did not dare to hide his strength. The 9 passing lightning appeared. His body was like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 299. Boom. With one step, the ground cracked and cracks spread. A huge crater appeared, splashing endless smoke and dust. Zichun had the world's fastest speed, and his figure was like a phantom. Many people couldn't see Zichun's real body. In an instant, Zichun dodged a sure kill attack. So fast. In the distance, someone saw this scene and exclaimed in shock. Obviously, this was the first person to survive from the giant. Unfortunately, it was an unfamiliar face. The giant chased all the way to the outside of the ruins, but it didn't leave the square. It just kept roaring. Zichun used the world's fastest speed, and like a phantom, he flew forward like a beam of golden light. At this moment, he saw the people of Gung family. Gung Li's face was pale, and he was protected by a group of experts. They just happened to arrive at the chain formation. Die! Zichun's eyes flashed as he shouted. In a flash, a weapon appeared in his hand. It was just an ordinary Jin Yuan weapon. Then, Zichun activated his power and threw the weapon at the chain formation. The weapon shone with golden light as if it was burning with golden flames. It turned into a beam of light and flew toward the chain formation, and the air screeched. Everyone saw this attack, but they didn't know why this youth with extreme speed would attack a place that couldn't be more ordinary. Not good. Gung family's Yufei seemed to have sensed something. His face changed drastically, and he pulled Gung Lu away. But it was too late. The weapon was thrown into the chain formation, causing the formation to shake. Hum, hum. The trembling sound continued to be heard, and beams of light appeared. This was the chain formation, one after another, and its power was terrifying. At this moment, the moment it appeared, it surrounded all the experts of Gung family, as if to devour them. Screams echoed, and the sound of killing filled the air. A terrifying aura surged as the chain formation was activated and began to kill the people of Gung family. Everyone's face changed drastically, and they felt a chill in their hearts. This was going to kill the people of a big family. In the distance, Atian recognized Zichun. After seeing the chain formation devour the Gung family, he was incomparably excited. If all the experts of the Gung family could die here, that would be too wonderful. Boom. The aura of the forbidden artifact circulated as it unleashed one terrifying attack after another. However, this was a chain formation. Even if one were to use brute force to break through the formation, it would not be so easily destroyed. The blood-curdling screams continued to ring out. The shrill screams made one's hair stand on end. Boom. After this attack, Zichun was also in danger. The giant caught up with him in just a few steps. It took another step, and a tyrannical aura circulated around it. Zichun dodged again, using the 9 deaths lightning to its peak. The giant's strength was terrifying. Every time it struck out, it would create a gust of wind that affected Zichun's speed. It could kill a flight user with a single stomp, and Zichun would die if he was even slightly touched. Swish, swish, swish. After dodging the attacks several times, Zichun turned into a golden light and ran forward, obviously intending to leave. Pong. The earth trembled as the powerful attacks landed. Endless smoke and dust splashed up, covering the sky. Although Zichun had dodged the killing blow, he was still hit by the terrifying energy and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He did not dare to stop as he turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. This young man was simply too powerful. He had trapped the Gung family into a chain formation, and after a few flashes, he actually managed to return alive. Terrifying, too terrifying. When the young man arrived, everyone retreated, not daring to provoke him. Moreover, they were afraid that he would trap them into some formation. Although some of the experts from the major factions were injured, they still had their battle power. After seeing Zichun appear as the last one, their eyes flickered. He's the last one to appear. He must have taken the Gung family's spatial spirit ring. A cry came from the Zhu family. A cold light flickered in Zhu Zizong's eyes as he shouted, "Stop him!" At the same time, rays of light appeared as a terrifying killing intent surged. Many people rushed towards Zichun. At this moment, all the major factions made their move. This was because Gung family's Yukong had an ancient weapon and a spirit weapon. Both were of high quality. Swoosh. Zichen's body glowed with a golden light. Two of his fingers formed a sword and shot out beams of golden sword chi, aiming specifically at the places where there were matrices. He had sensed these before, and there was no lack of powerful matrices. Wong. Trembling sounds rang out as one formation after another appeared, blocking the expert's footsteps. Kill. After evading the pursuit of the major forces, there were still some powerful rogue cultivators who charged towards Zichen. Hurry up and leave. Zichen transmitted to Ation. As for these rogue cultivators, he did not put them in his eyes at all. Light flickered in his hand as a red light appeared. It was like a flame, burning fiercely and emitting a dazzling light. This was the spirit weapon obtained by the Gung family, a sword of fire. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a blazing heat. Even the rogue cultivator's eyes turned blazing hot. Go to hell. Killing intent exploded in his eyes as a powerful will came out of his body. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from the spirit weapon. The flames around it became even more intense, and then it swept across the air. In the next moment, a large flame appeared like a sea of fire, covering the front. At the same time, a sharp sword chi appeared from the sea of fire and slashed towards the rogue cultivators. Ding! Dang! The sound of weapons colliding rang out. None of the rogue cultivators who survived were weak. They all sensed the sword chi in the flame and tried to block it. However, the sword chi cut through their weapons like tofu, and even their bodies were split into two. In the sea of fire, more than a dozen people were split into two. At the same time, their bodies were also burning with flames. When Zichen flashed past, the flames dissipated, and more than a dozen charred bodies were left on the ground. What a terrifying young man. What a terrifying spirit weapon. It was far stronger than ordinary spirit weapons refined by Yukong. The other rogue cultivators' faces changed drastically. They did not dare to step forward and let Zichen turn into a ray of golden light and disappear. Too terrifying. He killed more than a dozen people with one sword. This spirit weapon is too strong. No matter how strong a spirit weapon is, it's just a spirit weapon. The strong one is that young man. The spirit weapon he controlled with his will has such power. Everyone exclaimed and let the other party disappear. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying explosion sounded again. After consuming two forbidden artifacts, the chain formation was finally broken, and the Gung family appeared again. However, there were only 5 of them. When they were swallowed by the formation, there were more than a dozen of them. Gung Lu roared at the sky. Beside him, one of the Yukong family members had already died, and the other was on the verge of death. He was severely injured. Heh. In the distance, the giant also let out a roar. His voice was like thunder, far louder than Gung Li's. The latter was so frightened that he did not care about anything else. He led the others and ran outside. This time, the major forces had suffered a great loss. All the Yukong family members were injured, and some were even on the verge of death. Among them, the Gung family had suffered the greatest loss. They had even used several forbidden artifacts. Even 2 of the Yukong family members had died. Gung Lu was so angry that he stomped his feet. Along the way, he wanted to skin that young man alive. Moreover, when he heard that the other party had taken away the spatial ring of the Yukong family members, he wanted to kill the other party's entire family. However, no one knew the other party's origin. No one even remembered where they had seen him before. Zichen fled as if he was flying. After a while, he caught up with Ation and changed his appearance again. Come, follow me back, Zichen said. What for? Ation was startled. If the Gung family members are still alive, their losses will be great. Maybe we can find a chance to kill them all, Zichen said coldly. His eyes flashed with killing intent. That's a good idea. Ation's hesitant expression instantly turned into surprise. Therefore, the two turned back and hid in the dark to watch. Not long after, figures appeared one after another. Damn it, if I find you, I'll kill your entire family. Gung Li's voice could be heard from afar. Humph, let's see who will kill whose family. Ation snorted coldly. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. Even the smile on his face had disappeared. After a while, the crowd arrived. Zichun shook his head disappointedly. The Gung family had suffered great losses. If they attacked now, they had a 60% chance of killing the last few people. However, there were other major forces nearby. As major forces, they naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. Damn it, what a lucky guy. If only they were as unlucky as me. Atian clearly saw that they couldn't attack, and was extremely annoyed. Let's go back. Go back where? Eternal Weapon City. Find a spirit herb that can recover soul power. Several major forces returned with great losses. This caused a huge commotion. Even those who were flying in the air had lost several of their people. This news shocked everyone. Zephyr, that was using energy to fly in the air. Experts with spiritual senses were ridiculously powerful, yet they had all died. Moreover, the formation in the ruins could change. It had been broken before, but it appeared again in the end. The major forces had used up their forbidden weapons there. In the second layer, an existence similar to an ancient giant appeared. It killed a Yukong with a single stomp. Its strength was so great that it shocked everyone. Of course, none of this was comparable to the appearance of an unfamiliar young man. He tricked the Gung family members, stole their Yukong spirit ring, and used a chain formation to trap all the experts of the Gung family. One of the severely injured Yukong died in the chain formation. Another Yukong was on the verge of death. When this news came out, the world was shocked. Zichun had just disappeared. Could it be that another fierce person had appeared who dared to go against the major forces? The Gung family issued a must-kill order, and the image of that unfamiliar young man was posted everywhere. A reward of 10,000 primeval stones was offered. At the same time, many Yukong were injured. Their spiritual senses were damaged by the sound wave, and they needed spirit herbs to recover. As for the Yukong of the Gung family, his spiritual senses were almost destroyed. His injuries were very serious. Therefore, the Liu family took advantage of this opportunity to organize an auction targeted at the major forces. There were many rare spirit herbs for sale, and there was also a piece of important news for sale. It was news about the ruins. The Liu family knew some clues. Chapter 300. A few major forces went to the ruins and suffered heavy losses. Many experts were injured, and the Gung family was almost wiped out. This caused a huge commotion. The news of the ruins did not move the major forces at first. The major forces did not pay much attention to it as they thought that they could open the ruins with the forbidden weapons. This time, many forces did not come. However, after taking the forbidden weapons and going to the second level, they returned with heavy injuries, which caused a huge uproar. The ancient giant appeared in the second level and killed a Zephyr with a stomp. Its strength was shocking. Other than that, there was a third and fourth level in the ruins. Obviously, there were stronger existences. Ancient weapons and spiritual weapons had appeared. Perhaps there would be elixir weapons in the deeper levels. Many forces sent messages to their families, asking them to bring their elixir weapons to attack the ruins. At the same time, they asked their hermits to come out. Obviously, this was a rare ruin. There were many treasures in it. Everyone could not stay calm anymore. In just a few days, many people came to Yongqi City. Such a big city seemed to be overcrowded. Martial Ancestor, Yunxia City, Floating Snow City, and a few other major forces that did not appear before were also eager to take action. Even the elusive Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was tempted by the ruins. All the major forces sent experts, geniuses, and monsters. Early in the morning, there was a commotion at the city gate. The people from Yunxia City were led by a few monsters, Wang Qiong, Wang Shi, Wang Xian and Wang Shan. Half a year had passed, and the strength of these people had clearly improved significantly. Among them, Wang Qiong was the strongest. His eyes were bright, and his aura surged naturally. Clearly, he had walked a long way on the path of the veritable essence stage, nearly reaching the end. Wang Shi was still cold and unsmiling as he followed the others to the city gate. After more than half a year, Wang Xian had become more beautiful. She was wearing a red dress and attracted many people's attention. She was like a cute little fairy, lively and lovable. Wang Shan was the last to start his cultivation. He used to be a playboy, but after receiving the inheritance, he became more serious in his cultivation. Now, he was the fourth genius of Yunxia City. Although he still had the playboy aura, his strength and combat strength were much stronger than before. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy and a beautiful girl before? The arrival of the crowd caused a commotion. The crowd was somewhat congested. Wang Shan shouted loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire place. He was afraid that no one would know that he, Wang Shan, was here. Haha, brother Wang Qiong. Right at this moment, a hearty laugh rang out. A man in a loose robe who appeared to be very lazy walked over from afar. Brother Wuimo, Wang Qiong nodded. A rare trace of warmth appeared on his cool expression. After that, they greeted each other one after another. Is there any news about Zichun? Wang Xian was the first to ask when she saw Miao Kong arrive. Miao Kong came with Wuimo, and there were also many martial ancestor experts. In the battle half a year ago, Zichun had single-handedly slaughtered 5 freaks in a row. His reputation was illustrious, and he was almost hailed as the number one of the younger generation. At this moment, when Wang Xian spoke, the others didn't say anything and looked at Miao Kong. He should have gone out of the southern district. Miao Kong was stunned. Then, he smiled faintly. Obviously, he wasn't sure either. It's said that the southern district is a vast land filled with all sorts of dangers. However, there are also all sorts of opportunities. Zichun has already gone out. I wonder when we can go out and explore. Wang Shi suddenly spoke, his eyes gleaming. Obviously, he was looking forward to the life outside of the southern district. Luckily he left. Otherwise, if he bumped into me, it would be his death. A cold snort rang out from behind the crowd. A cold aura spread out, and the temperature in the air dropped significantly. A group of people appeared, led by a tall young man in white clothes. Cold and tint spread out from his body, making him look like a piece of ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. The people of the floating snow city's Chu family were here. A cold aura surged around the young man, as if it could even freeze the air. It was terrifying. This was a freak nurtured by the floating snow city. He had been hidden all this while. Zichun had killed 2 freaks from the Chu clan previously. Naturally, the huge Chu clan would have to choose a new freak. Stop bragging. If Zichun was here, he would definitely kill you. To think that your Chu clan is called a big force. Back then, 2 freaks attacked the severely injured Zichun, but they couldn't even last a round. A cold voice rang out. Lu Bo, who represented the Lu clan, had also arrived at Yongqi City. On this day, many big forces had arrived. Many freaks had gathered, and they all appeared. That's because they were careless. If I met Zichun, even if he was at his peak, I would be able to kill him with one slap. A mere loose cultivator trash dares to call Zichun the number one of the younger generation? What a joke. Chu Lai said disdainfully. Stop bragging. If we really fought, you might be killed with one slap. It's best if you keep a low profile, said Wang Shan indifferently. He couldn't stand others being more arrogant than him. Then do you dare fight? Chu Lai's battle intent surged as he coldly stared at Wang Shan. If it's not a life and death battle, then what is there to fight? In front of Zichun, the Chu clan's dignity is inviolable. But in front of Su Long, Wu Mo smiled indifferently and stretched. He directly walked into the city. Chu Lai's expression changed, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Wang Shan also curled his lips and walked into the city. With so many freaks gathered, conflict arose the moment they appeared. Although they hadn't fought today, it wouldn't be long before the freaks started fighting. Everyone was looking forward to that battle. The main reason they were here was for the remnant. The auction held by Yongqi City would only start in a few days. At the auction, there would be soul-recovering treasures for sale. Zichun clearly didn't hold any hope. Those treasures were prepared for the large factions. When the time came, the price would be shockingly high. Zichun could only hope that his luck would be good and that he would be able to find 1 or 2 soul-nourishing treasures. But after searching through the entire city, he hadn't found a single soul-nourishing treasure. Furthermore, he had been told that such treasures would only be available at this auction. Zichen's expression was bitter. This auction was clearly targeted at the injured experts of the large factions, as well as the matter of the remnant. He was just a wandering cultivator with no power or influence. How could he possibly be able to buy medicinal ingredients from the large factions? Walking out of the medicinal ingredient store, Zichen was dispirited. Elder Mo's attainments and formations were very high. If he had been present, entering the remnant wouldn't have been a problem. But in the previous battle, Elder Mo had exhausted himself and still hadn't woken up. There were still portraits of him on the streets. The Gung family had suffered a loss, and they wouldn't rest until they got their revenge. Damn it, brat. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why are you so terrified now? Zichen had just walked out of the medicinal ingredient store when he saw Atian being surrounded by 7 or 8 people. The leader was Gung Lu. A few days had passed, and the Gung family had also come. But unfortunately, they didn't bring any more medicinal ingredients. Yukong's injuries still hadn't recovered. Weren't you very strong? Why are you terrified now? Where's your friend? Was he trampled to death by a giant? A cultivator sneered at the side. Clearly, he was a lucky survivor of the chain formation. He had the strength of an 8th celestial layer. You guys. Atian's expression was ugly. He was strong, but he couldn't make a move in front of the Gung family. Otherwise, he would be recognized, and Yukong might come out to kill him. What about us? Weren't you very arrogant before? Didn't you say that I deserved to be injured? Why aren't you strong now? Gung Lu sneered. Aren't you a monster? Come, let's have a fight. Atian's expression was ugly. He had been hiding in the crowd deliberately, but he had still been discovered. His luck was really bad. What an unlucky Atian. Zichen sighed and walked over with large strides. Bang! One of them shot out a beam of energy and pushed Atian back. He said in disdain, Weren't you very strong before? Why are you so soft now? Come, let's have a fight with our young master Lu. That's right. Didn't you say that you kicked evil good monk's butt? Come, let's see what you've got. The few of them pressed forward, their auras surging. Many people in the surroundings retreated far away and whispered at the side. That young man's combat strength is definitely comparable to a monster. I saw him kick evil good monks and hit the back of his head. I don't know why he didn't make a move today. That's right. I also saw the scene that day. He and another person beat the monk until he could only defend. Some people whispered at the side. Evil good monk was definitely an anomaly. He was very mysterious, and his combat strength was unfathomable. At this moment, his words attracted many people's attention. Kicked evil good monk's butt. Wang Qiong frowned. He was strong, so his hearing was naturally not weak. Everything about evil good monk had piqued his interest. He walked over and saw Gung Lu. Gung Lu had been to the guest house before, and he was a monster. Naturally, he had seen him before. When the other monsters heard this, they also walked over. When they saw Gung Lu and heard that the young man that Gung Lu and the rest surrounded had kicked the monk's butt, they were extremely curious. Come on, let's fight. Aren't you strong? The few of them were aggressive and shot out beams of energy. Although it didn't hurt Atian, it still had the effect of humiliating him. Atian's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to make a move. If he did, Gung Lu would recognize him. What's going on? If this man really has such combat strength, why isn't he making a move? Wang Xian asked curiously. Who knows? Maybe it's just a rumor. Who in the world can kick a monk's butt? Wang Shan curled his lips and said disdainfully, What monster? I think he's just a piece of trash. He was so arrogant in the ruins, but now he's scared. What a piece of trash. How about this? Learn how to crawl on the ground 3 times and bark 3 times, and I'll let you go. Gung Lu said disdainfully, and it attracted laughter from the surroundings. Atian clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. The veins on his arms bulged, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he was about to attack. Learn how to bark like a dog? Not a bad suggestion. I agree. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Then, a young man walked out from the crowd. Pong. Chapter 301. Gung Li's aggressive attitude made many of the geniuses frown, but most of them were puzzled. Someone in the crowd swore that the slightly mature young man kicked the monk's butt, but he didn't dare to fight with Gung Lu at this moment. It was very strange. At this moment, a very fierce figure appeared. The moment he appeared, he sent a 7th celestial layer cultivator flying with a slap. Bang! A dull sound was heard as the cultivator was sent flying. After rolling a few times on the ground, his head tilted to one side. He was actually knocked out. Everyone was shocked. Where did this fierce person come from? He was so powerful that he could knock out a 7th celestial layer expert with a single slap. Learn to bark like a dog. Good suggestion. Today, I'll give you a chance to learn to bark like a dog. Ziqian strode forward with a cold glint in his eyes. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? The Gung clan is handling matters. Unrelated people, get lost. 2 7th celestial layer cultivators shouted coldly. They came later and didn't know Ziqian. As soon as they finished speaking, they attacked Ziqian with flashing lights around their bodies. Bang! Bang! Just like before, Ziqian waved his hand and sent out 2 slaps. The 2 didn't have any reaction at all and directly fainted. During this period, Ziqian didn't even look at the 2 in the eye. Everyone was shocked and tongue-tied. Where did this fierce person come from? It's you. You're not dead. Seeing Ziqian's arrival, Gung Lu was shocked and his face turned ugly. He suffered a big loss in the hands of this person that day and lost all his face. How can I die when you're not dead? Ziqian sneered and walked to Atian. He transmitted his voice, leave quickly. I'll deal with them. Atian's appearance was painted by Ziqian. His disguise technique wasn't even half-baked. He might be able to fool Gung Lu and the others, but he would be exposed if he met someone who knew how to disguise himself. Be careful. Atian transmitted his voice. He knew the severity of the situation and turned to leave. Stop. At this moment, someone stepped forward and stopped Atian. Bang! Ziqian appeared in a flash and delivered another slap. Light flashed between his palms, and under the force of the slap, the man staggered and took a few steps back. However, he did not faint. This was an expert of the 8th celestial layer. His strength was not bad, but he was shocked to be knocked back by Ziqian in one strike. Atian's body flashed as he walked towards the crowd. After a few breaths, his figure disappeared. It's him. He's the one who hit the monk's head that day. It's the 2 of them. I won't recognize them wrongly. Their strength is ridiculously strong. One hit the monk's head while the other kicked the monk's butt. The crowd cried out in surprise. Many people recognized Ziqian. Many of the geniuses had strange looks in their eyes. A 4th sky of true essence could knock out a 7th sky of true essence with one slap. Such strength was already extraordinary. Furthermore, since he dared to hit a monk's head, he was naturally not an ordinary person. Brat, you still dare to appear here. Gung Li's face was somewhat distorted, and his eyes were burning with anger. Thinking of the humiliation that day, he went crazy. Why wouldn't I dare? This is Yongqi City, not Letian City. Why can't I come when you can? Ziqian turned around and said indifferently, Good, very good. Since you're here, don't leave. Gung Li's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You haven't learned to bark like a dog, so I naturally won't leave. Ziqian said calmly and took a step forward. Himph, competing with your mouth? Today is the day you die. Gung Lu snorted and took a step back. He shouted, Kill him. As his voice faded, the remaining 4 figures rushed towards Ziqian. Among them, 3 were 8th sky, and 1 was 9th sky. The 4 of them working together was absolutely terrifying. Light flashed as the 4 of them struck out with their killer moves. The dazzling attacks were so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Swoosh! Ziqian's body transformed into a bolt of lightning, and his speed was very fast. Like a phantom, he dodged several attacks and arrived in front of an 8th celestial layer cultivator in an instant. His right hand was like a blade as he ruthlessly chopped down on his opponent's neck. With a bang, the 8th celestial layer cultivator fell to the ground with a groan. This was the fastest speed in the world. It was extraordinary. An 8th sky cultivator had no room to react at all. Bang! At the same time, Ziqian struck out with a punch. Rays of golden light surged and terrifying energy circulated. Another cultivator was sent flying. His figure was in midair as he coughed out blood. With one strike, an eighth sky cultivator was injured and fell into the crowd. Bang! The last person was struck in the head by Zichun. Boundless golden light scattered, and a powerful energy surged, directly stunning the latter, causing him to faint on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 3 eighth sky cultivators were knocked out. Such combat strength shocked everyone. Go to hell. The ninth sky cultivator rushed over at this time, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. He was already at the ninth sky of true energy. One more step, and he would be able to fly. With one strike, the air let out an ear-piercing whistle. This was a terrifying attack, causing many people's expressions to change. However, what met this terrifying attack was only a golden fist. The golden light was dazzling. The two collided in an instant. Bang! The ninth sky cultivator seemed to have suffered a huge shock. His body trembled, and he couldn't help but take a step back. A deep footprint appeared on the ground as he took 6 steps back. 6 deep footprints appeared. The ninth sky cultivator's expression changed. His eyes were filled with shock. He was actually forced back by a 4th sky cultivator. At this moment, Zichun's figure flashed, and the golden light of his fist surged once again. A terrifying energy circulated and struck towards the 9th layer cultivator. Bang! Bang! Dull sounds kept ringing like the beating of a drum. It was abnormally heavy. Every strike caused the earth to tremble. In the end, Zichun's attacks became faster and faster. Large amounts of golden light scattered. His fists fell like raindrops. It was incomparably fast and violent. After dozens of punches, a loud bang finally sounded in the air. Then, the 9th sky cultivator was sent flying. When he was in midair, he was knocked out by the surging golden energy. Everyone around was petrified and shocked. 3 eighth sky cultivators were dealt with in 3 strikes. Then, a 9th sky cultivator was knocked out with a lightning-like attack. This combat strength was terrifying. The surrounding monstrous genius's eyes became unnatural. He could knock out a 9th sky cultivator so easily. This was an expert who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Very powerful, Wang Shi said coldly. Yes, he has monstrous combat strength. Wu Mo nodded. His lazy expression was slightly restrained. Wang Qiong didn't say anything. He looked at Zichun from afar, his eyes flashing. I think he's just average. He's far from Zichun. Wang Shan curled his lips. He didn't like people who were more famous than him. He didn't like this young man. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with suspicion. Her long eyelashes trembled and her eyes blinked. No one knew what she was thinking. Humph! Chu Lai, the monstrous genius of the Chu clan, snorted and said proudly, I can deal with such combat strength with one slap. Idiot. Wang Shan curled his lips. It's your turn. After knocking out 4 people, Zichun turned around and glanced at Gung Lu with his cold eyes. What? Gung Li's face turned pale. He didn't expect Lin Fan to deal with his subordinates so easily. Bark like a dog and I'll let you go. Zichun's voice was cold. He was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Brat, don't go too far. Gung Li's voice was cold. He was from the Gung clan. If he barked like a dog here, how could he live in the future? Why didn't you say this to my friend just now? Zichun's voice was cold. You don't want to learn? Then I'll beat you until you learn. Zichun's eyes flashed coldly as he rushed toward Gung Lu. Who's afraid of you? Gung Li's eyes widened as the energy in his body surged crazily. He was in the 7th sky of true essence and possessed monstrous combat strength. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. I was going easy on you before. Gung Lu shouted. His body emitted a bright light that grew brighter and brighter. His aura was also getting stronger. Unparalleled fist. Gung Lu clenched his fists. A terrifying aura surged, forming a dazzling fist light. With a shout, he threw out a powerful attack. Unparalleled fist, a good name. But it's a pity that it's wasted on you. Zichun also threw out a fist. His body was covered in golden light as he punched forward. With a large patch of golden light, Zichun's combat strength increased. Boom! The terrifying fists collided with each other, resulting in a massive explosion. It caused the heavens and earth to tremble as terrifying energy surged. Gung-Lu groaned and retreated rapidly. His hands were already deformed, dripping with blood and spasming. Arg! The piercing pain from his palms caused him to involuntarily let out a miserable cry. This collision was even more miserable than the previous one. He felt as if the bones in his hands were about to shatter. Bullying people again and again. You think you're so great just because you're from a powerful force? Zichun snorted coldly. He flashed forward, golden light surging around him again. Bang! In the loud sound, Gung-Lu retreated again and again. His face was even paler. Everyone's expression changed, including the monstrous geniuses. Zichun's attack was powerful and terrifying. In just one exchange, he had injured Gung-Lu. Arg! Go to hell. Invisible sword. Gung-Lu shouted. His face was distorted. Light flashed around him like rays of dazzling sword light. Then, a murderous intent appeared. An invisible sword appeared from the thousands of rays of light and slashed towards Zichun. Just a trick. How dare you call yourself invisible sword? Zichun snorted and threw out another punch. It was simple and direct. Pung! As soon as the fist touched, the sword light turned into energy and dissipated. Zichun's physical body was still terrifying. At the same time, Zichun flashed forward and threw out a powerful blow. Boom! Like a heavy hammer, the void trembled. Gung-Lu was directly sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. He was in a very sorry state. A monstrous genius was suppressed just like that. Everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a resplendent light appeared, carrying a terrifying killing intent as it charged towards Zichun. This was a beam of light, dazzling to the eye and possessing extreme speed. Swoosh! Zichun's figure flashed, but the latter was like a maggot that followed closely. Chapter 302. Gung-Lu was covered in blood, and his expression was hideous. As soon as they exchanged blows, he was suppressed and coughed out blood. But once the spirit weapon appeared, the situation immediately changed. Under the control of his will, the spirit weapon was like a beam of light as it chased after Zichun with a terrifying killing intent. That's a spirit weapon. Gung-Lu actually took out a spirit weapon. Many people exclaimed as they recognized the beam of light. It was a spirit weapon that could fly and possessed unimaginable power. For this trip to the ruins, all the powers were fully prepared. Almost every freak had a spirit weapon to defend themselves. In this trip to the ruins, all the freaks had to do was to protect their lives. Swish, swish, swish. Under the heavens, Zichun dodged continuously as the bone-piercing killing intent attacked his heart. The spirit weapon followed closely behind like a maggot. Gung-Lu was determined to kill him. Haha, I have a spirit weapon that is incomparably sharp. Cutting you is as easy as cutting grass. Let's see how you break through. Gung-Lu laughed with a hideous expression. His will moved again as he wanted to kill Zichun. The spirit weapon transformed into a beam of light. Although it was not the strongest attack, it possessed extreme speed and the sharpness of a spirit weapon. It was enough to destroy the enemy. All the freaks frowned. How could a body of flesh and blood fight against a spirit weapon? Without a spirit weapon, this situation could not be resolved. Many people were worried for Zichun, but in the next moment, they saw a shocking scene. Zichun's body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light like a golden sun. The dazzling light made people unable to open their eyes. Then, Zichun punched towards the spirit weapon. Clang! Like the sound of metal clashing, the golden fist struck the spirit weapon, causing a large amount of golden light to vibrate. The spirit weapon trembled as its body flickered. What? At this moment, many people were incomparably shocked as they looked at the figure in the golden light. Although they could not clearly see what had happened, they could guess what had happened. He actually used his flesh and blood to block the spirit weapon. This was an inconceivable scene. There was actually an existence of the true energy realm who could block a spirit weapon with his bare hands. Clang! Zichun swung his fist, and the golden fist descended once more. Blazing energy surged, and another terrifying attack was launched. The spirit weapon was trembling, and the brilliance around it flickered continuously. During this period of time, Zichen's figure kept flickering as he retreated rapidly, throwing out punches after punches. The golden light around his body made it hard for people to look at him directly. After the blazing heat came the cold. Zichen deliberately replaced it with golden light, compressing the energy into his fist, not daring to release it. Dang! Every time the golden fist landed on the spirit weapon, it would cause the spirit weapon to tremble like the ringing of a bell. After 7 or 8 consecutive punches, the light around the spirit weapon finally dimmed. With a thud, it fell to the ground. It was only the size of a palm and had lost all of its spiritual energy. Not far away, Gung Li's face was even more ghastly pale as he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His spirit was dispirited, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. How is this possible? Yes, how is that possible? At this moment, it was not only Gung Lu who wanted to ask this question. Everyone present wanted to ask this question. How was a mere mortal body able to withstand a spirit weapon? The golden light slowly receded, and there were streaks of blood on Zichen's right hand. Red blood appeared and dripped down. He was also injured after taking on the spirit weapon head-on, but it was only a few drops of blood. It was not even worth mentioning. All the monstrous geniuses' faces changed. Wang Qiong's eyes flickered as he frowned slightly. He seemed to have felt a familiar energy in the dazzling golden light. Wang Xian's expression changed as her eyes were filled with disbelief. Her spiritual perception was very sharp, and in that instant, she discovered something. As for Miao Kong, he did not make a sound, but the astonishment in his eyes betrayed him. But not everyone noticed the abnormality. At this moment, many monstrous geniuses who heard the news were shocked, taking on a spirit weapon barehanded. How terrifying was his physique! Swish! Zichen did not speak. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Light flickered under his feet as he rushed towards Gung Lu like a ray of light. Pong! With his mind injured, Gung Li's reaction was slightly slower. He was punched in the chin and was sent flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and 2 white teeth. Everyone was dumbfounded and petrified. A monstrous genius actually had his teeth knocked out. At this moment, many of the monstrous geniuses felt the pain in their teeth as their lips twitched. Hee, didn't someone say that he could kill the other party with a single slap? I wonder if he still dares to make a move now. Wang Shan laughed weirdly as he looked at Chu Lai provocatively. Mere brute force is not worth mentioning. Chu Lai was still full of disdain and was very confident. You are quite confident. If you have the ability, then make a move. Don't brag here. Wang Shan continued. I have the same intention. Chu Lai laughed coldly. The battle continued, and Zichen did not pay attention to this side. Pong! Zichen flashed forward and struck again. Blood spurted out from Gung Li's mouth. At the same time, his fist turned into a palm and slapped towards Gung Li's face. Pa! The sound was crisp and loud. A clear handprint immediately appeared on Gung Li's face. Gung Lu was covered in blood. There were even traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his expression was ferocious and terrifying. This slap had almost stunned him. He was a monstrous genius of the Gung clan. He was actually slapped by someone. But immediately after, Zichen slapped Gung Lu again, causing him to spin 4 or 5 times before falling to the ground. Only then did Gung Lu wake up. Brat, I swear that Gung Lu, will definitely kill you. Gung Lu roared like an angry lion. He had completely lost control of his emotions. When had he ever suffered such grievance? Dong! Zichen kicked Gung Lu again, sending him flying a few meters away. A bloody line as long as a person was drawn. Zichen's attack was powerful and sharp. His attacks were ruthless and merciless. Just as everyone reacted from the incident of him catching the spirit weapon with his bare hands, they saw Gung Lu being beaten to a pulp. A monstrous genius was slapped in the face and almost killed. Everyone was dumbfounded and felt that their brains were not enough to process this. How ferocious did this person have to be to dare to do such a thing? I swear that Gung Lu, will kill your entire family. Not even a chicken or dog will be left alive. Gung Li's mouth was filled with bloody foam. His expression was ferocious and venomous. Very good. Today, I'll send you on your way and sever your thoughts. Murderous intent flashed in Zichen's eyes. Golden light surged on his feet as he prepared to stomp down. Little child, although this is not Let Ian City or the Gung clan's faction, you will definitely die if you kill him. You have to think twice. Suddenly, an aged voice rang out in Zichen's sea of consciousness. This was an expert. His voice could cause Zichen's soul to tremble. If his voice had been louder, it might have shattered Zichen's soul. Stop. To think that you are so ruthless at such a young age. Just at this moment, a loud shout rang out. A tall man walked out. He was dressed in white, but his surroundings were extremely cold, like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. This was Chu Lai, who had been repeatedly mocked by Wang Shan. Now, he walked out. Humph! An idiot and an arrogant fellow. Neither of them is a good person. Wang Shan smiled coldly. He did not find the two pleasing to the eye. He could not wait for the two to fight to the death. Elder sister, why are you glaring at me? Suddenly, Wang Shan felt a chill as he discovered that Wang Xian was glaring at him. Am I glaring at you? Wang Xian glared at Wang Shan with a cold glint in her eyes. Are you not? Look at your expression. You can't wait to beat me up. I did not offend you. Wang Shan felt wronged. Humph. I'll deal with you later, Wang Xian said angrily. Zichen really wanted to kill Gung Lu. However, the voice in the dark could kill him with just one sentence. This made Zichen apprehensive. However, he did not dare to kill Gung Lu. Xiao Chun felt very depressed. Just at this moment, there was actually a reckless fellow who came out to speak. Zichen looked at the other party with a cold gaze. You are so young, but you are already so vicious. Be careful that you don't live long and die early. Chu Lai walked out, his tone as cold as his own. I don't live long. Zichun was so angry that he laughed. He retorted, Am I the one who doesn't live long? Or are you the busybody who doesn't live long? Humph, you are so young, but you are already so vicious. You still dare to say that I'm a busybody. Chu Lai walked over step by step. Didn't you hear him say that he wants to kill my entire family? Zichen asked. Gung Lu was being stepped on by Xiao Chun. He was breathing heavily. He was just saying it. He did not do it. Chu Lai stood in front of Zichun and stopped. There was a cold glint in his eyes. Oh, it looks like you have a good temper. If he was just saying it, it would not be worth it. Since that is the case, then get him to scram. Right after Chu Lai spoke, Zichun kicked Gung Lu, sending him flying. Gung Lu coughed out blood again. Gung Lu was almost half dead. Then, Zichun looked at Chu Lai and asked, What you said makes sense. However, he was just saying it. He did not do it, so it cannot be taken seriously. Humph, at least you are knowledgeable. Chu Lai snorted coldly. Of course. That is because I want to kill your entire family as well. I won't even leave a single chicken or dog alive. Zichun smiled faintly, his voice calm. Brat, you are courting death. Chu Lai's gaze turned cold. I was just saying it. I did not do it. Why do you care? Zichen mocked. That's right. I was just saying it. Chu Lai, you shouldn't care. Isn't that what you said? Wang Shan chimed in at the right time. Of course, it was not out of kindness. He just wanted the two of them to start fighting as soon as possible. I enlightened you earlier because I thought highly of you. To think that you actually said such words to me. You are seeking your own death. Why can he say such words to me, but I can't say such words to you? Because you are not worthy. Chu Lai's voice was very cold. He looked at Zichun and said, Who do you think you are? You dare to say that you want to kill my entire family? How bold of you. Zichun also raised his voice quite a bit and said, Then what kind of dog are you? Coming here to meddle in my business, you are quite bold. You have offended the Gung family, and now you speak rudely. Very well, the Chu family's dignity cannot be violated. You should use your life to apologize. After those words were spoken, a terrifying aura surged. Chu family. Zichen sneered and said, Is it the Chu family that said in front of Zichun that the Chu family's dignity cannot be violated, and then lowered its voice in front of Su Long and said that it was a misunderstanding? Once those words were said, there was a roar of laughter. It was obvious that those people were monsters who wished for the world to be in chaos. Wang Shan was among them, and this laughter, which clearly contained ridicule, completely angered Chu Lai. Go die. Chapter 303. Plang. The sharp weapon appeared and let out a sword hum. With a flash of cold light, it charged towards Zichun. The air was white. This was caused by the ice cultivation technique being used to its limit. The sword was extremely powerful, like a 10,000-year-old iceberg floating. This was the killing move of the Chu clan. Chu Fei and Chu Xiong had used it before. Golden light flashed around Zichun. He punched out, scattering a large amount of golden light. Terrifying energy circulated. Plang. The fist hit the sharp weapon, causing it to tremble. Large amounts of golden light dissipated, causing the weapon to make a loud noise. Frozen heaven and earth. Chu Lai roared. The coldness around him intensified. The surrounding space showed signs of freezing. It was white like a domain. A 10,000-year-old iceberg was floating. Endless coldness surged. This was a terrifying attack. It attacked both the body and mind. It was a double attack. The sword slashed out with terrifying power. Wang. The light around Zichun trembled. In his sea of consciousness, his powerful will shone with golden light. He was not afraid of such an attack. The golden light in his mind flashed and destroyed the attack. At the same time, he clenched his fists. Blinding golden light emitted. He instantly struck out a terrifying attack. Boom! The powerful attacks collided, causing a loud explosion. Large amounts of golden light scattered, scattering the white space around. As if he had suffered a violent shock, Chu Lai retreated. The web between his thumb and forefinger trembled slightly. Cracks appeared on the sharp weapon in his hand. Finally, it exploded with a bang. His expression was incomparably ugly. The sharp weapon refined by Yukong was actually shattered just like that. Moreover, his powerful attack was also easily countered. Go to hell. At this moment, Zichun flashed forward. With extreme speed, he charged towards Chu Lai like a beam of light. Boom! Both fists landed like heavy hammers, causing a huge tremor. The surrounding ground trembled. Chu Lai retreated 7 or 8 steps. The blood in his body was boiling. In this world, who could fight Zichun in close combat? Under the perfect body, he could defeat all the geniuses. Only the monk's physical body was comparable to Zichun's. Dang! Zichun's eyes were like lightning, and his attacks were swift. Every time he struck out, a large amount of golden light would scatter. At the same time, the two extreme energies were constantly changing, maintaining a balance between yin and yang. Although he didn't use any offensive skills, his perfect body and extreme energy were enough to suppress Chu Lai. Boom! Chu Lai retreated again and again. He did not have the slightest chance to counterattack. The blood and qi in his body churned, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Haha, what a monster. What a good way to kill your opponent with a single slap. So it turns out that you are actually this powerful. When they saw Chu Lai vomiting blood, a cold laugh rang out from the crowd. It was Wang Shan. He had a look of schadenfreude on his face. With your combat power, you dare to say that you can kill others with a single slap? Be careful, don't let others kill you. Lu Bo also let out a strange laugh. At the same time, chuckles could be heard. When the laughter entered Chu Lai's ears, he found it exceptionally ear-piercing. Furthermore, this youth before him was very strong. He had to use some means. Frozen world. This was also an offensive move. Although the sequence was different from the previous move, the difference was huge. One was a sword technique, while the other was an offensive move. Chu Lai shouted loudly, and a seal appeared. The next moment, an icy aura surged. It was like a 10,000-year-old glacier. It surged towards Zichun. The white icy aura rushed towards Zichun. In an instant, a layer of white ice crystals formed around Zichun's body. His facial features were revealed in the ice crystals. He was completely frozen. Haha! Chu Lai laughed loudly. The corner of his mouth was still stained with blood. This was an extremely powerful move. It consumed a lot of his energy. He's frozen. He's actually frozen just like that. It's too terrifying. This move actually froze the opponent directly. Everyone was shocked. They were extremely shocked. The powerful youth from before had been frozen just like that. Only a few monsters had a strange look in their eyes. Chu Lai took a big step forward and was about to shatter the ice crystals with a single palm. Suddenly, he saw a golden light flash within the ice crystals. His expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. Bang! The ice crystals instantly exploded. Zichen appeared in a flash. At the same time, he threw a punch at Chu Lai. The shattered ice crystals were dyed golden. PFFF, Chu Lai retreated in time. However, he was still grazed by the fist light. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as he said in shock, "You actually didn't die." Zichen sneered. "Your ice crystals can only lower the temperature and cool people down. They can't kill people." "Ah, damn it. Let's see if you can die this time." Chu Lai was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His offensive move had been called worthless by someone else. He had no choice but to face his opponent head-on. Furthermore, he had taken out his final move. He had originally saved this move to kill Zichen. Wong. A powerful intent suddenly came out of his body. It was far stronger than ordinary experts of the same level. Immediately after, a beam of light appeared in front of Chu Lai. This was a palm-sized sword. It emitted a boundless, icy aura. The moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. It was as though it had dropped below zero. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This was also a spirit weapon. Its quality was extraordinary. Die. With just a thought, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from the spirit weapon. It was like it could destroy the world. It turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at Zichen. Zichen's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat shocked. Naturally, he was very clear on the strength of spirit weapons. However, the will of the true energy realm was limited. He could not bring out the full might of the spirit weapon. It was like a forbidden weapon. However, at this moment, Chu Lai's control of the spirit weapon was actually twice as strong as Gung Li's. The speed of the spirit weapon was even faster and stronger. What a strong will! With just a thought, he can make the spirit weapon so strong. This will is too scary. The might of the spirit weapon caused some of the demonic geniuses to be shocked. At this moment, they finally knew where Chu Lai's confidence came from. My will is several times stronger than others of the same level. When I control the spirit weapon, its might is even stronger. What are you going to use to fight me? Your physical body? If you have the ability, then block it. Chu Lai sneered as he controlled the spirit weapon to fight. A wave of killing intent attacked. A terrifying aura spread out. Zichen felt that his body was about to collapse. The killing intent was too scary. Naturally, his physical body could not block it. Swish. However, he was not afraid. With a thought, a golden light appeared. The golden light flowed like water waves and blocked in front of him. This was a spirit weapon that had fused with the diamond. Its quality was very high. Furthermore, it was refined by Su Long. It could be said to be a top-grade spirit weapon. Clang. The two spirit weapons clashed, releasing a terrifying aura. Waves of energy rippled out in all directions as the two beams of light continued to clash. Clang. Clang. A series of sounds rang out as the spirit weapons clashed in the air. Their might was equally matched. What? How can this be? Chu Lai was dumbfounded. The strong will was his strongest move, and also his last move. However, he never expected that Chu Lai would also have a spirit weapon. Furthermore, Chu Lai's will was not weaker than his. What a strong will. What a terrifying spirit weapon. Seeing that Zichen had also taken out a spirit treasure and blocked the attack of Chu Lai's spirit weapon, everyone's expression changed. They were all shocked. The group of monsters almost lost their composure. Could this guy who appeared out of nowhere be a perfect person? He had almost no weaknesses from head to toe. I don't believe that your will is stronger than mine. Chu Lai roared loudly. In his sea of consciousness, his will surged crazily as he controlled the spirit weapon, wanting to kill Zichen. Furthermore, after he exerted his strength, Zichen's spirit weapon was indeed suppressed. Humph! Zichen snorted coldly. In his sea of consciousness, his will surged out crazily as he controlled the spirit weapon. Wong. In the next moment, the spirit weapon trembled slightly. An even more terrifying aura swept out like a huge wave. It was almost comparable to controlling a spirit weapon to attack from the air. Clang. The golden spirit weapon slashed down with a terrifying might. In the next moment, sparks flew everywhere as a huge hole appeared on Chu Lai's spirit weapon. At the same time, Chu Lai let out a shriek. Chu Lai's will was shaken. Like a huge wave, the golden spirit weapon slashed down with a terrifying might once again. It was extremely powerful as it slashed down on Chu Lai's spirit weapon once again. This time, cracking sounds came from the spirit weapon, as though cracks were spreading out. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. This was too terrifying. A mere fourth layer of true essence was actually this strong. Clang! When the golden spirit weapon slashed down for the third time, more and more cracks appeared on Chu Lai's spirit weapon like a spider web. Finally, it exploded with a bang. In the next moment, Chu Lai let out a miserable cry as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His expression instantly became dispirited. This was caused by the huge impact on his spirit weapon. Die. Killing intent flashed in Zichen's eyes as killing intent rose in his heart. Just at this moment, a chilling intent appeared from head to toe, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. Could it be another old monster? Zichen felt apprehensive as he cursed in anger. He could only give up on the golden spirit weapon and charge towards Chu Lai. The following matter seemed to be much simpler. Since Zichen did not dare to kill Chu Lai, he could only ruthlessly humiliate the other party. As for how to humiliate, naturally, it was to slap Chu Lai's face. Although it was not an unparalleled face-slapping technique, it was a solid slap to the face. The slapping sounds made many people's hearts tremble. Many demonic geniuses felt their mouths trembling. This fellow who suddenly appeared was simply too terrifying. To think that he actually possessed such combat prowess. He suppressed two great demonic geniuses. With such ease, he seemed to be even more terrifying than Zichen back then. Chu Lai's face was covered in blood and several of his teeth had fallen out. At this moment, he seemed to be preparing to say something vicious. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying by Zichen's slap. At the same time, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. Everything was over. Gung Lu was beaten until he did not look human anymore. As for Chu Lai, the demonic genius, he was directly knocked unconscious. Not far away, the Chu clan's people were all spitting fire from their eyes. However, they did not come forward, as if they were deliberately suppressing it. Wah, you are so powerful. After knocking Chu Lai unconscious, Zichen stood proudly in the middle of the field. His eyes were cold and the aura around him surged. Everyone felt fear in their hearts, and no one dared to come forward. At this moment, a clear voice rang out. Wang Xian actually ran over. Her pair of big eyes looked at Zichen, sizing him up. Do I have flowers on me? Zichen was stunned and felt very awkward. Wang Xian walked around him as if she was looking at a piece of art. Occasionally, she would mumble, "This shouldn't be. I clearly felt a familiar aura earlier. Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Furthermore, only he has such combat prowess." Her soft mumbling gave Zichen a big fright. Could it be that when he made his move earlier, they sensed something? Zichen did not bother with Wang Xian. He turned around and left. "Hey, wait, I have something to ask you." Wang Xian chased after him. Zichen sensed that something was wrong and increased his speed. Chapter 304. A group of demonic geniuses gathered in a luxurious restaurant in Yongqi City. Zichen was also invited. He easily defeated two demonic geniuses in one battle, which was enough to make the other demonic geniuses wary. Yunxia Wang clan's Wang Xian Wang Qiong, Danyang Qin clan's Qin Xing, Qin He, and Zhu Zizong of Lingyao Zhu clan's Zhu Zizong. This was a gathering of demonic geniuses, and the scale was not smaller than the one in Songli City. As the host, the Lu clan was very thoughtful. Lu Chun was slightly plump and had a simple and honest face. He was the one in charge of this matter. Naturally, Gung Lu and Chu Lai were also invited. It had to be said that the two major powers were indeed strong. Despite their injuries, they had completely recovered in one day and were full of energy again. It was said that they had gone to the Qin clan to ask for 2 medicinal pills. Humph. Seeing Zichun appear, the two snorted coldly with hatred in their eyes. This was a gathering of demonic geniuses. After yesterday's battle, the two felt that they were inferior to the others and had lost face. This was especially so for Chu Lai. Previously, he had said that he could kill the other party with one slap. However, in the end, he was knocked unconscious. Zichun came alone. Atian did not come. He wore black clothes and had an indifferent expression. The moment he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. I am Lu Chun. How may I address you? Lu Chun took the initiative to step forward and smiled. A Luo. Zichun smiled faintly. After the battle that day, he turned and left quickly. Furthermore, this was Yongqi City. He did not have any conflict with the Lu clan, and no one made things difficult for him that day. Hence, the group of demonic geniuses only knew that this young man was strong, but did not know his name. Many thanks for Brother A. Luo's invitation. Come, let me introduce you. Lu Chen smiled and started to introduce Zichun. This is the Tsang clan's demonic genius, Tsang Kuan. He has strong combat strength and has always been hidden by the clan. He is a reclusive demonic genius. Tsang Kuan was a young man, very young. He was not as domineering as Tsang Meng and appeared more feminine. At this moment, he smiled faintly. Indeed. Zichun felt relieved. Since it was a major power with abundant resources, it was impossible for them to only have one demonic genius. This is Li Yu, a member of the Li clan. Back then, Zichun had killed 5 freaks, and 4 of them were from different factions. Today, all 3 factions had come, but they did not recognize Zichun, so their expressions were still kind. This is Wu Feng. Martial ancestor had also arrived. Apart from Wu Mo and Miao Kong, another monstrous genius had arrived. However, he was facing Wu Mo. It was obvious that both sides were still not on good terms. As for the others, Zichun knew them all. This is... Lu Chun continued the introduction. There's no need. I'll do it myself. My name is Wang Xian. You should know me, right? Wang Xian's large eyes were very lively, and her eyelashes were very long. She blinked as she stared at Zichun. Of course I know you. You are the second most talented disciple of Yunxia City. You are beautiful and lovely. Who in the world doesn't know you? Zichun smiled and turned to look at the next person. That's all? Is there nothing else? Wang Xian was unwilling to accept this. Well, Zichun was embarrassed. Fortunately, at this moment, Wang Qiong pulled Wang Xian back. The following introductions were relatively simple. Zichun did not want to expose his identity, so he just nodded. As for Gung Lu and Chu Lai, there was naturally no need to introduce them. Lu Chun did not have the strength to resolve the enmity between the two sides. After the introductions, everyone exchanged pleasantries. Intentionally or unintentionally, everyone was very interested in Zichun's background. May I know where Brother Luo is from? Why haven't I seen you before? Wang Qiong asked. This was the first time he took the initiative to talk to Zichun. The others also looked at Zichun. I'm from the mountains and a nameless person. My identity is not as prominent as yours. It's normal that you don't know me. Zichun smiled and said perfunctorily, Oh, I see that Brother Luo's physique is special. Could it be that you had some fortuitous encounter? Wang Shi also said, That's right. When I was young, I was playful and accidentally fell into a cave. I ate a wild fruit and felt warm all over. After that, I became very strong. Zichun was full of nonsense. Wang Shi smiled. A few people had strange looks in their eyes. Wang Shi and Wang Qiong did not believe him at all. Clearly, they were just spouting nonsense. After that, the few people asked a few more questions. Zichun answered them fluently. Clearly, he was prepared. On this trip, the most common rumor I heard was that Zichun killed 5 demonic geniuses in one day. Such strength makes one blush with shame. I wonder if any of you have seen Zichun before. How strong is he? Zichun smiled faintly and started to shift the topic. Indeed, when Zichun was mentioned, the crowd became more talkative. Zichun is very strong. Even now, the memory of that battle is still fresh in my mind, Lu Chen said, seemingly deep in thought. He is very strong and possesses two types of extreme energy. He is known as a heavenly cultivator with unparalleled combat prowess. This time, the crowd finally opened up a topic, speaking one after another. Yesterday, Chu Lai said that he could kill Zichun with one slap. However, today, he did not say anything. His eyes were cold. Together with Gung Lu, the two of them were in the same boat. At the side, Zhu Zizong and the people from the Zong and Li clans were also there. Clearly, they were a small group. Furthermore, this group would not talk about Zichun. Are you really from the mountains? Wang Xian'er asked. Of course. I don't believe it. I feel like you are someone. Wang Xian'er did not give up. The demonic geniuses of the Qin clan were twins. The older brother was called Qin Xing, and the younger brother was called Qin He. The two of them looked almost the same. Zichun could not tell who was older and who was younger. Greetings, Brother Qin. Zichun cupped his fists and walked over. Oh, Brother Luo is looking for us. The two of them were very surprised. They did not expect this Luo to ignore a beauty and come to talk to them. I heard that the Qin clan of Danyang is very knowledgeable about the art of refining pills. I wonder if the two of you have any pills that can recover soul power. Zichun went straight to the point. This was also one of the reasons why he came to the gathering of the demonic geniuses. The Qin clan of Danyang started with refining pills. As for the miraculous effects of the pills, Zichun had seen it for himself the other day. Soul power. The two of them were stunned. Soul power was actually consciousness. However, there were some differences. When a person was alive, this was called consciousness or spiritual sense. When the person died, the spiritual sense would not dissipate and would turn into soul power. That's right. Zichun nodded. The two of them were shocked, but their expressions did not change. The older brother, Qin Xing, smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry. We did have such pills before. However, after we entered the remnant, the spiritual sense of the elders of the clan was injured by the giant's sound wave. We used all of them to recover. Oh, Zichun nodded. He could not help but feel disappointed. The younger brother, Qin He, said, with so many great forces here, the auction is about to begin. There will be such spiritual herbs in it. The two of them exchanged a few more words. Zichun left in disappointment. Elder Mo's attainments and formations were very high. If he woke up, he would be of great help when they went to the remnant. What's the matter? Miao Kong walked up and asked through telepathy without batting an eyelid. I want to find a medicinal herb that can recover soul power. Zichun replied through telepathy. Miao Kong was the only one who knew that he had not left the southern region. Wang Xian'er was only guessing, but she was not sure. Recover soul power. Miao Kong frowned slightly and said, the Lu clan has been prepared this time. The auction is held for this. They will also tell you about the remnant on the day of the auction. Are you in a hurry? With this medicine, my chances of surviving in the remnant will increase by 50%. Zichun replied through telepathy. Then I'll think of a way to get one for you. The simple conversation between the two of them attracted Wang Xian'er's attention. Zichun smiled and turned to leave. Wang Xian'er followed him. Zichun pretended not to see her. His identity was very awkward. If he was exposed again, he would definitely die. Moreover, Su Long seemed to have something urgent and had already left. Before he left, he kept warning Zichun not to expose his identity. A group of monsters gathered. Naturally, it was not just a simple chat and eating. When the topic came to an end, the main event would come. Lu Chun, I heard that the Lu clan has some information about the remnant. I wonder if it's accurate. Yeah, I heard that you guys discovered the remnant this time. Could it be that you guys have sensed something beforehand? In the previous expedition to the remnant, the Lu clan lost the least experts. Are you guys prepared? A few monsters stepped forward. This was the main event this time. Some of them were here for the remnant. How is that possible? We were just guessing before. Only after entering the remnant this time can we be sure. Lu Chen smiled honestly. That means that you guys really found something. All the monsters walked over with bright eyes. We did find something. According to the rumors, we know that it's the burial place of an expert. We entered it several times to investigate. Currently, we are sure that it's the burial place of an expert, Lu Chun said. Which expert? Everyone's eyes lit up. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Chun. It's the burial place of Senior Ao Baichuan from 9,000 years ago. He was famous and had great attainments in formations. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with respect. Ao Baichuan. Everyone was stunned. Obviously, they had never heard of this name. It's him, the Ren Tu who massacred a major force in a day. At this moment, someone exclaimed. It was Wang Qiong of Yunxia City. He had always been calm, but his expression changed at this moment. Yunxia City had been established for 10,000 years. It was considered a major force. Naturally, there were records of what happened 9,000 years ago. It's him. It's actually the Ren Tuesday. It's said that more than 100,000 people died in his hands. He's an unparalleled expert. Following that, a few more exclamations sounded. Obviously, the Ren Tu's identity was extraordinary. However, not many people knew his name. Even so, the Ren Tu's name was extremely famous. Zichen frowned. Even the martial ancestor and Gung Lu didn't know. Obviously, not everyone knew who the Ren Tu was. That's right. It's his burial place. Lu Chen nodded. 10,000 years ago, the Wuji sect was destroyed and the 7 major cities rose. It was a chaotic era. Apart from the local forces, there were also many foreign forces that wanted to occupy this place. Thus, a great war broke out. A great war between the local forces and the foreign forces. At that time, the Wuji sect was very famous. It was the undisputed #1 sect in the southern region. However, it also led to there being no other sects in the area under its control. The Wuji sect attacked the Lightning Divine Palace and was completely annihilated. However, the territory under its control made countless people jealous. Thus, a great war broke out. How could the local forces be a match for the foreign forces? It was almost a one-sided battle. Chapter 305. That was a dark era for the major forces. It was like a king of the forest had suddenly died. Without a leader, some monkeys jumped out. They wanted to call themselves king, but they also had to face the attacks of the other kings of the forest. In the dark and chaotic era, many experts died. The local forces were no match for the foreign forces. As for those forces that had only been established for 1,000 years, they were at most a group of monkeys that had not yet grown up. How could they fight against a fierce tiger? In that era, the local forces suffered heavy casualties. The battle was one-sided from the start. At that time, a person appeared in the southern region. Ao Baichuan, a mysterious expert. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew which force he belonged to. When the local forces were no match for him, he appeared. He was dressed in black and was extremely imposing. He was like a giant of heaven and earth, blocking all the attacks of the foreign forces. He was surrounded by 108 large flags. They shone brightly and emitted a terrifying aura. The large flags swayed in the air, forming a terrifying killing formation with peerless power. On that day, the sky changed color. The wind swept the clouds, and the large flags fluttered. An incomparably terrifying aura surged. The wind whistled, like the cry of ghosts and the howl of wolves. It emitted a suction force, and the experts of the foreign forces were all swept into the formation. The sound of wind and thunder resounded. Bolts of heavenly lightning fell, and a destructive aura rippled. It was like a scene of the end of the world. 108 large flags scattered in the air, floating and flashing with light. This lasted for half a month. During this time, miserable screams and cries for help rang out continuously. Half a month later, the formation became quiet. Ao Baichuan put away the large flags. There were no survivors in the formation. It was a tragic scene of hell on earth. The corpses piled up into a small mountain, and the blood turned into an ocean. It was a miserable scene. None of the experts in the formation survived. On the day the large flags were put away, a wave of resentment surged out from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. It was like an angry dragon that soared into the sky. A sinister wind blew in the surroundings, and it was incomparably dark. This lasted for a few days before all the resentment dissipated. Ao Baichuan's move also intimidated all the external forces. However, there were also experts who appeared to challenge Ao Baichuan. After that, a fierce battle broke out. That battle had almost destroyed a part of the world. One expert after another fell. Ao Baichuan's attainments and formations were very deep, and he was even stronger. During the chaos 9,000 years ago, he had practically single-handedly protected all the major powers. The southern region was protected. That was how the name of the butcher came about. At that time, Ao Baichuan was invincible in the southern region. He was also worthy of being called the #1 person in the southern region. However, after the turmoil, Ao Baichuan disappeared without a trace, and there was no news of him since then. However, during the age of turmoil, there was also an external force that had successfully integrated into the southern region. That was the current Assassin Pavilion. These were all secrets. Only the major forces that had experienced that battle would have records of them. Today, when he said it out loud, it caused an uproar. Even such an expert has fallen. Everyone sighed. The #1 person in the southern region at that time, with strong battle strength and profound attainments and formations, had actually fallen. The butcher's battle strength was very strong. It was said that in that battle, there were even Heaven Realm experts who died. However, he himself was not a Heaven Realm expert. Lu Chun revealed another shocking secret. Wang Qiong nodded. He recalled carefully and seemed to have seen such records in ancient books. Not a Heaven Realm expert, but he had the strength to kill a Heaven Realm expert. Everyone was dumbfounded. Weren't Heaven Realm experts known as the strongest in the world with unparalleled battle strength? The butcher was too terrifying. Everyone had not experienced that era, but they could imagine that many experts had appeared, but they were all killed by the butcher alone. Their corpses were everywhere. His heroic bearing and breadth of mind were admirable. Only a butcher's burial ground would have such a terrifying formation. Even after so many years, its power is still the same. Even if we fly in, we have to be careful. After sighing, everyone returned to reality. This time, our Lu family has also investigated several times before finally confirming that that is the burial ground of the butcher, Lu Chen said. Everyone's eyes lit up again. If it was really the burial ground of the butcher, then what would be inside? Clearly, the inheritance of the butcher not only contained the battle skills to kill Heaven Realm experts, but also the inheritance of formations. In the southern region, the few major factions did not comprehend formations. It was not that they did not want to comprehend formations, but that they did not have any. As for formations, there were very few of them. The everlasting sect was the root cause of the age of chaos. Such a large sect had suddenly disappeared. Many of its treasures and inheritances had become the target of jealousy. Many ancient books and secret manuals on formations had disappeared during the age of chaos. Although the local factions of the southern region survived, many of their resources were plundered by external factions. This time, the appearance of the butcher's burial ground would definitely cause a huge commotion. Lu Chun was clearly informing them now. Everything else about the remnant is top secret. I don't know much about it. After the auction, the elders of the family will tell us, Lu Chun said. When will the auction begin? Everyone asked. In 3 days, Lu Chun said. In addition to the matter of the butcher, there is also the matter of the remnant. We have prepared many clues and are preparing to share them with the major factions. With that, Lu Chun did not say anything else. As for the other demonic geniuses, they could no longer sit still. They all took their leave. Humph! Be careful, Gung Lu threatened as he left. A cold light flashed in Chu Lai's eyes as well. You all have to be careful as well. Obediently follow behind your elders. Otherwise, when one of you runs out, you will get killed, Zi Chun said with a cold snort. This was a major matter. The major factions needed to return and report it. Furthermore, some of the true experts would definitely attend the auction 3 days later. Zi Chun had no confidence in his heart. This auction was organized by the Lu clan, and it was targeted at the major forces. After the auction, there was also a big piece of news about the ruins. As such, he could imagine that the major forces would definitely give face to the Lu clan and give a satisfactory price for these items. When Zichen returned to the inn, Atian was still cultivating diligently. Zichen told him everything. The butcher, Ao Baichuan. Atian frowned. He had never heard of this expert before. He is an expert from 9,000 years ago, Zichen explained. The two discussed for a long time, but could not come to a conclusion. Helpless, they could only cultivate first and wait until the auction. On the second day, the news of the butcher spread. Furthermore, the legend of the butcher spread throughout Yongqi City, letting more people know about it. As a result, the number of experts attracted was even more. The butcher was very famous 9,000 years ago. He was fully deserving of being the strongest person. At that time, all the major factions had not matured yet. He alone suppressed all of them. His strong combat prowess caused a commotion 9,000 years later. The three major factions of the 7 major cities were practically clueless about primal formations. The appearance of the butcher's burial ground meant that there might be an inheritance there. This was an opportunity. Aside from the inheritance of formations, the butcher's combat prowess was strong. Naturally, he also had many strong combat techniques, attracting the attention of countless people. In just a few days, Songli City was packed with people. All the inns, big and small, were full. All the shops made a lot of money. Just as the enormous Yongqi City was unable to hold any more people, the auction finally began. This was a 4-story auction house that belonged to the Liu family. Usually, it would only open once every few months. Sometimes, it would open once a year. However, when it opened today, it was packed with people. There were no empty seats. Almost all the experts of the 7 major cities and 3 major factions had come. There was no lack of powerful old monsters. Furthermore, it was said that the finale of this auction was a pill weapon. This was something that even the major factions were jealous of. It was almost priceless. Many people had come for it. The Liu family of Yongqi City specialized in refining weapons. The pill weapon that they brought out this time was naturally extraordinary. The people of the major factions all had their own private seats. Various monstrous geniuses walked in one after another. Zichen came alone as usual. Atian also left Yongqi City early in the morning. Today, no matter what, Zichen had to obtain a soul recovery herb or pill weapon. The entire auction hall was very noisy. Quite a few people were excitedly discussing the auction. They had come to participate in the auction for false news. Most of them had come for the news of the historical remnant. Because of the appearance of the auctioneer, the noisy hall became silent. I'm very happy that everyone can participate in this auction. I am today's auctioneer. Following the start of the auction, the first item was brought out. This is a spirit weapon that came from the historical remnant. Through my Liu family's verification, this spirit weapon's quality has already reached middle grade. The starting price is 20,000 yuan stones. Each bid cannot be less than 1,000 yuan stones. A beautiful maid came forward with a tray. As the red cloth was removed, a somber killing intent filled the air. This was a spirit weapon, and its quality was very high. Coming from the historical remnant added a mysterious aura to it. The first auction item is actually a spirit weapon. Quite a few people were shocked. They were filled with anticipation for this auction. 20,000. As soon as the spirit weapon appeared, someone bid. It was someone from a major power. 20,000. The bidding began. This was an auction that was intentionally targeted at the major powers. Naturally, they had to give them face. Everyone bid. 40,000. After a single round, 40,000 yuan stones were sold. This price was already considered high for a spirit weapon. The second auction item is a spirit beast scarlet tiger. It's at the true element realm and has already been tamed. It's a rare mount. Several bare-chested large men with true essence surging around their bodies carried a huge iron cage forward. As soon as it landed on the ground, it let out a pong sound. Even the auction stage trembled. The starting price is 10,000 yuan stones, 11,000, 13,000, 15,000, 20,000. The bidding began. This was a scarlet tiger spirit beast. In the past, Songli City had auctioned one. Although it was at the Xiantian realm, it had only been sold for 10,000 yuan stones. But here, the starting price was 10,000 yuan stones. This was a relatively unfair auction because the Liu family had deliberately raised the base price. 35,000. Many major powers had come for the historical remnant. At this moment, they could only stretch out their heads and allow themselves to be slaughtered. In the end, it was sold for 35,000 yuan. All right, it's a deal. The auctioneer was a bit excited. This seemed to be the most successful auction she had ever completed. Next up is a blue spirit grass. Its effect is to recover damaged spiritual sense. It can also strengthen it. Chapter 306. Blue spirit grass was a kind of rare treasure. Its medicinal effect was relatively simple, which was mainly to recover damaged spiritual sense, and also to strengthen spiritual sense. However, the effect was not great. Of course, if it was refined into a medicinal pill, the effect would be better. However, the cost was too high. Currently, except for Dan Yangqin family, no one could refine such a medicinal pill. This was a dark blue grass that was a foot tall and as wide as a palm. It had 3 sparkling and translucent leaves that emitted a gentle light. As the sealed jade box was opened, the entire auction stage was dyed blue, as if it was draped in a layer of dreamy blue gauze. This was exactly what Zichun needed. His eyes became very eager. The starting price is 5,000 yuan stones. Each increment is 100 yuan. However, the auctioneer's next bid shocked Zichun. A mere blue spirit grass that was less than 5,000 years old was priced at 5,000 yuan stones. This was simply daylight robbery. Oh my god! A blue spirit grass actually has a starting price of 5,000 yuan stones? This is too expensive. Even in the outside world, the price is not this high. The starting price is far higher than the usual price. The hall was filled with exclamations. Everyone was shocked by the price of the blue spirit grass. 5,100 yuan. Zichun was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he still called out the price. This kind of thing was only around 5,000 yuan in the outside world. However, it became the starting price here. This was obviously cheating the big forces. However, he was not a big force. He was just a poor rogue cultivator. Zichun's bid attracted a lot of attention. The people on the first floor were all here to join in the fun. They did not expect someone to bid 6,000 yuan. At this moment, an indifferent voice was heard. It came from the private room upstairs. The voice was very familiar. It was Genglu. That day, their Yufei was seriously injured and needed to use a rare treasure to recover his spiritual sense. 7,000 yuan. Another force called out. It was Miao Kong. He had no use for the rare treasure. Obviously, he was fighting for Zichun. 8,000 yuan. The Zhu family of Ling Yao also called out a bid. Last time, their Yufei was also injured. They urgently needed this kind of rare treasure to heal their experts. Damn it! Zichun cursed and shouted, 10,000 yuan. Adding 2,001 go could be considered a huge sum of money. Moreover, it came from the hall, causing many people to be shocked, drawing many gazes. However, Zichun had changed his appearance and no one recognized him. 10,000 yuan stones going once. No one spoke. The auctioneer on the stage shouted. Her voice was crisp and clear, drawing everyone's attention back to her. 11,000. Genglu laughed coldly, clearly determined to win. 12,000. Zichun's heart was bleeding. As a rogue cultivator, it was not easy for him to obtain so many spirit stones. 12,000 was an astonishing number. 15,000. Genglu opened his mouth again. His voice was indifferent as he mocked. A mere rogue cultivator dares to speak here? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Is this a place where you can speak? The Geng family was now extremely wealthy. They had just occupied Letian City and snatched all the wealth of the previous city lord. They did not care about a mere 10,000 primal stones. Humph, 18,000. Zichun snorted coldly. His heart was bleeding after shouting such a price. He wanted to go up and kick Genglu a few times. At this moment, no one spoke. Only Genglu and Zichun were left. If Genglu did not compete, the blue spirit grass would be his. 20,000. In the private room, Geng Li's face was full of ridicule. He slowly called out the price as if it was just an ordinary number. The price of 20,000 made Zichun dumbfounded. It was not worth it for a blue spirit grass. Damn it, are you an idiot? He's obviously cheating you, and you still want to increase the price. Zichun cursed in his heart. He was extremely unhappy. In the end, it was sold for 20,000 yuan. Let's just watch the show. If you want to join in the fun, don't you think you're qualified? Gung Lu laughed coldly and continued to bid. After that, a few more items were auctioned off at high prices. This was an auction organized by the major forces. Other than the major forces, there were no more than 5 people who could make a bid. Moreover, after hearing Gung Li's words, no one dared to speak. In the blink of an eye, 3 items were auctioned off. They were bought by the martial ancestor, the Zhu family, and the Li family at high prices. The starting price of each item here was higher than the outside world. It could be said to be a real local tycoon. The major forces were also willing to be cheated. A blue spirit grass was auctioned off just now. Obviously, someone did not get it and was unwilling to accept it. Now, we will temporarily add another group of 3 blue spirit grass. The starting price is 10,000 vitality stones. Another 3 stalks of blue spirit grass were brought out. The dazzling blue light dyed the auction stage blue. This starting price was still acceptable. 15,000. Zichun immediately opened his mouth and directly increased the bid by 5,000. His eyes flashed. 20,000. The Zhu family said. 25,000. Miao Kong said. 30,000. Gung Lu said. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was just an ordinary blue spirit grass, yet it was increased by 5,000 vitality stones. Although it was a rare treasure and its price was very expensive, it was far from being as outrageous as today. From this, it could be seen that the major forces were paying attention to the ruins. Even if they were cheated by the Lu family once, it would not matter. Zichun was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He did not have so many vitality stones at all. Miao Kong also competed a few times. Obviously, he could not compete with Gung Lu. Gung Lu was not strong, but his financial resources were really strong. A group of blue spirit grass was increased to 40,000. 50,000. Zichun's voice was cold as if he was angry. He shouted a number, which was a bit crazy. He was completely going all out. Of course, it was also a gamble. I said, in today's auction, you rogue cultivators can only watch the fun. 60,000. Gung Lu was incomparably rich. Everyone was shocked by Gung Li's big spending. Zichun did not bid anymore. He did not even have 50,000 vitality stones on him. He was purely angry just now. If the latter did not want it, he would be in trouble. 3 blue spirit grass were obtained by Gung Lu again. The auction continued. After that, some rare items appeared, and each of them was at a high price. As for blue spirit grass, 2 groups appeared one after another. The price was ridiculously high. Zhu Zizong auctioned one group, and the other group went to Gung Lu. A group of pills refined from blue spirit grass also appeared. Although Miao Kong had been bidding, he obviously did not have enough authority and did not get it in the end. In total, there were dozens of items, and each of them was at a high price. This time, the Lu family had a great harvest. Now, the last item of the auction, this is a pill weapon. As soon as the voice fell, it caused an uproar. Obviously, the main show was coming. The price of the pill weapon would be extremely ridiculous. Even the sovereign level would be tempted. It's finally the pill weapon. After the pill weapon, there will be news about the ruins. I'm really looking forward to it. There was a bit of a commotion in the crowd. This is the last item of the auction, and it will not be made public. Now, please leave. But at the next moment, the auctioneer's words caused a dissatisfied voice. Internal auction? Why? Why can't we be here? We want to hear about the ruins. A group of rogue cultivators were dissatisfied. They glared at the auctioneer and refused to leave. We won't leave. We want to hear about the ruins. That's right. What treasures are there in Ao Baichuan's burial ground? The rogue cultivators were very strong and emotional. They were not here to watch the auction. Their main purpose was the ruins. Now that there was an internal auction, they obviously could not leave. Everyone is to leave the pill weapon inner auction. An old voice suddenly sounded with a terrifying majesty. Everyone's heart trembled. The oppressive aura made them breathless. That's the sovereign level. Everyone's expression changed. Some of the people who were clamoring immediately shut their mouths. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, a sneer came from the second floor. Then, a group of geniuses walked out of the room. They obviously wanted to leave too. Zichen glanced at the room on the second floor. Light flashed in his eyes, and he walked out first. Soon, the hall was empty. Even the auctioneer had left. It was as if there was no one in the hall. At this moment, the old voice sounded. Pill weapon, starting price of 1 million vitality stones. Each increment is 1 million vitality stones. 2 million. A voice sounded in the dark. You're really greedy. Is the ruins true? Is it really Ao Baichuan's burial ground? Of course it's true. Ao Baichuan is dead. 3 million. Why would the Liu family be so kind to pass on such important news? Someone else said. These were obviously true experts. Each of them was comparable to an old monster. Ao Baichuan is strong and his attainments and formations are high. Entering the ruins is dangerous. Our Liu family can't take him down. 4 million. Is it true that there's an inheritance in the ruins? Of course. And there's a more important news. What news? There was no sound in the dark. 5 million. What news? Still, no one spoke. 6 million. 7 million. 8 million. What news is so valuable? A very important piece of news. 10 million. The price of the pill weapon broke through the 10 million mark. This was a shocking number. Under normal circumstances, Ao Baichuan's burial ground would hide underground and wouldn't appear. There's only one explanation for this. What's the problem? Someone has beaten us to it and broke some seals. That's why the burial ground appeared. The Liu family's experts stirred up a huge commotion. Mister, this is your item. As soon as Gung Lu walked out of the private room, a maid was waiting for him with the items that he had auctioned. Oh, so fast. Gung Lu smiled. Light flashed in his hand, and pieces of vitality stones appeared. They formed a small hill and emitted dense vitality energy. Take your time to count them. If there are too many, there's no need to keep the change. Gung Lu smiled faintly. Light flashed in his hand again, and he kept the items and walked out. Gung Lu was very proud and swaggered out. He was in the limelight in today's auction and bought a lot of things. A bunch of trash. As soon as he walked out, Gung Lu pursed his lips in disdain when he heard the dissatisfied mutterings of some rogue cultivators. Chapter 307. As soon as he walked out of the auction house, Gung Lu felt a chill down his spine. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a figure moving quickly towards him. Bang! Before he could react, he felt a huge force coming towards him. It was as if he was hit by a giant beast, and he was sent flying. This was Yongqi City, the Liu family's power. Gung Lu was also a monster, and many of their family's experts were here. Although it was not Letian City, it was not far off. But it was here that Gung Lu was suddenly ambushed. Bang! Gung Lu was sent flying a few meters away. He rolled on the ground a few times before he could stabilize himself. You! Gung Lu got up immediately with anger on his face. When he saw who it was, his voice was even colder. It's you. It was Zichen. The blue spirit grass was something he had to get. Since he could not get it at the auction, he would snatch it. It's you, a reckless rogue cultivator. Do you know who I am? How dare you attack me? You must be tired of living. Gung Li's eyes were filled with killing intent. He felt humiliated to be attacked by a rogue cultivator. You dare to snatch my spiritual herb? I think you're the one who doesn't want to live. Zichen snorted. His eyes flashed coldly as he rushed towards Gung Lu again. Gung Lu was not to be outdone. Light flashed around his body as he struck out a terrifying attack. He was a monster, so he was not afraid of his opponent. Bang! There was a loud explosion. Gung Lu, who was prepared, was still sent flying. All the rogue cultivators were shocked. The scene in front of them was too unbelievable. That's. Even many of the monsters' faces changed. Where did this ferocious person come from? How could he be so strong? He could not get what he wanted at the auction, so he came out to snatch it. Moreover, he was not snatching from others, but from a monster. This was too fierce. He's got guts. He dares to snatch something from a monster in broad daylight. Everyone was dumbfounded. They found it unbelievable. Bang! But this person was very strong. He sent Gung Lu flying with just one blow. Dong! Heaven and earth trembled with a loud sound. The young man struck out another powerful attack, which landed on Gung Li's head. The latter staggered and swayed, almost unable to stand properly. Zichen's attacks were swift. After one strike, another followed. His attacks were swift and ferocious. Each strike caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Where did this ferocious person come from? He actually suppressed the monster so easily. It seems like Ao Baichuan's burial ground has attracted too many experts this time. Even a monstrous genius has been suppressed several times in the past few days. Everyone was shocked, exclaiming continuously. Unparalleled fist. Gung Lu roared. His eyes were scarlet red. He had been humiliated several times in the past few days, so he couldn't do it again today. A terrifying aura surged. Bang! Dazzling golden light flashed and struck Gung Li's fist. In the next moment, a loud sound rang out as Gung Lu was directly knocked back. His hair was disheveled and his expression was hideous. What are you waiting for? Attack! Gung Lu roared. Beside him, there were several true essence masters from the family. Swish! 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 There were 3 of them, and all of them were extremely powerful. Now that they had reacted, their eyes flashed with coldness as they charged towards Zichen. Bang! With a punch, golden light scattered. One of them was knocked back and fainted on the spot. Dong! The world shook and a terrifying energy surged. Another cultivator was hit in the head and fell to the ground, unconscious. Bang! The last person also couldn't withstand Zichen's terrifying punch and fainted on the spot. It was shocking to see 3 people unconscious in 3 attacks. At the same time, Zichen rushed towards Gung Lu with extreme speed. His fist surged and a golden light flashed. Bang! They weren't on the same level at all. Gung Lu staggered and his feet were unstable. His hands that had recovered not long ago were twisted again and blood flowed out. Aren't you supposed to be strong? Zichen questioned. He took a step forward and threw another punch. This time, it directly hit Gung Li's chin. It was very fast and Gung Lu was instantly sent flying, vomiting blood. It was a one-sided battle. There was almost no suspense. Arg! Gung Lu roared. His black hair danced wildly and his aura surged crazily. Bang! Zichen's attacks were like raindrops, powerful and terrifying. They whistled through the air and landed on Gung Li's head. Dong! It was like a bell or drum ringing, giving off a tremor that made one's heart palpitate. The aura surging around Gung Lu instantly scattered, and he staggered. Everyone was dumbfounded. A monstrous genius was actually suppressed so easily. His terrifying strength was shocking. Bang! The last attack caused the world to shake. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, Gung Li's eyes darkened and he fainted on the spot. He fainted. He fainted. A monstrous genius was knocked out just like that. Gung Lu fainted on the spot. Then Zichen grabbed his finger and took his spirit ring. There were a lot of blue spirit grass inside. As for Yuan stones, there should be a lot. Zichen did not say anything and left with the spirit ring. There was a trace of joy in his eyes. He really struck it rich this time. Just the blue spirit grass that Gung Lu had auctioned was worth more than 100,000 primeval stones, not including the rest. Moreover, Gung Lu was rich and overbearing. From his arrogant appearance at the auction, it was not difficult to see that he had a very high net worth. Everyone was speechless. This was too fierce. He actually robbed a monstrous genius in Yongqi City. This was a slap to the face. Stop right there. Is this the behavior of a bandit? A cold snort rang out. Chu Lai walked out from the crowd. He could not bear to watch this anymore. At the same time, a few people from the Chu clan appeared and surrounded Zichen. They all had cold gazes. Where did you come from? This is Yongqi City. How dare you rob in broad daylight? Chu Lai's voice was cold, and there was a cold glint in his eyes. Who are you? Zichen asked coldly. The road is uneven. Someone stepped on it. Who do you think I am? You are calling me an idiot. After Chu Lai spoke, Zichun clenched his fist and punched. Golden light shone brightly, and a terrifying aura surged. Bang! Without any suspense, Chu Lai was knocked back with one strike. At the same time, Zichun flashed forward and chased after Chu Lai with the fastest speed under the heavens. Chu Lai's attacks were like the beating of a drum. Thumping sounds rang out continuously, and a large amount of golden light rippled out. Chu Lai's face turned pale as he retreated continuously. After one exchange, Chu Lai was defeated. World of Ice and Ice. The cold glint in Chu Lai's eyes intensified. He took the opportunity to throw out a terrifying attack. Boundless cold aura surged over like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. However, before it could reach Zichun, it was scattered by a huge force. The golden light was like water, scattering everywhere. A terrifying aura surged. Chu Lai coughed out blood and was sent flying by a slap. A few days ago, he was already not a match for Zichun. Naturally, he was not a match for Zichun now. Now that he appeared and meddled in other people's business, he would only be beaten up. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, Zichun also knocked out the people from the Chu clan. His strength was ridiculously strong. The surrounding people were already petrified. This was too ferocious, fighting two demonic geniuses in a row. Go. In the crowd, Song Kuan, Wu Feng, and Liu looked at each other and nodded. Immediately after, a light flashed and the three of them charged at Zichun. How dare you snatch things in broad daylight? You are courting death. How dare you? Today, watch me, Liu, kill you. Thief, prepare to die. The three of them transformed into three streaks of light and moved forward at an extremely fast speed, forming an encirclement as they moved to surround Zichun. The surrounding people were in an uproar. This was the rhythm of a siege. Three demonic geniuses were actually ganging up on one person. No, there were four of them. Chu Lai had not been knocked out and was still persisting. Wang. The three demonic geniuses stepped forward. Zichun had no choice but to take them seriously. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a terrifying aura surged around him. Brilliant golden light burst forth. His perfect body was completely revealed, providing him with endless energy. Boom! He seemed to have gone completely berserk. His robe fluttered without wind, and the brilliant golden light made the originally expressionless Zichun look even colder. A large flame rushed towards Zichun, bringing with it a terrifyingly high temperature. In the middle of the flame, there was an exceptionally sharp sword of fire. Its power was peerless. This was the attack of the Li family's Liu, a monstrous attack. Its power was naturally extraordinary. Dong! Zichun waved his fist, bringing with it a large amount of golden light. Like a ferocious demonic beast, he directly hit the flame. Golden light scattered like thousands of raindrops, directly extinguishing the boundless flame. At the same time, his fist moved forward, and with a bang, shattered the sword light. Puff! The terrifying aura was still surging. A blazing fist light landed on Liu's body. The latter seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His body trembled, and he suddenly flew backward, vomiting blood. The void trembled, and the sky suddenly darkened. A sky-covering palm print appeared. It was incomparably dark, as if rolling demonic chi was swirling around it. It struck towards Zichun's head, and a terrifying aura rippled, creating ripples in the space. This was the attack of the martial ancestor, and it was very terrifying. An ordinary fourth sky of true essence cultivator would not even have a speck of dust left after receiving such an attack. However, when facing Zichun, who had unparalleled battle strength, it was impossible. This kind of attack was not enough. He jumped up, his eyes cold and emotionless. He waved his fist, and a large amount of extremely cold aura appeared. In the next moment, there was a loud bang, and the palm print dissipated into the energy of heaven and earth. Zichun was powerful and terrifying. His unparalleled battle strength had been completely displayed. At this moment, the Tsang family's battle technique fell, and a surge of boundless energy rushed towards Zichun like an avalanche. Boundless murderous intent filled the air. Pong! Zichun still threw out a punch. It was very simple and direct. The avalanche of energy seemed to have crashed into an unusually sturdy dam. It could no longer cause any waves and was instantly disintegrated. 3 attacks had broken the attacks of 3 demonic geniuses. This kind of battle strength shocked everyone, and they were speechless. However, the demonic genius's expressions suddenly changed. What a familiar energy aura! At this moment, Zichun's figure seemed to have changed in their eyes. It started to merge with another figure. Swoosh! Zichun's body shone with golden light, as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. His eyes were cold and emotionless. His feet flashed as he rushed towards Chu Lai. Chapter 308. Zichun, who had displayed his full strength, was extremely terrifying. His unparalleled combat strength and perfect body constitution made him even stronger than before. Among the crowd, many demonic geniuses were shocked. Zichun knew that his identity was about to be exposed. At this moment, he could only end the battle quickly. His footwork flashed like a ray of light. Zichun rushed towards Chu Lai. He would deal with him first. As for the other 3, Zichun naturally did not plan to let them go. Pung! As the fist landed, the aura surged, bringing with it a large patch of golden light. At this moment, Zichun felt a chill coming towards him. Immediately after, a ray of lightning shot towards Zichun. It was another spiritual weapon. With the 3 demonic geniuses attacking, Chu Lai had bought precious time for him to launch an attack with his spiritual weapon. Go to hell! Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A powerful will was released from his body. This was an attack that he was extremely confident in. The spiritual weapon turned into a ray of light and shot towards Zichun rapidly. The power of the spiritual weapon was beginning to be displayed. Wong! Golden light vibrated around Zichun. A golden sword appeared, shining with golden light. In the next moment, it turned into a huge sword and slashed forward with a terrifying aura. Clang! The huge sword landed with a terrifying aura. It instantly slashed onto Chu Lai's spiritual weapon, causing it to vibrate violently. You! Chu Lai's face turned pale as he recognized the huge sword. You are. His face was filled with shock. He did not expect to meet Aluo. It was this ferocious person who had knocked him unconscious the last time. Zichun did not give him any time to speak. The huge sword slashed down continuously. Light flashed as the power of the spiritual weapon was displayed. Boundless light shone. Clang! After a few consecutive attacks, the spiritual weapon suddenly trembled. Its light dimmed, and it fell to the ground. Chu Lai's face turned even paler. He spat out blood. His will was injured once again. Zichun flashed forward, bringing with him a large patch of golden light. He was like a golden god of war. He waved his fist and smashed it towards Chu Lai. Boom! There was a loud sound. The entire ground was shaking. Even the auction house was shaking. Zichun's face changed drastically. He used his strength again. Bang! This time, his strength was even greater. His fist was like a heavy hammer hitting a chisel, producing a dong sound. Immediately after, Chu Lai's eyes turned black and he fainted completely. A bright light flickered in Zichun's hand as he swiftly took the latter's spatial ring. In the surroundings, everyone's expressions changed. Another monster was knocked out. Swoosh! A terrifying aura circulated. The Li clan, the Tsang clan, and the martial ancestor were not to be outdone. They all unleashed their spirit weapons. However, their wills were even weaker than Chu Lai's. The power of their spirit weapons was limited. 3 brilliant rays of light surged, carrying the sharpness and killing intent of spirit weapons as they charged towards Zichun. Dang! The golden greatsword slashed down once again. Zichun activated it with all his might, and the greatsword already had some of the power of a spirit weapon. A terrifying aura surged, and it directly sent a spirit weapon flying. Bang! At the same time, the longsword once again turned into a cold light and fell down. A large patch of golden light dazzled the eyes as it sent another spirit weapon flying. Under the joint attack of the 3 monsters, Zichun seemed to have entered an unstoppable state. With a move of his will, The golden sword followed the momentum and destroyed the last spirit weapon. Swoosh! Zichun flashed forward, waving his fists and unleashing a terrifying attack. The heavens and earth were trembling. This battle had dragged on for a long time. Zichun had become impatient. The old monsters in the auction house could appear at any time. Moreover, the Yu clan of the few major powers could also sense the abnormality. At this moment, they no longer held back and unleashed a terrifying attack. Dong! With one strike, the energy trembled. Li Yu's eyes rolled up as he directly fell to the ground and fainted. Swoosh! Zichun's figure flashed again like a beam of light as he charged towards Wu Feng and slapped his palm towards the latter's head. A surge of energy surged. Wu Feng's eyes rolled up as he also fainted. The last one was Zhang Kuan. Although his strength was strong, he was also knocked out after 2 strikes. Zichun snatched his opponent's space spirit ring like a bolt of lightning and started to run like a bolt of lightning. Surrounding him were the attacks of the guards. Although the power was not strong, it would still be troublesome to be hit. There were definitely ancestor-level existences in the auction house. However, at this moment, they were in a discussion and did not notice what was happening outside. Even if they did notice, they would not care. Zichun wanted to escape from Yongqi City before Yu clan appeared. Heavens! 1 against 5. Complete victory. Am I seeing things? This youth actually defeated 5 monsters. Isn't that even more powerful than Zichun? Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. He is Aluo, the one who knocked out 2 monsters by himself that day. I did not expect his battle strength to be so terrifying. That day, it was easy for him to go 1 against 2, but today, he still won 1 against 5. Although he had changed his appearance, the powerful battle technique and the same golden sword allowed many people to recognize Zichun. Exclamations came from the crowd, and the faces of the monsters changed. He had fought against 5 freaks alone, yet he hadn't been injured at all. His battle prowess was too terrifying. At the same time, Aluo's figure seemed to have merged with another figure to some extent. How terrifying! His battle strength is not weaker than Zichun's. Moreover, Wang Shan's eyes flickered, but he did not finish his sentence. Many people had felt the extreme yin and yang energy just now. The youth in front of them was actually somewhat similar to Zichun. You think you can leave so easily after injuring our people? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. A terrifying aura surged from the distance, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. At this moment, heaven and earth lost its color. Yu clan appeared. Moreover, there were several of them. Yu clan appeared in the sky, releasing a terrifying aura, and chased after Zichun. They finally noticed the abnormality, and all of them soared into the sky. Zichun turned into a streak of golden lightning, flying out of Yongqi City. Time was of the essence right now. Once he escaped from Yongqi City, he would be able to fly freely. Elder, he injured Wu Feng and stole his spatial ring. Don't let him go. Martial Ancestors Group protected Wu Feng as they shouted towards the sky. Chu Lai's spatial ring was also stolen. Young Master Zhang Kuan's as well. This bastard is too despicable. We can't let him go. Voices rang out one after another. Everyone was complaining to Yu clan, gnashing their teeth. This was simply a great humiliation. 5 monsters were knocked out in a big city, and their spatial rings were stolen. Ah, damn it. Hearing this, Yu clan's killing intent surged out of his body. His aura flashed once again. Chu clan's dignity cannot be violated. With a loud shout, Chu clan's Yu clan turned into a streak of light, chasing after Zichun. All of Yu clan chased after him, their killing intent flashing. The crowd also became restless. Everyone wanted to witness a different kind of battle, so they all chased after Yichen. Due to the large number of people, a stampede occurred. A few of the fainted monsters were almost trampled to death. Fortunately, their guards all risked their lives to protect them. Who is this Aluo? He injured 5 monsters so easily. With such battle strength, he is even more terrifying than Zichun. Powerful battle skills, fast footwork, and powerful spiritual sense. Could he be another monster in the southern region besides Zichun? Everyone was incomparably excited as they chased after Zichun. They wanted to see if this powerful youth could escape Yu Clan's pursuit. It's him. Damn it, I should have thought of it. Other than him, who else has a stronger physique than me? In the crowd, a bald monk with a benevolent look appeared. Just a moment ago, he looked like an enlightened monk, but after recognizing Zichun, his expression changed. He was flustered and exasperated as he cursed repeatedly. It turned out that he was the one who hit his head. The monk was about to explode from anger. With a flash of his feet, he turned into a streak of golden light and chased after Zichun. His speed was even faster than Yu Clan's. Let's see how you can escape this time. The monk's heart was filled with hatred. Bang! Just as Zhu Zizong was about to rush forward, someone bumped into him from the side. He was immediately dissatisfied. But then, an apologetic voice sounded, Sorry. Idiot. Don't you look where you're going? Zhu Zizong frowned. Beside him, Zhu Zizong's guard was cursing. Sorry. This was a young man with small eyes. He looked very ordinary, and he kept apologizing. Get lost. The guard shouted angrily. Obviously, he did not want to be entangled with the other party. He followed Zhu Zizong and flew forward. Yes. The young man nodded as if he had been pardoned. With a face full of gratitude, he turned and left. At this moment, the crowd was very chaotic, and no one noticed this scene. After the young man walked a dozen meters away, a light flashed in his hand, and a jade box appeared. Humph, as expected. The young man sneered, kept the jade box, and flew away. His speed was very fast, not any slower than Zichun. Senior brother, let our experts make a move and disrupt the situation. As he flew out, the small-eyed young man's appearance changed instantly. He turned into Miao Kong and transmitted a message to Wu Emo. Wu Emo nodded and disappeared from the crowd. At this moment, if Zhu Zizong could take a look at his own spatial spirit ring, his expression would change drastically, because the group of blue spirit grass in his ring had disappeared without a trace. The small-eyed young man, Miao Kong, had displayed a supreme skill. Brother, you must save him. Torrential energy surged, and the entire Yongqi city was in chaos. Wang Xian'er was fuming, and she kept stomping her feet. Her jade-like hands grabbed the corner of Wang Qiong's clothes and twisted, almost tearing them apart. Wang Qiong frowned. Even though I really hate his arrogance, causing such a huge commotion every single time and shocking everyone every single time, causing me to feel extremely displeased, I have to say that our Wang family owes him. Wang Shan, who had always been extremely arrogant, actually spoke up at this moment. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to guess Aluo's identity from the battle just now. But apart from that, they also guessed Aluo's other identity. That was Zichun. They had long suspected this, but after the battle just now, they were certain. He is a Sky Realm expert, and his battle strength is unparalleled. Although I don't know why he didn't leave the southern region, it would be a pity if he was killed by Zongkong. I am looking forward to fighting with him, Wang Shi said. After pondering for a moment, Wang Qiong finally nodded. All right, let the family help. But remember, we don't owe him, but he owes us. Last time, he almost killed Xian'er, and I haven't settled the score with him yet. Chapter 309. Boom. The entire Yongqi city was in a frenzy. All the cultivators and Yukong were in a frenzy. In broad daylight, there were actually 5 people who dared to rob the items of the geniuses of the major factions. The saddest thing was that Yi Futian had defeated all 5 of them by himself. The Yukong of the 5 major factions were so angry that they almost vomited blood. It was a slap in the face in broad daylight. The wind and clouds moved, and a terrifying aura circulated. Numerous destructive attacks were launched. Yukong was determined to kill Zichun. Get out of the way, Zichun yelled in the city. He ran at full speed and turned into a ray of golden light. In fact, he didn't need to shout. Everyone opened up a path for him. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and worship. He was simply an idol. He was even more terrifying than Zichun, and the things he did were even crazier than Zichun. Swoosh! A sharp cold light appeared from the crowd and pierced towards Zichun. Terrifying murderous intent surged. This was a sure kill attack. The assassin of the assassin pavilion seemed to have noticed something and attacked repeatedly. Pop! Zichen pointed with one hand, and a ray of golden light appeared and pointed between the assassin's eyebrows. In the next moment, blood bloomed and the assassin fell to the ground. Go to hell. A ray of blade light appeared from the crowd. A burly man suddenly jumped up and slashed towards Zichen. On the ground, other than the assassin, there were also people from the major factions. They were all in the true energy realm and were very powerful. Puff! Zichen pointed with one hand, and a bright golden light appeared. It was like a sharp blade slashing across, shattering the blade light and cutting the burly man's body. Blood spurted out, and the burly man died. Zichen was like a demon that had just walked out of hell. He killed people without blinking, and not a single drop of blood stained his clothes. He killed a person every 10 steps, and he didn't leave a single trace behind. His expression was indifferent, and his attacks were decisive and ruthless. Puff! With another attack, another assassin fell to the ground. Above his head, Zichen was as ruthless to others as Yukong was to him. Boom! Terrifying energy surged in the air and struck downward. Zichen's body flickered with golden light as he dodged continuously. However, he was still hit by the huge energy. His body flew forward as he coughed up large amounts of blood. In the face of so many aerial attacks, he was finally injured. At this moment, being injured meant death. Yongqi City was very big. It was easier said than done to escape from here. Furthermore, there were many people flying above them. Each of the 5 major powers sent out 2 people, so there were a total of 10 of them. 10 of them unleashed a powerful attack. Not to mention a mere true energy boundary cultivator. Even a flight step cultivator would have to avoid it. You big forces are really shameless. You guys are not a match for the geniuses under your command, so you let the Zephyr Sword attack. Shameless to the extreme. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His speed did not decrease at all, and he was like a beam of light. Boom! The terrifying energy fell once again, and a terrifying aura surged. Zichen coughed up blood again. You guys are shameless to the extreme. The monsters that you've raised are like trash. Now, more than 10 of you are attacking me from the sky. Why don't you guys go and die? Zichen cursed. Your shamelessness is indescribable. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, they were in a mess. Who was the shameless one here? Was it the shamelessness of stealing or the shamelessness of being robbed? In terms of morality, those who stole were shameless. However, at this moment, it had nothing to do with morality. Everyone thought that the big forces were the shameless ones. More than 10 flight step cultivators chasing after one person was indeed shameless. Wong. In the sky, a light vibration sounded. Following that, a terrifying killing intent appeared. At this moment, the wind and clouds were stirred up, and the killing intent was boundless. A long sword that was more than 10 meters long appeared in the sky. The aura that it emitted caused ripples to appear in the space. Zichen's expression changed greatly. He had actually used a spirit weapon. You guys are really shameless. You actually used a spirit weapon in the Zephyr Sword. Zichen's face was pale. Using a spirit weapon in the Zephyr Sword was practically the strongest attack in the Zephyr Sword. Its speed and attack were both terrifyingly strong. He could not block it at all. Go to hell. A sinister laugh sounded. The long sword in the sky turned into a ray of light. It was more than 10 meters long and rushed towards Zichen. Its speed was very fast, and the distance between the 2 parties was instantly shortened. Merciless killing intent filled the air. Zichen felt the crisis of death. Around him, there were cries of surprise. Damn it! You actually dared to injure Wu Feng. Give me your life. At this moment, a loud roar sounded. It was like rolling thunder, causing the heaven and earth to shake. Following that, a pitch-black palm print appeared. It emitted a terrifying aura and fell towards Zichen. Boom! The palm print fell and collided with the spirit weapon first. A terrifying energy burst out. In the sky, boundless destructive energy rippled. The spirit weapon trembled slightly in the air because of this attack. Then, it rolled back. As for the palm print, it also dissipated in the air. However, Zichen had survived the attack. Such a scene was very dramatic. Zichun breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran away. Qi Qingqiu, what do you mean? A loud roar sounded in the sky. It was Yukong who had attacked with the spirit weapon. I want to avenge Wu Feng. I want to kill him. The cultivator named Qi Qingqiu appeared. He was a tall man with a terrifying aura around him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Swoosh. At this moment, another Yukong activated his spirit weapon. Boundless killing intent filled the air. A sky-high blade appeared and slashed across the sky towards Zichun. The crisis arose again. Pong. But then, the terrifying palm print appeared again and hit the long blade. The palm print dissipated and the long blade returned. Kid, I want you dead. It was Qi Qingqiu again. He roared again. His eyes were like copper bells and his killing intent was even stronger. Qi Qingqiu, you did it on purpose. Another Yukong said coldly. That's right. I want to kill him on purpose. Don't act recklessly. Let me kill him. Qi Qingqiu roared and raised his hand to attack again. Boom. The third spirit artifact turned back. Yukong, who was controlling the spirit weapon, was anxious. Do you want to die? I told you not to attack. Let me kill him. But before he could speak, Qi Qingqiu glared back at him. Enough, Qi Qingqiu. Stop acting. You're so kind as to avenge Wu Feng. Another voice sounded. It was a martial ancestor, Yukong. We're from the same sect. It's natural for us to act. What's there to be kind or not? Qi Qingqiu glared. Stop acting. Although we're from the same sect, you're not so kind. Yukong turned his head, looked at the others and said, Everyone, do not hold back. We must kill this thief who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. As his voice fell, spirit weapons appeared one after another. The terrifying killing intent even stirred up the sky. Kill. At the same time, another battle cry sounded. Terrifying attacks appeared one after another. They actually attacked Zichun first. Their auras surged. There were shattering palms, green peak seals, and spirit weapons. These attacks were the first to appear. But before they could land on Zichun, they were penetrated by the spirit weapons behind them. Surging energy sounded. The attacks collided in the air. A pitch-black hole appeared. The attacks exploded. The rippling aura was too terrifying. Many spirit weapons were scattered. The people of the major powers were furious. They looked at the people behind them. The leader was Yunxia City's Wang Zhenwei. What's the meaning of this? Why are you stopping us? Are you going to let him go? This kid dares to attack in broad daylight. He must be killed. Wang Zhenwei said coldly. That's right. He dares to cause trouble in my Yongqi city. He's courting death. Lu Mingyong also appeared. Only, he lacked the Wolf Fang Club. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to intimidate the Yukong. But the others were unwilling. Don't make a move. Let us deal with this. If everyone makes a move, it'll be troublesome. Wang Zhenwei said coldly. Qi Qingqiu and Lu Mingyong nodded. No, we have to make a move quickly. The people of the major powers were unwilling. They once again launched a terrifying attack. Let's make a move too. With Wang Zhenwei as the leader, the Yukong once again launched a powerful attack. A dramatic scene appeared. The young man who was supposed to be killed easily was thrown into chaos because there were too many people attacking. Explosions sounded continuously in the air. Black holes appeared one after another. However, the young man below was unscathed. He was running away with all his might. What's going on? Everyone blinked. This was too funny. But some people knew that the major powers wanted to protect this young man. They purposely came to disturb the situation. Go to hell. Just as they were about to rush out of Yongqi City, a wave of killing intent filled the air. Then, a Yukong suddenly appeared. Clearly, he had been waiting here for a long time to deal a killing blow to Zichun. Zichun's expression changed. This Yukong's sneak attack was too unexpected. He couldn't dodge at all. Wang. But at this moment, a light vibration sounded. A green light shot out from behind Zichun. It carried a terrifying energy wave and hit the Yukong's attack. Clang. A light sound rang out. The blue light flashed and turned into a 1-meter-long sword. It flickered with blue light and a terrifying aura filled the air. This was a spiritual weapon. It blocked the attack for Zichun. Go. At the same time, a cold shout rang out. The spiritual weapon rushed towards Yukong. Zichun turned his head and saw the cold face of Wang Qiong and the weeping beauty of Wang Xian'er. Zichun didn't have time to thank them. He turned and left. The terrifying killing intent flashed again. A person rushed out from the crowd. He merged with his sword and rushed towards Zichun. This was a Yukong sneak attack. He was very scheming and belonged to the Heavenly Slayer's pavilion. Ma. Suddenly, a sound wave rang out. The Buddhist 6 syllables appeared. It was like a heavy hammer, ringing in the hearts of everyone. Everyone couldn't help but slow down. Their eyes lost focus and became confused. The monk made his move, wanting to catch Zichun, but he cleverly blocked the killing blow for Zichun. The bone-piercing killing intent suddenly stopped. Yukong fell into a temporary daze. Pooh! At this moment, Zichun seized the opportunity. A light flashed in his hand, and the golden sword appeared again. It instantly became 1 meter long and shone with golden light. Then, under his will, the long sword slashed forward at an extremely fast speed. At such a close distance, Yukong was distracted. There was no suspense in this attack. Pooh! Chapter 310. The headless corpse was vomiting blood. It was a bloody scene, but Zichun had killed quite a few people today, so no one found it strange. But at this moment, seeing the headless corpse spurting blood, the crowd fell into silence. This huge city was deathly silent. Even Yukong, who was in the air, stopped attacking. Everyone looked down in disbelief at the headless corpse that was spurting out blood. Dead. Yukong, a grand spirit origin expert, an existence that could fly, had his head cut off by a true energy realm brat. With just one attack, he had died just like that. Everyone's jaws dropped. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Everyone was stunned. No one dared to speak. For a true energy realm brat to kill Yukong was another miracle. This young man, who had fought against 5 monstrous geniuses alone, had just created a miracle. Now, there was another one. Everyone was dumbfounded, but they didn't forget the person who had caused all this. Their gazes shifted from Zichun to the bald monk not far behind him. Just now, the monk had used sound waves to attack, while the other had used a spirit weapon. The two of them had worked together seamlessly to kill Yukong. No matter where he goes, he stirs up waves. This time, he's caused another sensation, said Wang Shan enviously. As for the other monstrous geniuses, they were completely stunned. Of course, other than Zichun's power, the monk was even more shocked. Evil good and evil monk, this guy with a shiny forehead, actually had such strength. When he used the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra, even Yukong was no match for him. Covering his face with both hands, Tyrant's face was filled with regret. He roared in his heart that this was just a misunderstanding, but no one believed him. There was a chill in the air, and even Tyrant felt his body trembling. He was completely frightened. The one who died wasn't just any ordinary Yukong. It was Yukong from the Heavenly Slaughter Sect. He was a powerful being from the Heavenly Slaughter Sect. Others might not know, but Tyrant knew very well how strong the Heavenly Slaughter Sect was. They were the only power in the southern region that had connections with the outside world. Furthermore, they were a major power. In fact, in some aspects, they weren't weaker than the Martial Heaven Alliance. Assassins, this was a profession that had existed since the beginning of the human race. It was very ancient, passed down from generation to generation, and would never disappear. He couldn't shirk the responsibility of Yukong's death. This time, it could be said that he had provoked a great enemy. Tyrant was vexed and regretful. His heart was filled with anger. He blamed Zichun. Why was he always so unlucky when he met him? Evil good monk, it's him, as expected of the most mysterious monster in the southern region. His strength is indeed unfathomable, able to cause Yukong to become absent-minded with a single strike. Is this intentional? He made everyone lose focus, but this fierce person is fine. Is he intentionally letting him go? So the two of them are together. That's right. Only monstrous geniuses with such battle prowess can become friends. The discussions in the crowd were undoubtedly making things worse for Tyrant. Die for me. Tyrant hollered as golden light surged around him. His benevolent expression turned into a fiendish one, filled with killing intent. Clearly, he was trying to distance himself from this. At the same time, he was trying to tell the people of the Godly Kills Pavilion that this was all a misunderstanding. Indeed, he's here to save him. Even his tone is the same. That's right. It's the same tone as the big powers. He's here to save him, but he's here to kill. No one believed Tyrant's pretentious expression. To most of them, the previous strike was just to create an opportunity for Zichen. Tyrant even had thoughts of dying. Misunderstanding. Everything was just a misunderstanding. The coldness in the air intensified. With the death of Yukong and the loss of Face, the assassins of the Godly Kills Pavilion locked onto Zichen. Misunderstanding. This is just a misunderstanding. Kid, go to hell. Tyrant hollered once more. His eyes were filled with ferocity, revealing the true face of an evil monk. But what he got in return was a knowing smile and a knowing look in everyone's eyes. Tyrant's lungs were about to explode. Monk, I can't express my gratitude with words. I'm not someone who forgets my roots. I'll remember what happened today. Next time, I'll definitely drink and chat with you. At that moment, Zichen turned his head with a righteous expression. Pooh, shut your mouth. You and I are irreconcilable. Tyrant was furious. I know, but I'll remember this favor. This is a spatial spirit ring. Take it as a gift. If I don't die today, I'll repay this favor in the future. Zichen's expression was solemn as he took out a spiritual ring. He had snatched 5 spiritual rings from the 5 monsters. They weren't ordinary spiritual rings. They were the wealth of big powers. The reason why these monsters could carry such a huge amount of wealth was because of their families. To be precise, the vitality stones in the spiritual rings belonged to their families. It was a shocking amount of wealth. Zichen tossed the spiritual ring over with a look of gratitude. Then, he turned around and left. Slap. The spiritual ring turned into a ray of light and was caught by Tyrant subconsciously. There was a hint of greed in his crazed eyes. But at this moment, he felt the coldness in the air getting thicker. Obviously, he was targeted by a group of assassins. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Don't blame me. Tyrant tried to explain, but he held the spiritual ring tightly in his hand. His explanation was very weak. No one believed him. The coldness in the air got thicker. Tyrant's expression kept changing. This was a spiritual ring. There was endless wealth in it. He suddenly gritted his teeth and made a decision. He turned into a ray of golden light and ran out. For the spiritual ring, he had to give it his all. Swoosh. At this moment, the assassins in the dark arrived. Each one of them struck out a killing blow. Cold light flashed as sharp sword chi wreaked havoc. Ma. Tyrant seized the opportunity and ran away quickly. At the same time, Tyrant also added a strong defense to himself. The Buddhist protective divine art appeared again. It was another terrifying battle skill. Just like that, Tyrant left with a group of assassins. Zichen had offended 5 major powers, so he quickly fled. Although there were 3 major powers helping him, the number of Zephyrs was far less than the number of Zephyrs. There were even more Zephyrs attacking Zichen. Spiritual weapons in the air were very scary. Once they attacked, Zichen would be dead for sure. Come, let's see if you want to kill me or take the spiritual ring. Blocking the way, Zichen threw caution to the wind. A light flashed in his hand, and a spiritual ring appeared. He shouted at Yukong, "This is Wu Feng's spiritual ring." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen threw the spiritual ring out. The spiritual ring turned into a ray of light and fell down. It was unknown whether it was intentional or coincidental, but where the spiritual ring fell, there were a few monsters. Among them were Zhu Zizong, Lu Chun, and people from the Qin family. Their eyes lit up, and they immediately attacked. This was Wu Feng's wealth. It was also martial ancestors' wealth. After the spiritual ring flew out, Yukong hesitated for a while. In the end, he gave up on Zichen and rushed towards the spiritual ring. Boom! Below, a fierce battle broke out because of a spiritual ring. Beside the monsters, there was Yukong. so they naturally wanted to snatch the spiritual ring. This is Zhang Kuan's spiritual ring. Zichun took out another spiritual ring and tossed it to the place with the most people. Instantly, it caused a huge commotion. At the same time, many figures chased after the spiritual ring in the air. Compared to Zichun's life, wealth was more important. This is Chu Li's. A light flashed, and the spiritual ring reappeared. Zichun tossed it to the other monsters. At the same time, he turned into a ray of golden light and fled outside. There were many monsters. Those from the large factions who did not make a move earlier went crazy when the spiritual ring appeared. They instantly made a move. However, there were many monsters in the air. Before Zichun could get far, he was surrounded again. This is Li Yu's. Zichun tossed out another spiritual ring. He was like a beam of light, flying to the horizon. He was using the spiritual ring to save his life. At the same time, Xiao Chun displayed his extreme speed and turned into a ray of light, continuing to flee. After the spiritual ring was tossed out, everyone went crazy. They continuously fought over it, making huge moves. At this moment, the monsters in the air were no longer calm. They sent out terrifying attacks. There was too much wealth in the spiritual ring. They could not afford to lose it. This is Gung Li's. The Gung clan's spiritual ring was tossed out in the end. After that, Zichun clapped his hands. He had a pained expression on his face, but he was very relaxed. He said, "The spiritual ring is gone. You all can fight for it. Don't make things difficult for me. Today, I am not here for the wealth but for my pride." Gung Le looks down on loose cultivators. Today, I will let him know that the Gung clan spent countless resources to nurture him is not even comparable to a loose cultivator. After saying that, Zichun turned into a ray of golden light and fled. Furthermore, Zichun's words caused many loose cultivators to cheer. Clearly, he was helping them gain face. As for Gung Lu, who had just woken up, he vomited blood again and fainted. Everyone cheered for Zichun. This was a noble person who had broken away from vulgar interests. He did not even care about wealth. All wealth was like a fleeting cloud. It was admirable. However, some people soon realized that something was wrong. Zichun had only snatched 5 spiritual rings, but now, including the monk's spiritual ring, he had thrown out 6 spiritual rings. How come there was one more? Some people were confused and could not react. Could it be that they had lost another spiritual ring? Damn it! This spiritual ring is empty. At this moment, an exasperated voice sounded. One of the monsters in the air snatched the spiritual ring. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. It was empty inside. Damn it! This one is empty too. Another roar sounded. There was endless anger in the rumbling voice. They did not know how long they had fought to get the spiritual ring, but it was empty. As soon as he said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Those who had previously praised Zichun for being a virtuous man who regarded wealth as a passing cloud were also speechless. Kid die. The group of monsters in the air went crazy and chased after him again. This time, they lost even more face. They had been fooled. And this time, Zichun had aroused public anger. The monsters in the air who had not attacked before all attacked now. At this moment, Zichun's hand flashed again. He took out a spiritual ring and said, "This is Wu Feng's spiritual ring." After saying that, he threw it out. "This is Gung Li's. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it. Don't chase anymore. I'll give you the spiritual rings." Zichun waved his hand, and several spirit rings flew out, flying to different places. Chapter 311. Yongqi City was in complete chaos. A group of powerful cultivators took action. Some of them were rogue cultivators. Ao Baichuan's ruins had attracted the attention of many powerful experts. Previously, they had all been hiding and watching the show. However, when they saw someone flying into the air, snatching a spirit ring and then leaving without saying a word, they finally made a move. The wealth in the spiritual ring was shocking. It was worth it for a cultivator to take action. It was a chaotic battle. With so many cultivators taking action, the entire Yongqi city was trembling. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and the sound of explosions spread throughout the city. As for the culprit, Zichun, he had already disappeared without a trace. "It's too terrifying," everyone exclaimed. The royal mountain was even more shocked. Zichun's actions were too big. Why does he have to make such a big commotion every time he appears? He's able to create chaos in Yongqi City alone. It's too powerful. The others were also shocked. In the auction hall, several experts were still discussing. Only their voices could be heard, but no one was seen. Ao Baichuan's burial ground is full of powerful formations. Without the correct route, it's impossible to enter, and it's impossible to appear on its own. But now, the ruins have appeared on its own, an old voice said. That's right. That's why I'm sure that someone went in first and got the correct route. In other words, they got the map of the ruins. Lu family's expert said. How do you know? In terms of formations, Ao Baichuan was the #1 person in the southern region. His battle prowess was extremely powerful, and he could even kill Sky Realm warriors. His formations were even more profound. According to the records, his chi and blood were very vigorous, and his life force was very active. If he lived for 3,000 years, it means that his lifespan ran out 6,000 years ago. For someone who has studied spell formations to the extreme, how could a mere 6,000 people possibly cause the spell formations in the ruins to weaken? Now that they have appeared, it can only mean that someone has entered the ruins and destroyed some of the spell formations. That's why the ruins have appeared. Then who went in? I'm not sure, but obviously, it's not someone at our level. Rumble. Suddenly, a trembling sound rang out, causing the entire auction hall to shake. Is this the news you wanted to tell us? Someone else asked, but no one cared where the vibration came from. Of course, there are other things. In the periphery of the ruins, the formations will change every once in a while. It's the same inside the ruins. After they are destroyed, they will automatically reappear after a period of time. The pattern is very difficult to grasp. This time, we have to find a formation master to enter the ruins. Otherwise, just the many formations will cost us a lot of energy. Moreover, we have to break all the formations at once and be fully prepared before we enter. Boom! The vibration sounded again, but still, no one paid attention to it. After that, the group of experts discussed when to enter the ruins and find an auspicious day. Let's send out invitations to look for array formation grandmasters. Perhaps in the past 10,000 years, many array formation grandmasters have appeared in the southern region. That's right. Right now, the southern region is also filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Perhaps 1 or 2 formation grandmasters will appear. We will personally send out invitations. It was obvious that they attached great importance to this trip to the ruins. Rumble. As the discussion progressed, the tremors became louder and more violent, causing the entire world to tremble. What's happening outside? Why is there such a big commotion? Finally, someone spoke, obviously dissatisfied. After that, a terrifying spiritual sense was released, instantly enveloping the entire Yongqi city. Hey, what's going on? Why are they all fighting? Just as he released his spiritual sense, he saw a shocking scene. The entire Yongqi city had become a battlefield. Smoke and dust filled the sky. There were battles everywhere. In the sky, there were battles. In the ground, there were battles. The entire Yongqi city was in chaos. What's going on? The others were also dumbfounded. They were just discussing some matters, and they weren't done yet. The entire Yongqi city was in chaos. All the major forces were fighting. It was simply a chaotic battle. Stop, all of you stop. Suddenly, an old man shouted, directly spreading through the entire Yongqi city. The boundless pressure was terrifying. Many people fell to the ground, and their faces changed drastically. The ancestor-level expert spoke, surging with endless pressure. Everyone was shocked, and the battle instantly stopped. What the hell is going on? Why are they all fighting? The Lu family expert was very dissatisfied. As the host, everyone was fighting in the city. Obviously, they didn't give him face. A group of people stopped in the air, but they didn't know what to say. The people of the 5 major powers were all staring at each other with murderous intent. As for the Red Cloud City and the other major powers, they were all fighting with real anger. Wang Xinwei had even injured 2 ancestor-level experts. His battle strength was tyrannical. Lu Mingyong, tell me what's going on? The old man's voice was filled with anger. The host, Ancestor Lu family, spoke, his voice deafening. Uncle, we're chasing after a true energy realm brat who's causing trouble in Yongqi City. Lu Mingyong said respectfully to the void. What? So many of you have messed up Yongqi City? You're actually chasing after a true energy realm brat? What a scandal. The Lu family expert was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. As for the other ancestor-level experts, they were gloating. The Lu family expert was furious. Tell me, what's going on? A brat came here to cause trouble. He injured a few other brats and stole their spiritual rings. We wanted to kill that brat, but they wanted to kill him too. Knowing that it was dangerous, the brat left the ring and ran away. Hence, a scuffle broke out. What spiritual ring can cause a scuffle? Haven't you seen a spiritual ring before? The Lu family expert was furious. Today, there were so many ancestor-level experts. For such a thing to happen, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Hee, these brats are interesting. That's right. For a spiritual ring, they can cause chaos. That's not right. Your Lu family is a weapon maker. If you say that you don't have many experts, we'll believe it. But if you say that you don't have a spiritual ring, we won't believe it. In the auction house, mocking laughter could be heard. The ancestor-level experts looked like they were watching a good show. Your people are fighting too. What's the point of all of you laughing here? The Lu family expert was dissatisfied. Fighting for a spiritual ring. That's not right. That's right. We should ask whose spiritual ring it is. Another ancestor-level expert mocked. His voice spread throughout Yongqi City. Then tell me, what kind of spirit ring is it that can make you guys not even care about your face? The Lu family's expert was enraged. Clearly, he had a violent temper. A terrifying pressure swept over. Lu Mingyong trembled as he said, Martial ancestor, Gung family, Li family, Song family, and Chu family. Those brats who participated in the auction were knocked out by one person and had their spiritual rings stolen. What? They were beaten up? 1 against 5, and they were knocked out? At this moment, 5 voices rang out in succession, filled with shock and disbelief. They were the few sect masters who had been mocking him previously. They were targeted as soon as they appeared in the auction house. In the end, they were knocked out one by one. Lu Mingyong explained slowly. Below, the few monsters who had just woken up were ashamed and angry when they heard this. They couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. 5 against 1, and we couldn't beat him. That's why we attacked. Lu Mingyong emphasized the 5 against 1. 5 against 1, and you couldn't beat him. You're really powerful. A hearty laugh rang out. Uncle, we already succeeded. It's just that these few came out to cause trouble. That's why the thief escaped. At this moment, someone from the Tsang family walked out. Nonsense. We wanted to kill that thief. You guys are the ones who caused trouble. Immediately, a rebuttal rang out. Instantly, a quarrel began. Granduncle, it's like this. Their evildoers were no match for him, and they attacked him from the air. They couldn't take him down for a long time, and even used their spirit weapons. Evildoers couldn't do it, nor could they do it in the air. Therefore, we might as well take action and not let this thief escape. But who knew that this thief was very cunning? After killing one of the evildoers, he threw away his ring and ran away. The faces of the 5 forces who were at a disadvantage were pale. The ancestor-level experts didn't say a word. Their faces were gloomy. A slap in the face. This was a slap in the face. Suddenly, someone seemed to have thought of something. What? You said that he killed one of the Zephyrs and ran away? Yes. One of the Zephyrs from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was beheaded, Wang Xinwei said. After that, the crowd dispersed, and a headless corpse appeared. His clothes were gone, and even his inner armor was taken away. Under the strong spiritual sense, the ancestor-level expert from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion almost vomited blood. This was a slap in the face. He was still mocking others before this. What's going on? It's evil good monk. He used the 6 syllables mantra. After that, the thief attacked. That kid gave him a spiritual ring to thank him, but he ran away. All the ancestor-level experts were furious, but fortunately, they were able to keep their composure. Find him. We must find him. We can't let this thief go. Catch him and bring him back. You guys go quickly and bring evil good monk back. All the ancestor-level experts said in a deep voice. Their voices resounded throughout Yongqi City. Although there was no emotion in their voices, the atmosphere was much colder after they spoke. Yes. At this moment, the experts of the 5 major forces moved out. Of course, before that, they took back the spiritual rings. Out of the 10 spiritual rings, only 3 belonged to them. The remaining 7 were empty. Evil good monk took one. There's still one left. It must be in the thief's hands. Find him. We must find him. One by one, they flew out of Yongqi City. You guys go too. Don't let him run away again. The other ancestor-level experts said. Lu Mingyong, Wang Jinwei, and Qi Qingqiu nodded and left quickly with their men. Thousands of miles away, evil good monk finally got rid of the pursuit. His kasaya was tattered, but he was holding a spiritual ring tightly in his hand. Humph, count yourself lucky. I'll deal with you next time. The monk snorted and leaned against a big tree. Then, golden light surged around him and rushed towards the spiritual ring. It's done. When the spiritual ring turned golden, the monk was overjoyed and smiled. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. He was stunned. After a long time, he roared, Zichun, you and I are irreconcilable. The spiritual ring was empty. There was no wealth. The monk's face was ferocious and terrifying. Chapter 312. The exploration of the remnant was imminent, but the major powers went crazy. Someone stole their things right under their noses. 2 of the rings were stolen. Everyone concluded that one was with Tyrant and the other was with Aluo. Back then, when Tyrant saved Aluo even gave him a ring. No one thought that it was fake. The next day, the 2's portraits were hung everywhere. They were determined to find them. At the same time, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion announced that they were irreconcilable with Tyrant. Zichun, I'm also irreconcilable with you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Tyrant roared furiously at a mountain peak when he received the news. His voice echoed through the mountain stream. Why was he so unlucky? Nothing good would come out of running into Zichun. You're too immoral. You'd rather throw away the ring than give it to me. I'm not done with you. Tyrant was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He roared at the mountain in the distance. The atmosphere in Yongqi City was very tense. The experts of the major powers all moved out to search for Aluo and Tyrant. You didn't see the scene back then. He fought 1 against 5. Many people even tried to sneak attack him, but they were all knocked unconscious. Aluo is too strong. That battle was too terrifying. Aluo's combat strength is even stronger than Zichun's. The entire Yongqi City was discussing this matter. Furthermore, everyone already knew that the fierce person was Aluo. A Yukong expert was beheaded in an instant by Aluo. His teamwork with Tyrant was simply flawless. They were a match made in heaven. When the 2 of them appeared, all the demonic geniuses had to submit. When the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's people heard this, their expressions turned even uglier. The one who died was their elder assassin. He was very strong and had outstanding battle results back then. Yet, he died at the hands of a nobody. It was truly a tragic death. Back then, when Chu Lai came, he said that he could kill Aluo with 1 slap. However, in the end, he was knocked unconscious after 2 battles. Even his teeth were knocked out and his ring was snatched. There were other demonic geniuses surrounding him, but they were all knocked unconscious by Aluo. Gung Lu looked down on loose cultivators, but what happened in the end? A single loose cultivator challenged 5 of them. The 5 monstrous geniuses had not appeared for several days. Although some of them had their spirit rings recovered, they were too ashamed to show up. This time, they had lost a lot of face. Not only had they lost face, but they had also lost face for their families. What's wrong with this brother-in-law? Every time he's here, he's always stirring up trouble and slapping the faces of the major powers. Could it be that he was born to slap the faces of others? Inside the room, Wang Shan's face was filled with envy and jealousy. This person is so strong. He must have encountered some kind of opportunity. However, I am very curious as to why he did not leave with Su Long beside him. Wang Shi indifferently said. Maybe Su Long didn't leave either. Wang Qiong said. So you're saying that Su Long will also have designs on the ruins? Who knows? But I'm guessing that Su Long isn't here. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago during that crisis. Wang Xian didn't say anything. She was sulking by herself. After a few days, Ziqin changed his appearance and swaggered to Yongqi City. He met with a small-eyed young man in a tavern. There were 4 dishes and 2 pots of wine by the window. The 2 of them sat facing each other. How was it? Ziqin transmitted his voice and poured wine for the young man. I got it. I'll give it to you now. The small-eyed young man transmitted his voice. After that, he took out an inconspicuous jade box and passed it to the young man. This is the blue spirit grass that Zhu Zizong got from the auction. There are 3 of them in total. Thanks. Ziqin gratefully kept the jade box. It was very ordinary, and no one paid attention to it. After that, he asked, when are you guys leaving? We don't know yet. We're looking for a formation master. Once we find one, we'll head over. You just have to wait outside the city and you'll see it. However, it will still take some time. I heard that the 2 elders personally went to invite a formation master. The small-eyed young man drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. After that, the 2 of them chatted about some irrelevant topics. All right, you have to be careful during this period. After the battle that day, many people are suspecting your identity. It's better if you don't show yourself and don't fight with others. If you show that you can suppress the demonic geniuses, it will arouse suspicion. The small-eyed young man warned. They suspect that I'm Ziqin. Ziqin's expression changed slightly. That's right. The Wang clan has already confirmed your identity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made a move that day. As for the Liu clan, I'm afraid that they already know because they tried their best to protect you that day. You have to be careful. Ziqin frowned. He felt that things were not going well. If his identity was exposed, there would be no place for him to hide in the southern region. After a while, the 2 of them paid the bill and left. The wine pot was already empty, but the dishes were untouched. Ziqin walked out of the city. No one paid attention to him. He had obtained 2 spirit rings, one each from Gungluk and the other from Chu Lai. However, he could not remove the mark on the spirit rings, so he could not use them. Hee. I wonder what expression that damn monk has. Ziqin could not help but laugh as he glanced at the portrait of the monk hanging at the side. Back then, Xiao Chun had said a lot of bold and visionary words. However, he ended up giving the monk an empty spirit ring. When Xiao Chun thought about the monk's expression after he ran for his life and discovered the empty spirit ring, he felt like laughing. Ziqin went to look for Miao Kong to ask for the blue spirit grass. First, he would let Old Imo recover. Then, he would let Old Imo use his spiritual sense to attack the spirit ring. After walking for more than 500 kilometers, Xiao Chun arrived at a huge mountain range. There was a small town beside the mountain range. Ziqin and Atian were hiding here for now. It had to be said that the big factions were very resourceful. There were portraits of the 2 of them in the small town. What's the situation now? Atian asked nervously when he saw Ziqin return. People are looking for me, and the monk everywhere. The atmosphere in Yongqi City is very tense. Ziqin smiled and did not care. But it doesn't matter. Under normal circumstances, no one can recognize me. Did you get the blue spirit grass? Of course. Ziqin shook the jade box in his hand and said happily, it's Zhu Zizong's. I don't know what method Miao Kong used to get it. It was a group of 3 blue spirit grass. As soon as the jade box was opened, the whole room was filled with blue light. It was very dazzling with a psychedelic color. It's really the blue spirit grass. Such rich spiritual energy. Atian exclaimed. Of course. This is tens of thousands of yuan stones. Its quality is naturally higher. If it succeeds, we can really enter the depths of the ruins. Atian was a little excited and could not help but rub his hands. He used to be the unlucky Atian. Everything was not going well. However, after meeting Ziqin, He seemed to have become the lucky Ation. Although he was occasionally unlucky, it was much better than before. Now, the formation master that was a headache for many forces was about to appear in front of Ation. I'm 80% sure. Zichun was very confident in Elder Hiroshi's formation skills. Light flashed, and the Taiji diagram appeared. One black and one white, with two extreme colors. Zichun pointed two fingers in the direction of extreme yin and extreme yang. The next moment, two extreme energies appeared. Wong. The Taiji diagram suddenly trembled and shone brightly. Then, it automatically floated and rotated in the air. At the same time, two light beams suddenly shot out from the positions of extreme yin and extreme yang. The light beams fell to the ground and reflected on the ground like a rotating yin-yang diagram. So magical. Ation was stupefied. He had once again seen two extreme types of energy. Furthermore, they were compatible under such circumstances. It could be said that they were mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. They could neither be compatible nor separated. The rotating light beams formed a yin-yang diagram. There was a suction force in it. Zichun moved his mind and placed a blue spirit grass under the yin-yang diagram. A miraculous scene happened in the next moment. Blue light flashed on the blue spirit grass as if it was being disintegrated. Waves of spiritual energy flowed along the two beams of light and surged toward the Tai Chi symbol above. It was as if the Tai Chi symbol was being devoured. Under the naked eye, the blue spirit grass was slowly withering and the spiritual energy around it was dissipating. So magical, Ation exclaimed. Phew. Seeing the blue spirit grass withering little by little, Zichun was also relieved. Previously, he did not know how to inject this energy into the Taiji diagram to help Elder Hiroshi recover. The blue spirit grass withered quickly, and its spiritual energy dissipated as if it had gone through the baptism of time. In the end, it turned into powder and all the energy was absorbed. However, Zichun did not feel Elder Hiroshi's soul recovering. Again, Zichun was unwilling to give up. The light beam on the Taiji diagram rotated again and fell on the second blue spirit grass. The blue spirit grass was absorbed and after a while, the blue spirit grass withered. The delicate leaves glowed with yellow light and finally dissipated. Zichun's forehead was already sweating. Elder Hiroshi's soul still did not have any fluctuations. It was still dead silent. He only had 3 blue spirit grass. If Elder Hiroshi could not recover, he would have no other way. At that time, not to mention going to the ruins, even the 2 spirit rings in his hand would not be of any use. Taking a deep breath, Zichun picked up the last blue spirit grass and placed it on the light beam. The spiritual energy was being absorbed. Zichun was very nervous and kept praying in his heart. It must succeed. Elder Hiroshi, you must wake up. Zichun roared in his heart. The blue spirit grass emitted a luster, and the spiritual energy in it was quickly absorbed by the Taiji diagram. Zichun's heart was in his throat. The energy of the blue spirit grass would be absorbed quickly. If Elder Hiroshi's soul did not respond, then Zichun would be finished. Ation was also very nervous and retreated. He was the unlucky Ation. At this moment, he did not want to suppress Zichun's luck. The 3rd blue spirit grass finally exhausted all its energy. With a bang, it turned into powder and dissipated in the air. In the Taiji diagram, Elder Hiroshi's soul still did not move. At the same time, the 2 light beams also slowly dissipated. Sigh. Zichun sighed. He was very disappointed that his efforts were in vain. Ation did not speak. His face was full of self-blame. He thought that he should have retreated earlier. He must have suppressed Zichun's luck. Let's think of another way. Zichun forced a smile. Ation did not speak. Buzz. At this moment, the 2 light beams on the Taiji diagram disappeared. The Taiji diagram suddenly trembled. Then, in Zichun's perception, Elder Hiroshi's soul showed signs of awakening. Chapter 313. Elder Imo had indeed woken up, but in less than a breath's time, he once again fell into a deep sleep. This soul power is too strong. I need to refine it. Elder Imo sent out a thought while he was in deep sleep. Zichun was completely relieved. There was still some time before the exploration of the ruins. During this time, he would strive to make a breakthrough in his strength. Last time, he had risked his life to snatch Yukong's spirit ring. Other than the spirit weapons and ancient weapons, there was also Yukong's accumulated wealth. Zichun could be considered rich for once. In the past, he used primeval stones to cultivate. Now, he used primeval pills. This was a product from the Dan Yangqin family. Each pill contained rich primeval qi and could be directly absorbed. The cost was not cheap. Only the core disciples of the big forces could use primeval pills to cultivate. For you. Zichun threw a porcelain bottle to Atian. What? Atian opened it. Immediately, a rich primeval qi gushed out. Sparkling and translucent pills appeared in the bottle. There were a total of 10 pills. He inhaled with his nose, and a rich primeval qi entered his abdomen. A refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. These are primeval pills. Atian was shocked. His eyes were wide open. Atian's combat strength was strong, but he had always been unlucky. He was also very poor. Back then, he had killed many experts from the Gung family, but he did not have time to plunder their wealth. He was even chased down. Even before he met Zichun, he used primeval stones with mixed primeval qi to cultivate. It could be said that he was very miserable. After meeting Zichun, his luck changed. Atian was very satisfied with using primeval stones to cultivate. He had never dreamed of using primeval pills to cultivate. This was a real high-grade item. You are very knowledgeable. You even know about primeval pills. Zichun smiled and looked at Atian with surprise. Atian smiled awkwardly and said, I have seen Godfather's foster sons use them. Oh right, what does this mean? We will use it to cultivate in the future and strive to make a breakthrough in our strength, Zichun said. What? Using it to cultivate all the time? Isn't that a luxury? Only with luxury can there be progress. I still have a lot here, enough for both of us to break through to the next level. After speaking, Zichun sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He adjusted his state of mind and began to refine the Yuan power pills. Atian was a little dumbfounded. Happiness came so quickly that he still didn't dare to adapt. In his opinion, using primordial stones to cultivate was already very fast. Right at this moment, Atian was stunned to see that Zichun actually took out 2 essence force pills and swallowed them in one gulp. This is too extravagant. Could it be that he doesn't care about the loss of origin energy? Atian clicked his tongue and looked at the elemental energy pill in his hand, reluctant to part with it. He wanted to put it away. He was not used to using this thing to cultivate. It was too extravagant. Don't be stingy. Refine it as soon as possible. Increasing your strength is the most important. There are many dangers in the ruins, and every bit of strength you can increase your chances of survival. Gung Lu and Chu Lai's spatial rings are with me. Once I open them, you will know how rich I am. At that time, I can let you eat these Yuan power pills like candy. Zichun closed his eyes and said. Hearing this, Atian no longer hesitated. He poured out 1 Yuan power pill and swallowed it, beginning to refine it. However, his refining speed was very slow and could not compare to Zichun. Because of the ruins, more and more experts came to Yongqi City. Among them, there were many people who studied formations. They were numerous and formed a formation army, but their strength was uneven. A true formation master had yet to appear. A few powers were waiting. There were already older generation figures who personally went to invite a formation master. During this time, a few rogue cultivator alliances appeared and formed a very strong power. They took spirit weapons and forbidden artifacts and charged into the ruins. Just as Lu family said, the previously destroyed formations were all restored and changed. As soon as the rogue cultivator alliance charged in, they were trapped by the formations. Before they even reached the ruins, they had already used up several forbidden artifacts and many experts were injured or died. Even one of Yukong's people died. In the end, they returned in low spirits. The defeat of the rogue cultivator alliance caused a huge commotion. Those people who were restless also quieted down, not daring to have any other ideas. Time passed. A few powers still did not give up on searching for Aluo and the monk. However, Aluo seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No matter how they searched, they could not find any clues. Moreover, even the extremely eye-catching monk could not be found. That bald head with a shiny forehead seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. The southern region became quiet again. However, everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. In a small town, in an inn, one by one, the Yuanli Dawn were refined. Atian's heart was bleeding. These Yuanli Dawn were very expensive, but they were worth it. Atian's strength was increasing rapidly. He believed that it would not be long before he broke through again. Atian opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on Zichun. Atian's expression changed. He could roughly refine 2 elemental energy pills a day. This speed was not considered slow. However, compared to Zichun, it paled in comparison. Zichun could refine 2 bottles a day. This refining speed was more than 10 times his. Compared to Zichun, Atian felt that he was moving at the speed of a turtle. Other than refining speed, what made Atian extremely shocked was that Zichun's extreme energy was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Atian asked himself, if he had Zichun's refining speed, with so many elemental energy pills, he would have no problem breaking through 2 heavens and reaching the peak of the true energy realm. However, Zichun's strength had not broken through yet. Moreover, he had only reached the 5th heavens from the 4th heavens. This huge consumption made one speechless. In front of him, there was a pile of jade bottles on the ground. Just looking at it would make one's heart tremble. This represented an endless supply of elemental energy stones. At first, Zichun was refining them 2 by 2. However, in the end, he was refining 1 bottle at a time. A total of 10 elemental energy pills. It was as if he was eating jelly beans. Atian blushed with shame. Clang. Another empty bottle appeared and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Another bottle. Atian was stunned. He was glad that he was not Zichun. Otherwise, without any resources, he would not be able to improve his strength even after a few years. I have to work hard too. Taking a deep breath, Atian closed his eyes and started refining the elemental energy pills. Beside him, there were 10 bottles full of elemental energy pills given by Zichun. It was enough for him to squander. With endless resources, Atian's cultivation became even more diligent. Time passed day by day. The 2 of them did not move at all. Other than cultivating, they were still cultivating. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. There was still no movement from the major forces. The formation masters had not been invited yet. Many of the independent cultivators were getting impatient, but there was nothing they could do. Wang. In a room in the inn, the energy of heaven and earth suddenly trembled. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the room was like boiling water, constantly surging. Then, with Atian as the center, a huge suction force appeared, forming a whirlpool. I'm going to break through. Atian was overjoyed. He had been cultivating day and night. After refining several bottles of elemental energy pills, he finally reached the limit of breaking through. At this moment, he was also a rare moment of heroism. He grabbed a porcelain bottle, poured out 3 elemental energy pills, and swallowed them instantly. At this moment, a breakthrough in strength required a lot of energy. Am I going to break through? Zichun opened his eyes. He felt that his energy had also reached a limit. In front of him, there were dozens of empty porcelain bottles, close to 100 of them. The number of elemental energy pills he had refined was already uncountable. The aura around Atian was getting stronger and stronger. The energy of heaven and earth was surging more violently. This was a sign that he was about to break through. After a moment, a strong aura burst out, and streams of elemental energy surrounded Atian's body. 8th heaven. Atian had broken through to the 8th heaven. One more step, and he would be at the 9th heaven, the peak of true Yuan. Haha. Feeling the abundant elemental energy in his body, Atian could not help but laugh. A breakthrough in strength was exciting. Congratulations. Zichun also laughed. This is all thanks to your elemental energy pills. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take to break through. Atian turned his head and looked at Zichun. You have refined so many elemental energy pills, dozens of times more than me. Haven't you broken through yet? Soon. I feel that I have reached my limit. I'm going to break through now. Zichun nodded. He was excited that his strength was about to break through again. Break through now? Atian was startled. He did not understand. Zichun smiled mysteriously and did not explain. He walked out of the inn and away from the town. He arrived at the mountain range and found a suitable place. We have to go to the mountain range to break through. Atian followed behind with a face full of doubt. However, when the first bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, he came to a realization. Heavenly lightning. Atian's mouth was wide open, his face full of shock. Boom. A bolt of heavenly lightning descended with a terrifying aura, directly bombarding Zichun's body. The terrifying lightning wreaked havoc, but under Atian's astonished gaze, Zichun was unscathed, and he swallowed the lightning energy in one gulp. How is this possible? Atian's face was full of disbelief. He could not believe that a person in the true Yuan realm could attract the lightning tribulation and even resist it. A surging aura was surging. Just as Atian got a little closer, he was swept up by the lightning energy and was directly pushed back. Zichun's internal organs were churning. It was obvious how terrifying the lightning was. However, Zichun was using his body to block it. Boom. Bolts of lightning fell. The aura was terrifying, like a lightning dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Swoosh. A dazzling golden light rushed to the sky, instantly destroying a bolt of lightning. Extreme Yang, which had not appeared for a long time, appeared again. Extremine followed. It carried a cold and destructive aura. It was like a golden divine lightning, defying the heavens, causing the energy to roar and destroy the lightning in the sky. In the distance, Atian was already dumbfounded. Lightning tribulation. This was a terrifying existence. No one was willing to bear it. Who would not tremble when they heard about it? Its appearance meant that the heavens and earth could not tolerate it, and lightning would destroy it. But looking at Zichun, who was only in the true Yuan realm, he seemed to be very relaxed facing the lightning tribulation. Bolts of lightning fell, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. Zichun blocked them easily, constantly swallowing the lightning energy, and at the same time, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.